Web development is changing. Now anyone can build a standard, basic website by using AI. The floor has been raised, so we need to head towards the ceiling. If you want to stand out as a developer, you can't be handcrafting what others are just prompting into existence. You need to create something that's stylish, new, and truly creative. In this free course, we're building a mechanical keyboard site that is so stylish and feels premium from the moment you hit the page. Here's just some of what you'll create. A hero with a 3D keyboard and dynamic lighting, interactive switch testing with real sounds and 3D animations, live keycap customization with texture swapping, cinematic scroll-triggered animations, and a Stripe integration for e-commerce. We're building our site with Next.js 15. We're going to use Prismic for our content, using GSAP for animations, React 3 Fiber for our 3D effects, and Tailwind for all our styling. To do well in this course, you should be comfortable with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and the basics of React. From there, I will guide you through every complex topic step by step. By the end of this course, you'll have a portfolio piece that gets you attention from clients, in job interviews, and on LinkedIn. Plus, you'll have the skills to build sites that AI can't. All right, I'm not gonna waste any more time. Let's get into it. We start off with a playful animated keycap loader that sets the tone while the site loads. Our site hero opens dark, then reveals a photorealistic 3D keyboard with floating keycaps around it. Camera motion follows your mouse, and as you scroll, the keyboard flips, explodes into pieces, and reassembles in a wavy show-stopping effect. Our Bento section has a clean, modern grid that highlights keyboard features with premium 3D renders and smooth entrance animations. We have a big marquee with bold brand phrases that scroll across the screen and are easy to update through Prismic. Then, users can test out 3D keyboard switches to hear authentic sounds with fun animations. Each color gives a different series of sounds, and we have a great background hover effect. Then we get interactive again as we change the 3D keyboard's color theme with a fun animation. Finally, our purchase button has a great font hover effect that connects to a full Stripe checkout flow. It's time to start building the Nimbus Keyboards Vapor 75 website. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go down to the YouTube description and we're going to click the course resources link, and that should open this page right here. And this page is where we're going to get the assets, the documentation, components and files, any troubleshooting that you might need to do, we'll be able to figure that out here. And then also where you'll have access to the final code and live site, and also some credits and some extras for this course. So let's go through that real quick, and we'll see assets are first, and that is something that you're gonna wanna grab right now. Go ahead and click that, and then you can unzip the folder and just kind of sit on that for a minute. You don't need to dive into that. We also have a Figma file, and if you open that, you'll get these assets. And the cool thing about this is you have inside your course assets folder PNGs of this stuff. So you see I have Dreamboard, UV, PNG, that is there, but you can't edit PNGs, but here you can go ahead in and change the colors to whatever you want this to be, and you can make your own keyboard design. So if you want to customize any of this stuff, the Figma file is available. You do not have to. All this stuff is already provided for you as PNGs or SVGs or whatever, but just available to you in case you want to. Next, we have the documentation. And so anything that we're using in this site, I went ahead and linked to it here. So we have Prismic, we have Next.js, we have Tailwind, we have React and Dry and the fonts and GSAP and all this good stuff. So if you need any like bonus material, or if you're trying to take it further and need help trying to figuring certain Prismic thing out or a certain GSAP thing, here is your documentation for that. Next, the components and files are the main reason we're going to be coming back to the resources throughout this course. The keyboard, keycap, and the switch are all things that we generate from a tool that I'm going to show you, but then customize. So we don't want to be having to, we don't want to have to type all of this in. So like the keyboard component itself, which references all of the mesh parts, is very, 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 very long. This is like a 1400 line file. I'll explain why in a little bit, but the keyboard has a lot of different components and parts. And so you see like this right here is like one part of one switch of all of those switches. And then we have, yeah, lots of stuff going on in here. Like that's the escape key right there. That's the F1 key and so on. So we're not gonna be typing that out. A tool converted basically what came from Blender and put it into code for us. I'm gonna show you how to use that tool, but for a couple of reasons, we're gonna be using this version, not the version that comes straight out of the tool. And then there's other components here that just make sense for us to, instead of typing them out, we kind of copy them in and we can talk about them because it's not a great use of our time just to write this out. I can talk to you about this a little bit easier. Same thing with logos like SVGs, another one where it's just better for us to copy that in. But I promise you, this is not going to be a copy and paste course where you feel like you've learned nothing. There's just a couple of things that you'll see. It makes the whole setup a lot faster for us to go through. And if you have any bugs or any errors within this course, go ahead, check out this troubleshooting section. I always come back and put in, hey, you know, in the fifth part, there's an error. Instead, you should do this because I can't change the YouTube video that you're watching right now, but I can put info in here. So go ahead and check that out if you're running into any problems. If there's nothing here that refers to your problem, go ahead and open a thread on the Prismic community forums and I will help you out there. And then here is the final code and final site that you can click. And finally, last but not least, several people collaborated with me on this. So I want to credit Life, Angelo, and Pierre-Yves for doing the 3D models here, the motion and design consulting. Angelo helped me on the development and design, and then the video editor is the wonderful Pierre-Yves. So if you want to know what fonts I use or want to see any of the other Prismic courses, there are links for you too. With no further ado, let's go ahead and open up Prismic. So go ahead and middle click on this or open Prismic, but keep this resources page open because we'll come back to it a bunch. So come over to Prismic. You should see something like this. I have a dashboard link here, but you might have a sign up or some kind of button like that. Go ahead and sign up. And when you do, please, please, please say that you found out about Prismic from a video or YouTube or whatever it says there, because that is how I'm able to make these big free courses for you. And it just really helps out with us being able to continue to create and provide these video courses. So please let them know that you found out about Prismic through video. So once you are all signed up, go ahead and open up your dashboard. You can click right here for dashboard. I already have mine open, and you will get something like this. If you already have some projects, they'll appear here, but we're going to go ahead and create a new Next.js repository. And we have a couple of options here. We can do a minimal starter, a full website demo, or connect your own web app. We are experienced users. I'm going to be walking you through this, so we're going to go ahead and select this. Now I'm going to name my Prismic repository. This doesn't matter too much. No one's really going to see this except for you. I'm going to go ahead and say Nimbus keyboards. There we go. That's going to be taken now. See how it says it's available? It will now be taken by me. And I'm going to say Nimbus keyboards. And then it'll ask, what made you create a repository today? You are following a tutorial to learn Prismic. Putting that there also helps me out, so I really appreciate it. Make sure you're on the free plan, and we're going to create repository. We won't have to use anything beyond the free plan. It's a very generous free tier. All right, now we get this welcome to your page builder greeting here, and we're going to click Get Started. And we pick your main content language. It should not matter. I'm sticking with English United States because that is mine. And now we have this create a Next.js project commands. We're going to say npx create next app at latest Nimbus keyboards. This is standard Next.js app creation process. This is not specific to Prismic, but they did provide the name of our app. So that's pretty cool. So head to your terminal. I'm going to be using this one called Warp, but it doesn't matter which you use. You can use the one that's built into VS Code. Doesn't really matter. And go to the folder where you want to put your project. I have a repositories folder, and I'm going to paste that command in. I'm going to hit enter. And need to install, yes. Do I like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? Yes. Code inside an SRC directory? Yes. Do I like to use app router? Yes. TurboPack? Yes. Customize the alias, the import alias? No. It's the only one we're saying no on. And now it will go ahead and install these dependencies, these dev dependencies and these dependencies. So in just a second, it should be set, and we can go ahead and check out our project. There we go. So now I'm going to, let's see if I think it tells us in the next page. Yeah, we're going to cd into Nimbus keyboards, and then we're going to run npx slice machine init at latest. And this is the Prismic specific code. And it's going to point it to the repository Nimbus keyboards. For you, this will be the name of your repository. It won't say Nimbus keyboards there. We're going to run that. So it moved us into that folder, and it's doing the same thing again where it says, I need to install this. Is that all right? I'm going to say yes. And that will take a second. It's going to go ahead and detect the framework. So Prismic went ahead and identified that we're using Next.js and NPM. It linked us to our repository, so I didn't have to wire up anything. The CMS is getting wired up for me. Oh, and now I need to log into Prismic. So I'm going to hit the key in the browser. And now I'm logged in, just as easy as that. Very cool. It should, yep, there we go. And now it says run slice machine. I'm going to say no, just because we can do that manually. I'll show you how to do that. But it shows you that I'm logged in, and it went ahead and created a slice machine configuration and installed a bunch of core dependencies. So let's go ahead and open this. Like I said, I'll be opening it in VS Code. So I have this code command installed on mine. If you don't, just go ahead and whatever IDE you're using, just open your Nimbus keyboards or Nimbus keyboards 1, 2, 3, or whatever you called it, folder in your computer, and you should have something similar to this with node modules, public, and an SRC directory, and a few files here. Now, I'm not going to be using any AI copilots or anything like that for this course, mainly because I don't want to assume that you're going to get the same output as what I got. So like if I'm just leaving you in the dust because my copilot's giving me certain things, our code will start to deviate way too much. So I'm going to be typing, if you see that copilot or whatever for you starts to kind of like help you out and see patterns or whatever, that's cool. Just make sure that it's not like naming things differently, because we might get different class names. And then when we go to animate later, you're trying to animate the dog class, but the AI named it puppy, right? Like just got to make sure that we have similar conventions and things so that it all works for you at the end. I don't want you to be stuck because AI kind of boxed you in. All right, now back in Prismic, we see setup slice machine. It's set up. Now we want to run slice machine. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go back to Warp, and I'm going to actually start a new tab, because we're going to be running 2 development servers, one for Slice Machine, which is the developer tool that Prismic uses, or that Prismic creates and gives to us to build our pages and our page sections with, and also one for Next.js. So I'm actually going to rename this tab Slice Machine. I don't know if you can do that in your terminal. I know you can in VS Code if you're using this built-in one. And you create a new one, you can rename this. So you can say, hey, right? So it's pretty handy to have names for those. But I'm going to be doing this one as Next.js. And here in the Slice Machine tab, I'm going to paste in npm run slice machine and hit enter. And now we have Slice Machine running at localhost 9999. Go ahead and command click, open that up, and we get this localhost 999. It is looking great. So that is our Slice Machine interface where we're going to be building those pieces of our website. We're going to log into Prismic. I'm not logged in. You might be automatically. I was not. So now I am. And now Slice Machine is happy, and I'm going to have to refresh it though. There we go. So environment production, Nimbus keyboards. It knows who I am. It knows I'm set up. I'm going to go ahead and close this. You don't need this for 10 simple steps. I am here for the 10 simple steps. All right, so now before we get too deep into Slice Machine and start building our page types, which we're going to do in a second, I first want to see what we have out of the box with Next.js. We ran create next app, and that gave us something. So let's see what it gave us. Go ahead to your other tab, because I'm running Slice Machine actively on that one. Go to your other terminal window and say npm run dev, and it should start you up on localhost 3000, just like that. Command click to open that, and here we go. This is what we get out of the box: a very simple single page app that just says get started by editing, the file at source app page.tsx, and then save to see your changes instantly. And we can check that out real quick in our editor. We can see that we have, it said source app page, and we see get started by editing this, and save and see your changes instantly. So that is where this is coming from. And we're not going to go ahead and wipe this out manually. We're going to do it in a second with a little bit of code that Slice Machine gives to us. It's pretty handy. So now we see what we want to replace. We're going to go into Slice Machine, but first, just want to point this out down here. If you see this throughout the tutorial, that just means you're running on your dev server. It's just a handy little thing, and it just gives you a heads up that like you're in dev. And here we are looking at our page type. So let's go through briefly what we mean by page types, custom types, and slices. So page types are models that your editors will use to create website pages in the page builder. You're going to ship this up to the Prismic page builder at prismic.io. And that's going to allow your editors or yourself, if you're the only person working on the project, to create new pages. For this, we're going to create just a home page, but typically you can create pages on pages on pages, and it is really powerful because of the way that slices are built out. And I'll touch on slices now. Slices are like these sections of your website. So things like a hero, that is a single slice. So if we go back to our final slice, we have this whole hero is going to be one slice. Then we have this bento box as a single slice. The marquee is another slice. This craft your click section is another slice, and so on. That is what we're going to be building throughout this course, is these individual slices that can be reused in different ways. See how this is going the other way. We reuse the marquee slice 3 times on this page. Here's another slice, and then finally we have our last slice, the order button, the purchase button, I think I called it. So that is what a slice is. Slices belong to pages. They exist within pages and can be reused and edited and all that stuff within a page. Now, custom types are kind of like page types, but they're more for creating menus, or if you have like an author, like you might not have an entire page dedicated to an author. You might just have that for like a piece of data that you want to link to. Also like footer settings, like those things don't get their own page, right? They're part of pages. So now that we kind of briefly understand that, let's get into our page types. We want to go ahead and create our home page type. If you don't understand yet, don't worry. I promise you will by the end of this course. So we are just going to do a single type because it says e.g. home. This is just going to be the single home page for this keyboard. If this was a real, fully fledged company where like they had a bunch of these landing pages, this would be a reusable type. But just for our purposes, to make things easier on us, we're going to just say like it is this one single page, and we're going to call this home page, and the ID will be created for us. So go ahead and hit create. So now we are inside our homepage, and we see we have this slices area where it's encouraging us to add slices. And obviously we have to create some because we don't have any yet. We'll get into the AI features here in a little bit. We're not going to use them, but I want to tell you about them. And this is giving us the same setup. But what we want to do first is we want to go ahead and grab this page snippet. This is one of my favorite features of Slice Machine. It saves me hours of time. I don't know. I can be slow, so maybe hours. And this is going to take care of creating the code in this page for us. So I'm going to go ahead and hit copy, And we're going to paste this into this page.tsx. So source app page, go ahead and wipe that all out and paste that in. And now if we head to our Next.js page, we see that it's saying 404. Why is that? Well, that's because we don't know about this page type up in Prismic. So this is going and trying to fetch this page. If we actually look at the code, we will see that we create the Prismic client, we instantiate that there, and then we go, hey, Prismic client, go get me the home page. And if not, return the not found page from Next.js. And that's what it's doing here, right? So it tried to fetch it, it didn't find it. So sorry, you're out of luck. So what we need to do is we need to let Prismic know that this page type exists, right? We have this home page type, and now we need to let them know. So we have to push our changes up to Prismic. So we go to the review changes button. We have this home page here, and we want to say push. And in just a second, it will say your changes have been saved. Create content in the page builder. Why, yes, I do want to do that. So click on that and it'll open up our main space. And you'll see once upon a time, this is the place where your stories take life, create a new page. If you go ahead and click that, we only have this one option, and this will only be available to us this time because it's a singleton. We can only make one of them. So let's go ahead and make that one, and I'm going to call it home. And there's nothing to do here yet because we don't have any slices or anything like that. But we can go ahead and edit the SEO and metadata over here in the second tab. I'm going to say Nimbus keyboards. And I'm going to say really great keyboards. And we're going to hit save. And we're going to hit publish. And now if we go back and refresh this page twice, we should get a blank page. This is exactly what we're looking for, but we see up in the top, it says Nimbus keyboard. That's what we're looking for. And you might ask, why do you have to refresh it twice? Because that busts the Next.js cache. So anytime you make a change in Prismic or to any other service that we need to fetch from, right? Like an external third party like Stripe that we're working with later, you're gonna need to refresh it twice. But no matter how many times you refresh it, I wanna really just point out how cool it is that we are getting data from our CMS with very minimal effort. We copy pasted some code from a Slice machine. We put a few words into our CMS over at nimbuskeyboards.prismic.io. And now we are getting that code, or sorry, that content, no matter how small, it's already being piped into our web page. We didn't have to go and console log to figure out if it's working or do any of that kind of stuff. It is just wired up for us. But you might be asking how? How does that happen? How does that work? I want to make sure that you understand how you're getting your data in case you need to troubleshoot it or expand on this tutorial. So if we look at the prismic.io.ts file, this is where the Prismic or some of the Prismic magic is happening. We have a create client export down here where we are creating a base client from Prismic. So that comes in from Prismic client. And we put in the information about your repository automatically. So right here, we pull in the repository name, which is coming from, so here, repository name, it's coming from an environment variable or the Slice machine file over here at slicemachine.config.json, which is another file that was created for us. You see here, it has the name of the repository there. And so it passes that in. It passes in any routes that we have. We're not really gonna have any routes for this course, but if you need to link to anything, like when you have multiple pages, you would uncomment this, but we're not gonna have to worry about that. And it also takes care of the Next.js cache, which is kind of a pain in the butt. So it's great that we don't have to worry about it. So with all that stuff handled for us, this client is what fetches our content for us. And all we do is create that client and then use the wonderful Prismic client SDK to fetch that data. We have this page and then our page gets passed into this slice zone. But also the reason we have that title is because we have this generate metadata function that does the same thing, and I'll explain why it does it twice in this same file in a sec. And it pulls it in and uses the meta title and the meta description that we put into our Prismic repository here. Now, why are we calling for this same exact thing twice? Well, that's just the way Next.js wants to do it. And don't worry, it's not going to make two calls. It will see that we've already made this call, and it will cache. It has a cache, so it'll return the second time that file right away. So Prismic's only going to get hit once. You're not going to have to keep hitting the Prismic servers and asking for this over and over again. Even if you did, it's cached on the Prismic server, so that would be really fast. So either way, this is going to come back super quick, and it's all rendered on the server, so no worries there. It's not going to slow down your page, I promise. If you're enjoying this course so far, I'd really appreciate it if you could like and subscribe. It really helps with the algorithm and allows me to keep making creative projects and teaching you all about animation, 3D, and making amazing websites. Plus, on the channel, we also have interviews with some of the biggest minds in web development, like Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte, and Guillermo from Vercel. Thank you, and now let's get back to the course. Now that we have our CMS wired up to our website and it's pulling in data and it's looking good, we're going to do a couple of housekeeping things before we create our first slice, which is going to be our hero. So we need to do things like add our assets, add our font. We want to also set up a plugin that's going to make Tailwind a lot easier for us. So let's start off with the assets first. Go ahead and open up your course assets folder. We can start with the icon.svg. So go ahead into your IDE, and we have this source folder, and then we have the app folder. And you see right in here, we have favicon.ico. That is the default Next.js one that comes with it. And you can go ahead and delete that. And in that same app directory, you can go ahead and drop in icon.svg. I'm going to drop it right into the app directory. And because it's named icon.svg, that is one of the names that Next.js has kind of set aside to say, hey, if you put something called that into the app directory, guess what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and make it into the favicon. So that's done already for us. We are set. Next, I want us to handle the local file. So we have this public folder here. We have file, globe, next, Vercel, window. Delete all of those. That was used by the page that came as a default. So I'm going to right click and delete those. And those are gone. Now for local files, I'm going to grab everything in here. So I'm going to hit Command A, folders and all, and I'm going to drag that into the public folder, just like that. So you should have HDR, sounds, and then Candy Keys, Cherry Navy, all of these different things right here. And we are set there. We're going to be referencing these files throughout the course, so don't worry about those. Those are all set, and we'll talk about them when we need them. And then we have Prismic files, and these are the renders and also the OG image that we're going to reference in our components. So let's head to our Prismic.io instance. I'm going to close this one. That was when we were setting up. We're going to head back, and we're going to hit Media Library. Open this up, and it says start by uploading your files. Okay, we will. Going to select everything in here and drag it down. And then we have OG image and then all of the renders. Just let that load in the background. That'll be just fine. Let's go ahead and add our font. We're going to be using Roboto Flex in this course, mainly because it is a very flexible kind of font. So if you click it and you go to Type Tester, you see that it has, first off, it's a variable font, so you can change different axes, and you can change the counter width, the uppercase height, all these crazy things. And you can really make your own font. So it's not just like light to bold. It is also things like the inside of the font. Let me make this bigger maybe. Yeah, it's fine. You can change how italic it is. Change the width of it. It's from a really wide font or a thin font. Right, so this lets us change a whole bunch of stuff, and so we kind of get to make our own custom font by using Roboto Flex and a few of these properties. So that's why we're using that, because we have a pretty cool style going on. And so in order to add that, the way we do it with Next.js is we go into our layout.tsx, and we are seeing right here that from Next Font and Google, this package that Next.js provides, we have Geist and Geist Mono, which are the Vercel fonts that come as default. And you see that the way that they're pulling these in is by instantiating that Geist class and assigning it to Geist Sans and giving it some properties for a CSS variable and specifying the subsets that we want. And then where does that go? That goes as a class name right onto the body. So that is how we are going to be doing it, with one additional step just to take care of our Tailwind values. But since we only need one font, we can get rid of Geist Mono variable. Just get rid of that. We'll be swapping this out for Roboto Flex in a second. Get rid of Geist Mono. And we can get rid of both of these now up here. And we can say Roboto _ flex like that. And we can copy and paste that to here. So we're calling Roboto Flex. And we're going to call this Roboto lowercase r and then uppercase flex like that. And then we'll say font Roboto flex. And we're going to keep subsets Latin, but we're going to add some things. We're going to say display swap. There we go. Make sure it's a lowercase s. I typed upper. And we want to call in those specific axes that we're going to be using. Remember, I showed you how we can slide it to italic, or we can slide the weight, or the width, or the slant, the optical sizing. There's lots of things we can adjust. We're going to say axes, and then we are going to give an array, and then it should give you a list of these. We are going to say width, WDTH, that was hard for me to say for some reason. We're going to say slant, SLNT, and we're going to say OPSZ, like that. So thank God for typing. That makes us know that we definitely have it, even though these are spelled kind of funny. And now we just need to swap in Roboto Flex for Geist Sans variable, and we are set right there. And now that that's set, we can go ahead and open up our globals.css file here. And we see it says import Tailwind CSS, and then it has a few values for what it was showing us before. Go ahead and wipe those out. I think we can wipe out, no, we'll leave Tailwind CSS. I don't remember what I put in the course resources. So leave that there, and then go ahead and close documentation and open components and files. It should be the first one at the top, globals.css. Yeah, we don't have the Tailwind import. So go ahead and copy this and paste that in. And we can start at the top by kind of going through and explaining this quickly. All right, so what is this @theme thing? Well, in Tailwind 4, we use the theme directive to create these theme variables, and these influence which utility classes exist in our project. So now, thanks to Tailwind, if we put font sans on any div or any like H1, it will now assign the Roboto Flex font and have these as a fallback. And you might say, like, well, why don't we just put that as a regular class here, like font sans, and then put it inside there? That's because we benefit from all of Tailwind's extra stuff, because with Tailwind, we can say, like, where's layout? We could say something like on medium screens and above, font sans. And then on mobile, like on small and below, it's going to be some different font, or it's just not going to have that class applied. Obviously, kind of a silly example, but just showing that we benefit from all of those built-in great things that Tailwind gives us in terms of responsivity, making it responsive, maybe dark mode, all those kinds of things. That's why we want to work with the system, not outside it whenever we can. So I'm gonna get rid of that. And coming back here, so that would set up our font sans. And then we have two other font declarations, but it's not so much about declaring Roboto Flex as it is declaring the style of Roboto Flex. So this font black slanted means it's going to be really, really thick. So we have a weight of 1,000, right? So that's like as thick as it gets. and then we have it slanted to -10. Both of these are going to be italic. And so this is font bold slanted, and it's only a weight of 600. That's kind of the main changes here that we'll see. And we see the font black here and the font bold here. So that is how we declare it with Tailwind. So we first do the same thing of font bold slanted, and then we do -- font variation settings. That's a Tailwind specific thing, but these values and the way that we assign them are not specific to Tailwind. But that's how you work with variable fonts, by adjusting these axes. I'll just go over the rest of this CSS file quickly. Just we'll come back to it as we use it. But here are the lines for our marquee. We see that we go from 0% to -50%, and then it repeats over again. It's linear and it's infinite, and it takes 30 seconds for it to go from 0 to 50, and we double it so it splits like right in the middle perfectly. And I'll explain that when we get to the marquee. And then on prefers reduced motion, so users who don't want motion, we just turn off that marquee. And then this blue gradient background, it's just a few values that make this background here. So from like the black to this lighter blue, it's actually 4 different values just to make it like this nice pleasing gradient. So that's really it in our CSS file, and that's all we're going to be adding to it. Okay, just to make sure you're wired up correctly before we move on, go ahead and inside the body here, just because it's just an easy spot to put it, I'm going to use the Emmet plugin that's pretty much in every IDE. So if you just type div, it'll open up a div. But instead what we're going to type is we're going to type period font, black, slanted. And we're going to hit tab. And that gives us a div with class name font black slanted. I'm going to say, hey, you guys. And I'm going to save that. And we have, hey, you guys, up at the top there. And that is definitely the font that we have set up. I'm going to use it all caps so it looks much more like what we're going to be seeing in there. And there we go. If you're not seeing that, double check your code. Make sure it looks like mine. You can also always check the final code and live site to see what my layout file looks like, what my CSS file looks like, etc. So let's get rid of that. We don't need to say, hey there. People know they're on a website. We don't need to greet them to it. All right, and the very last thing we're going to do before we create that hero slice is we're going to go to documentation, and we are going to go ahead and grab this Tailwind Prettier plugin right here under CSS. Go ahead and click that. And you can check it out. What it does is it rearranges these long Tailwind classes to put things in a consistent order that makes sense once you get the hang of it. Like you'll start to understand that things like flex go towards the front, things like relative go towards the front, and things like hover or any of these SM colon classes get pushed towards the back. Like it makes it really nice and organized, and it'll keep your code looking just like mine. You won't notice it because I'll be reading them out in the quote right order, but trust me, it'll help you spot some errors, and I'll show you what I mean in a little bit. But go ahead and grab npm install -d prettier plugin Tailwind CSS right there, and we're going to drop that into my terminal. Warp 2.0, cool. That's not what I want. Go ahead and you're gonna create a third tab called installs, because you can just keep your dev servers running and they should be fine. If they're not, you can restart them if you're having some trouble. But for the most part, you can install things, and TurboPack will just kind of understand or notice that it was installed and keep going just fine. And that's installed. And now we want to go ahead and add the plugin to your prettier configuration. It says .prettierrc. We're going to go ahead and grab this part right there. And inside our IDE, we're going to create at the root level a new file, because it doesn't ship with one, .prettierrc, like that, and paste that in, save it, and you should be set. All right, let's go ahead and build out our first slice. It is a big one. This is the most complex slice out of all of them in the course. So we're going to come back to it in a couple segments, we're going to build it out first, and then we're going to come back and animate it a little bit later. But let's go ahead and create our hero. So head over to Slice Machine. We have this Slices tab here that we can build a slice from, but I want to show you how to do it from within the home page, and I'll explain why. So click into your home page in page types, and in slices here, we have a few options. We can either generate from an image, we can start from scratch, or we can use a template. Now, the generate from image uses AI in order to understand the, like the Figma image or the screenshot or whatever that you're pasting in. And it is a pretty fantastic feature that does a great job of pulling out those fields. So it would look at a screenshot and kind of go, all right, I see a header, I see some body copy, I see a link, and I see an image. So I'm going to create those fields quickly for you and name them and everything and take care of all that. For ours, it's a little bit of an atypical kind of hero section, right? But also, we're not going to be using AI in this course just because we all have to have that same file in order to animate it correctly, right? Like I said, like the dog and the puppy thing, right? Like the AI might create it slightly differently, and then I tell you to type one thing and it doesn't work for you and you're stuck. So we're going to be starting from scratch. Go ahead and call this hero and hit enter. And it says new slice added to slice zone and created at ./source/slices. Awesome. So now we have this page type, this home page type, and it has one slice inside it. If we open up hero in here, we can see that our slice has no fields yet and no screenshot available. We can change the screenshot part by go ahead and clicking on these three dots, say update screenshot. And then if we come back to our course assets and click slice snapshots, we can see we have the hero right here. I'll rename these so they're not so terribly named by the time you get them. But you'll see we have the hero. We can drop that in there. And then when we push that up to Prismic, our editors will have that to see when they're choosing this slice so that they know exactly what they're picking. But we want to add some fields because we have a couple of content fields we want our team to be able to edit. We want this heading right here, and then we want this like body copy. We're gonna make this one field so that you can edit this as like one rich text field, and then the link. But because it's not a typical link, it's actually just going to be the buy button text. So let's go ahead and create those three fields in Slice Machine. And so we're going to say add field, and we're going to do a rich text. This is going to be an H1. We'll change that in just a second. We're going to call this heading, and then we're going to unselect all. So this is where you tell Prismic what you want to be accepted in this rich text field. You can limit the content team so that they make only good choices, right? So we want them to only make this an H1. We don't want them to make it an H6 or whatever, right? We want it to be the proper semantic element. So we're going to do that. We are going to allow multiple paragraphs just because that allows us to do some styling within. But yeah, just have H1 selected and hit done. And then we're going to add another field. This one's going to be called body. So choose rich text, someone choose body. And then we're going to unselect everything except for paragraph, H2, bold, and italic. And we'll allow multiple paragraphs. Hit done. And then last, we're going to choose a regular text field. Now, you might be wondering what's the difference between rich text and text. This is just going to give us a string in our code, where this is going to give us an object that we then need to use a component to output HTML from. So this is just a nice simple way to get a string back. And so we're going to say buy button text here. And we will say done. And that's all we need for this hero. There's no other text involved. The stuff at the top is our navigation bar that we'll add towards the end. But that's all we need. So we're going to go to review changes. And we want to see two things whenever we are creating a new slice. We want to see that new slice right here under slices. And we also want to see that we've added it to one of our types. So homepage now has been modified because it now has a new slice attached to it. So if we only see a new slice and nothing up here, that means we forgot to add it to a page type. That's allowed, but if you don't have a slice added to any kind of page type, you can't just create slices out of thin air. It has to be attached to something. So we're gonna hit push, and in just a sec we will have that pushed up. It's going through and adding all that data up to Prismic. So we're gonna go back out of our media library. It's where I still was. I'm gonna open this home page, and we got nothing here still, but now we can add a slice, and we only have one slice to add, and it is our hero. So you can go ahead into here, and you see it opens with the heading. This is something we're going to be setting up in just a little bit, but right now we're going to say built for, and then we're going to hold shift and hit enter and say the bold, just like that. It doesn't matter necessarily the capitalization because we're going to do uppercase styling anyway. But yeah, just do it like that. Now, here is our rich text field. Now, the cool thing about Prismic is if you have ever used Notion or anything like that, if you hit /, it shows you the different types of text that you can use. So first we're going to start with a heading 2, and we'll say typing reinvented. Like that. I'm going to hit enter, and then it should go back to just regular paragraph like that. And we're going to say fall in love with the craft, thanks to our professional grade, keycaps, and switches. And now for the buy button text, we want to say buy Vapor 75. And we'll hit save, and we can hit publish. Now, if we come back here, we can refresh twice, and we don't see what we typed in, but we do see this placeholder component for hero, variation default slices. You can edit this slice directly in your code editor. Very interesting. So let's go ahead and do just that. We're going to come back to our folders here, and we're going to see in source, we have this slices folder, and inside that we have our hero folder now. So let's take a look at what's been created. So first, we have our index.tsx. This is the file that we see that placeholder content coming from. So placeholder component for hero, variation slices. You can edit the slice inside your code editor. We also have some comments here that I highly recommend you add to your code editor. So it says, get AI-powered help to build your slice components based on your actual model. So like I said, we have that image to code or like a slice from image feature. This is kind of the next step for that, where it looks at the actual model that you have, which is this model.json, see how it matches with our heading and our body and our buy button text. This MCP server is an AI feature that will allow your AI Copilot or your Cursor or Claude Code, whatever coding assistant you're using, to know a lot more about, one, how to build with Prismic, and two, your specific project, including all of the types and all of the fields and how they work. So it's a very handy thing. We're not going to be using it in this course only because of the AI thing once again. So I'll stop explaining that, but just I highly recommend building with this. When I build with it, I am a lot faster. So for now, we're just going to wipe it out. Go ahead and grab everything inside that section and just delete it. Now to start with, I just want to bring in the fields that we have. So let's go ahead back to Slice Machine. I just want to render the content. So I'm going to open up Hero, and inside here we have heading, body, buy button, text, and we have this little toggle here that says show code snippets, and we're going to basically say, yeah, we want those code snippets. And then we see we now have Prismic rich text, and slice.primary.buy button text. So these are components that we get from Prismic, and then this, we don't need a component once again, because it's just going to return a string. So we're going to go ahead and copy each of these and paste them into our project. And copy this. And I'm going to hit save. Oh, well, first I need to import this component. So if you hit Command period with your cursor on top of the squiggle, if you're using an IDE like Cursor or VS Code, anything based on VS Code, basically, it should open up this quick fix and it'll say update import from Prismic React. So if we see at the top, we now should have Prismic rich text and slice component props coming in from Prismic React. You're going to hit save. And now if we head back to our Nimbus keyboards, we see built for the bold, typing reinvented, fall in love with the craft thanks to our professional grade keycaps and switches by Vapor75. So that is all of the content that we wanted in the order. You know, hey, it's working. Except, is it? It doesn't look like this is an H1 or this is an H2 because that looks just like our paragraph and our string. So what's going on here? Let's inspect it. Now, if you've used Tailwind before, you might know what's happening. But yeah, actually, we are getting the right elements back. We have this H1 there, we have an H2, we have a paragraph, and then that's just a string all by its lonesome. The reason why they all look the same is that Tailwind kicks off by having a full CSS reset. If we look at our global CSS, this starts by wiping out all styles that your browser would typically have as default. So your browser has certain styles that would make the H1 a little bit bigger than the H2 and so on. We don't have any of that. So we're starting from scratch. This all looks great. This is what we're expecting. Well done. Now it's just time to style up around it, right? This is obviously not where we are finishing off. So I'm going to close out globals and model. Let's actually finish looking at what we get out of here. I kind of jumped that gun a little bit. So we peeked at the model. This is the JSON that is written for us by Slice Machine. We never have to touch this. I would recommend not touching this. There's nothing we really need to do in here. Mocks is a feature that we might be using where we get these automatic mocks and we're able to build our components in isolation. But we might not even touch on this in this course. And then the screenshot default is just what we uploaded. And that's that. So the real power in Slice Machine is stuff like getting the automatic types that we're going to have. You see how body is already typed. That was created for us by Slice Machine. It already creates this Prismic types.d.ts for us. Once again, don't touch this, but look at all these types that were created just for this one slice that we didn't have to write. So that is like a godsend for me where I don't have to touch any of this and it's just created automatically. So that's going to come in real handy throughout this course. And there's lots of other benefits to Slice Machine that you will see as we go forward. All right, so let's build out and style this component now. Like I said earlier, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS to style this out. And if you haven't used Tailwind, you're going to love it. It's wonderful for frameworks like React and Next.js. And it says rapidly build modern websites without ever leaving your HTML. A utility-first CSS framework packed with classes like Flex, PT4, Text Center, and Rotate 90. So just real quick, Flex will give us the display property of Flex. PT4 is padding for P for padding, T for top, and then 4 is going to equate to 1 rem. That's because 1 actually equates to a quarter of a rem, so 0.25 rem. And so that times 4 is going to equal 1 rem. So this gives us 1 rem of padding on the top. Text Center does what you think it does, and it makes text align center. And then Rotate 90, you can guess what that is going to do. And so if we look, let's reload this page real quick. We see that it has this cool little demo. And we see font medium just got applied there. We see some colors and some boldness getting applied there. And now we have down here a little bit of spacing, a little bit of text gray. And now we saw that items center get applied. So we just styled out the small version of this, and watch as we come in here and say on medium screens and above, we're going to say items go to the start. On small screens, they center, but on medium screens and above, we do left align or items start. So that is a little preview into how Tailwind works. If you check into the docs, which is linked in our resources document, they have something for pretty much everything in CSS. If you want to do it in CSS, there's likely going to be a utility class for it in Tailwind. So we're going to be going through a bunch of these, And we're going to also be using heavily a great plugin. So if you go to your extensions in whatever IDE you're using, there should be a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense plugin or extension that makes it really, really easy to use Tailwind. Well, it doesn't make it easy to use Tailwind, but it makes it a lot easier because it gives autocomplete, syntax highlighting, and linting. So you'll know if there is an actual Tailwind class for the thing that you're trying to do. If we go ahead and just say class name here, and I'm going to just start typing text. And as I do that, you see we have all these sizes, the 2XL, 3XL, 4XL. Then we have amber. These are colors that we can make the text balance, text space, and so on. So this is really, really handy. This is coming from that IntelliSense plugin, so that I don't start going like aqua and think that that's a color. Like, oh wait, no, it's not aqua. It's text sky. That's it, right? So it stops me from making mistakes, keeps it, and it also helps me autocomplete. So I can do something like I can say text SK5, and that gets me to text sky 50, text sky 500, and text sky 950. So you see how I can do like this fuzzy search where I just go TXT or some kind of combination like that. You'll see me doing that a lot to speed up my typing because you don't need to type every single letter. It's a great bit of fuzzy search there. I'll just do one more example. So like here we have border transparent. That's a lot to type. So I'll try BRTR, border right transparent, border transparent, boom. So I just save myself, I don't know, 20 keys, right? Something like that. So that is a wonderful, wonderful plugin. Make sure you grab it. The first thing I want to do here is go ahead and wrap this lonely little string in a button. So I'm going to say button and then hit tab, and it'll create both opening and closing tags for me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Option key or the Alt key if you're on Windows. I'm going to hold that down and push the down key, and it'll move button down for me. I'm going to do the same thing and push up. If you're not familiar with that little shortcut, that's a really handy one. And so now I have button wrapping around that text. Let me save that. And let's just open this up. It shouldn't change at all because once again, there's no styles on our buttons as default. So let's go ahead and add class name. And we are going to start with font, bold, slanted. That's the custom styling that we have. We're going to say flex. We're going to say width, or W is fit, W fit. So that is the width fit content. You see the explanation right there. That's the IntelliSense coming in to help us out. We're going to say cursor pointer. We're going to say items center. I'm going to say gap is 1. And that's going to be a quarter of a rem. We'll say rounded. And that's going to give us a border radius of 16 pixels. Yeah, of one rem. And we're going to come back for the background in just a second, right? So well, for now, let's just say BG, and we'll say sky, and we'll say 300 or 400. Let's do 400. Next, we're going to do PX3, so that's 0.75 rem, and the X is on the X-axis, so left and right padding. And then PY, or up and down, right, on the Y-axis, PY is going to be 1, and that'll be a quarter, or sorry, yeah, a quarter rem. And we'll say text is 2XL, and we'll see that that value is 1.5 rem. And I won't say this the whole time. I'm just trying to make sure that you're familiar with Tailwind. Don't worry. We'll be moving faster as we go along, but I just want to make sure that you're not just copying what I say, but you're also understanding it. And then uppercase, it's going to be text transform uppercase, and we'll have transition. And we want to, once this button is clicked, and we disable it with our JavaScript, we want it to look a little bit different. So we'll say disabled, we'll say grayscale, and that'll come in handy much later when we are wired up to Stripe and this button is actually loading up our Stripe page. But for now, we'll just put that style there. So if we hit save, we will see that we have something that's kind of close to what we want. So there's our buy Vapor 75 button, and there's our like final buy Vapor 75 button. The color is different, but also the text color is different, right? That's because we are going to put right here on this section, on the section that wraps this entire hero, we're going to make our text white right up here. So we'll say class name, we'll say text white. And now we have all of our text white on white, except for that. Now, as I said, the background color is not what we want. So we're not actually using sky, even though it's like the closest color here. I didn't like that color for this. It didn't match the rest of what I was going for. So I want to show you how to use custom colors and other custom values within Tailwind. So if we head into our code, we go to BG Sky 400, wipe out the Sky 400 part, and we're going to use square brackets, and then we're going to say hashtag 01A7E1. And if you go ahead and save that, you'll see, I mean, first off, the IntelliSense gives us a little bit of a helper. That's fantastic. So we know we typed, pretty much the right thing. And then we can head back and see that, yep, that is our custom value. So we can create our own classes on the fly with this square bracket notation. It is a very, very handy tool within Tailwind. It removes a lot of the limitations that Tailwind had, because you'd be like, I need a custom color. I have to go outside of Tailwind, or I have to go edit the theme and add all these things. No, you can just kind of go in and put these custom values wherever you need them. And it's a very, very powerful tool. Now in our final version, we have a little arrow that moves over. See the little, it's called a chevron. We have that little arrow that slides over when we hover. And we want the same thing here. Only thing is we're going to be using an icon library that I don't want to install just yet because I don't want to throw too much at us early on. So let's do a span instead. Span. So let's say span. And I'm just going to, in here, I think put quotes maybe, or, let's do it like this. I'm kind of doing this on the fly, so forgive me. So that should work. Let's see. Yep, there we go. I just didn't want to, get confused with these other angle brackets. And so we have that, but let's add a class name to it. And we're going to say group hover, and I'll explain group in a second. It's really cool. Translate x1. So we're going to move it over by 0.25 rem. So I'll save that, but this isn't going to do anything just yet because we haven't assigned a group to anything. So group hover is going to look at a parent that has the class of group. And when that is hovered, then this will activate, right? So I'm going to put it just on the button. So you can put it anywhere. Watch, I'll put it at the very end, and I'll show you how this Tailwind IntelliSense, Tailwind Prettier plugin that we installed earlier works, that organizes our classes, right? So I'm going to put at the very end here, I'm going to say group. And if I save, group is now here right after font bold slanted. And now we have a group as a parent to a group hover. And so now if we go ahead in here, we'll see that we have that little boink, 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 right? I don't know why I did that. But we can boink a little transition in here to make that not so jarring. So we'll say transition, we'll hit save, and oops, I have a typo here. Make sure you spell things correctly and reload the page. There we go. That's much smoother. That just gives us a default transition that looks half decent. Like I said, we'll come back later and replace that with the proper SVG, so it looks a little bit cooler. Now let's style out the rest of this section. So right here where it says text white, let's go ahead and add some more classes in there. I'm going to say relative. I'm going to say HDVH. So if you're familiar with VH or VW, so in Tailwind, those go by height screen or width screen. So 100 VH is the full viewport, right? And or so on either the y-axis or the x-axis. But we like DVH because that is very mobile friendly. It takes into account phones and the search bars at the top or the bottom that happen when you start to scroll up, right? You know how your phone height changes depending on those bars. Well, DVH takes that into account, and it changes its value accordingly. So for mobile friendliness, make sure you're using DVH. It's fantastic. We have text weight already, so I'm going to say text shadow black, and that is going to give us, well, a nice black shadow, but we're going to drop the opacity. So we're going to say -30, and that is going to drop the opacity down to 30. So we don't have to add a second utility class after it. We can just add the opacity right on the end, and that's a really handy new way of handling opacity in Tailwind. It's fantastic. Next, we're going to say text shadow LG. That just makes it nice and blurry for us. And that is it for this section for now. We're going to save that. And now we just see a little bit of blur that's going to make it helpful for legibility in our component overall. You can see it just a little bit down there. Just makes it a little bit more readable. Now, we're not going to be adding our keyboard just yet, but I want to kind of stub out an area where that's going to be going. So we're going to use Emmet notation or the Emmet plugin that is by default built into a lot of IDEs. And I love it. I use it all the time. If you don't know about it, it's going to be a great day for you. We've got this great notation where I'm going to say period, and I'm going to say sticky, like that. Or you can put any kind of class, right? It doesn't have to be the word sticky, to be clear. But if you put period and then some kind of class and then hit tab, it's going to create a div by default with class name sticky. If I wanted that instead to be a span, I could say span.sticky, and it would create a span with class name sticky. There's a whole bunch of tricks. So it's called Emmet, like that. So if you want to search up shortcuts for Emmet, you could become like the fastest typer in the world because you can do some really wild stuff with it. But I'll just be using that throughout the course to make it quicker. And I don't have to type out all those brackets, all those, the full word class name, the equals, the quotes, and so on. So just want to get you up to speed on that so that we can move fast throughout the course. So once again, I'm going to create sticky and open it up, and I'm just going to stub out inside here. Canvas goes here, and then add some more classes to sticky. I'm going to say pointer events none. That way the mouse doesn't have any effect on the keyboard, like it doesn't block anything. We don't want the canvas accidentally blocking some clicks on that buy button. That could be the worst thing you could do, right? We're going to say top 0, and we're going to say height is DVH, and width is full. I'm just going to go ahead and save that. That shouldn't really do anything. You shouldn't see much of a change. It's just going to knock down what we have here, but we're going to pull that back up in a second. But there's not much going on here except for that this is just taking up the full height and width now. So we want to create one big container for our content. So actually, let's go ahead in our canvas div here. Let's call this hero scene. And then I'm going to create a new div here. I'm going to say period hero content, like that. Hit tab. I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to grab the closing tag and bring that all the way down using that option down key trick. And I'm going to hit save. So now we have that hero content div wrapping around our two Prismic rich texts and our button. And this is hero scene wrapping around our comment. Let's add a couple more styles to hero content. We're going to say absolute. I'm going to say inset, which is the same as top, left, bottom, and right. So whenever you're using absolute positioning, if you if you're used to saying like top is 0, like that, this actually takes care of it all for you. So you say inset, and if we were to say 0, it would apply to top, left, right, bottom. I think I covered all 4. But instead we're going to say inset x 0. So that's going to be just handle left and right in one class for us. And then we're going to say top 0 because we don't want to do bottom 0. And you'll see why a bit later in the course. But we are going to say height is going to be the same as the other values or as the other elements. That's going to be DVH. So basically the screen height. And so now if we look at our thing, it should be back up on top because this is now absolutely positioned. Now the next thing I want to do is go ahead and style our H1 our H2 and our paragraph here. So let's go ahead and figure out how do we style a Prismic rich text field, because if you try to skip ahead and go, all right, I'm just gonna go ahead and style this. I'm gonna say class name. Why can't I put class name on this? What's going on? Because like this should autocomplete with class name. Why can't I do that? Well, that's not how Prismic rich text works, because what we could do, which is what we do with our body, we could return multiple elements, because right here, this is body and we're returning an H2 and a paragraph. And it's likely that you're not going to want to put the same class on those two different elements, right? Like I need very different styles for my H2 than I do this paragraph. So just adding class name onto Prismic rich text doesn't really help me out. So what we can do, if you're ever confused, I'm going to show you this. We have this rich text field. The documentation link is right here. So Prismic.io docs fields rich text. So if you're ever like not sure how to do something when it comes to working with Prismic, there are great docs. And this brings us to the rich text docs. And if we want to say to display rich text, and then it has some tips, we want to style rich text. And what we can do is we can wrap the entire thing in that rich text class. And we can see that, okay, we can target the H1, target the paragraph tag. That's not how I want to do it here, but that definitely is an option. And we might be doing that at times. The other way is going to be using this components prop. So you see that we pass this components prop, which is an object that contains anything from heading to italics to underline or whatever, anything that the rich text field could return, including images. And we create a little arrow function and we pass in the children and wrap it in whatever we want. So here's an example where we're actually using like a heading component, because some libraries like Chakra UI, I believe, have these custom heading components, or maybe your project has a custom heading component. I've definitely done courses where we have that, and you just want to use that quickly to wrap around everything, and that's nice and easy. But we're going to be doing it this way, where we're using HTML element with class names, and so we're going to be doing it that way. So if we go to our slice.primary.heading, right after that, I'm going to say components, and see it's auto-completing for me. That's how I know that there is a components property that I can give it. I'm going to create another set of curly braces because I'm passing it an object. And because I can only use a heading 1 on this field because I set it up that way, that's all I'm going to be worrying about. So I'm going to say heading 1, and you see it's auto-completing for me. And I'm going to create an arrow function, and inside that we're going to get children. So make sure you have the curly braces inside the parentheses. Create an arrow function, and we're going to have an implicit return, which is just these parentheses here. And we're going to create an H1. Oh, I can't use Emmet within this, so my little trick is foiled, but I can do it manually. H1 just like that, and I can go class name, and in here we're going to say hero heading. You'll see why a bit later, because we want to target this with GSAP later on, so I want to give it a name here. And we're going to say font black slanted. That's our big thick custom font. I'll say text is 6XL. Leading is going to be a custom value because I want to really dial in the spacing here on this heading text. And we're going to say 0.8. It's going to be a custom value inside those square brackets. Uppercase, as most of our headings in this project are. And now this is where we get into responsive text, right? So we already have text 6XL as a size on this H1. That's what it's going to be at our very smallest sizes on like a mobile phone. But now we can add other values that then essentially act as media queries and change the size as we go up. So on small and above, we're going to say text is 7XL. And then on large screens and above, we're going to do text 8XL. And if you want to find out what those values are specifically, you can look right here and it'll say media if the width is greater than or equal to 1024 pixels. Then, right, apply those values. Now inside the brackets for H1, I'm going to put children. And now that will act as the function for how this Prismic rich text renders anything that comes through as a heading 1. And so if we go back to our site, built for the bold, looking great. That came out really well, and it's doing exactly what we expected to. Let's go and do the same thing for our H2. So I'm going to say components down here on Slice primary body. It's components. I'm going to do that same thing. I'm going to do heading 2, and that's going to take another arrow function. And inside here, we're getting children. And here, we're going to return an H2. And I'm going to put class name on here. And in that, we're going to say font bold slanted instead of the font black slanted. We're going to say MB is 1, so margin bottom 1. Text for XL, uppercase. Large screens and above, we want margin bottom of 2. And large screens and above, we want text to be 6XL. And inside that, we're going to put children. Just like so. And there we go. Typing reinvented. Looking great. And now we don't need to make any changes to this. That will just stay the default. That works fine for me. If we did want to customize it, as the docs say, we would say paragraph and then do that. But no, we're good. And now you know how to customize rich text fields in Prismic. What I am going to do, though, is because I don't want it to go too far, I want it to actually wrap on itself. You see how we get that like a max width here? That's what we're going to do exactly. So I'm going to, just above Slice primary body, I'm going to say dot max w md, and then I'm going to wrap Prismic rich text in that div. And hopefully that should, yeah, that gives us that wrap. So now it's not going to be just stretching out too long. You know what? Let's do something I should have done from the very start. Let's go ahead and, well, first let's open up our CSS file. And remember here at the bottom, we have this blue gradient background. Let's go ahead and use that right here on the section. So we'll say blue gradient BG. I just copied and pasted it, but you can just type that out. I'm going to save it, and it should move it to the front. Basically, Tailwind, the prettier plugin, moves anything that it doesn't know, like that's not Tailwind itself, to the front. So if you make a typo, so if I say text white with 2 E's, it'll move that to the front of the line, saying, I don't know what this is, I'll put it over here. So it's a great way to spot typos if you're not expecting that to be where it should be, right? So now we can see much better what we're expecting it to be. Now what we want to do is we want to sort of kind of center these 2 blocks of information. We have our H1 built for the bold, and then we have this group of content here, and we want to not center them, but make it so that they have space on the sides, right? So this is off to the right and the bottom, except it's not, except it has some room on the sides. Same with this. And if we start to shrink the sides, see how it continues to keep its space until we get real small, and then it gets a little bit of padding on the side still. So that's what we want to do, and luckily we have a component that's going to handle that for us across the entire project. So we need the same kind of feature for our bento box, and so as we get smaller, we want to keep padding once it's about to meet the sides, and that's exactly what our bento box does. It's nice and responsive, so it looks good at every screen width. We have a great little component that we call bounded. Now, if we come right here to source components bounded, we can go ahead and copy this, and we'll talk through it. It is not a super complex component. It's just a little bit more complex to type out, and it's not really all that interesting of a creation that I don't want to spend a lot of course time building it. Now, we don't yet have a components directory, so let's go ahead and put it where we say source components bounded. So we need source, new folder, components, And then we're going to create a new file in components called bounded.tsx. And we're going to paste that in there, and we're going to get yelled at because we have not yet installed this little utility helper called CLSX. And that's what we're going to do right now. So let's open up Warp. And in your installs tab or wherever you're doing that, go ahead and say npm I CLSX, just like that. And it should be real quick because it's a small little helper, and your little squiggle should go away. It should be happy now. Now you can learn a lot about a component based on the props it takes. So here we have this as prop, and it can either be a section or a footer. So in case you're not familiar with TypeScript, this is a type that I've created called bounded props, and that is typing this component and saying, all right, this is all it's going to accept, and this is an optional prop. That's that little question mark. All of these are optional props. We could just call bounded as is, but we can also pass these. But the only two things that I can give for the as prop is either section or footer. And here it's going to default to a section. So if I don't pass anything, it's going to be a section element. We could make it full width. We can pass some extra styles on class name, and we're going to do that a bunch. We can also have an inner class name. So you see here that there is this outer comp, which is going to be section by default, and an inner div, and that's where inner class name goes. So we can pass classes to either of these elements to tack on to these styles that we're adding as a default. This is really the reason that we have this bounded component at all, because we don't want to have to retype these styles again and again, create these two elements again and again throughout our project. We just want to use this bounded component and know that we have consistent lines all down our project, down the left and right side. So then we have children, and that's just what you pass inside, right? That's just how React works. This is everything that's passed inside the bounded component will be rendered there. And what CLSX does, let me actually bring up the GitHub for it. Right here in our documentation, we have the CLSX docs, and it is a tiny utility for constructing class name strings conditionally. So it's really handy for returning a single string from really whatever you want to throw at it. It can, so you can just pass it a string and then hit comma and then pass it true and bar, and we get foo bar baz, right? But if bar is false, it's not going to show up here. And you can even say, like down here in our Tailwind support section of the docs, we have this text space, and then they're saying props dot, but we say like if this element is active, then we want to use the text primary, so it would change the color of the text. But otherwise, this will not be applied if this is falsy. And then what we're going to be doing a lot is what they're doing here is just adding class name at the end. So it will combine all of this into a single class, into a single string, not single class, a single string that will then get applied to this element. And we see some of that logic right here. So if it's not full width, then we want a max width added. But if it is full width, then we do not apply this string. Simple as that. And we just have some classes here to give us some padding on the sides and to center it and make it full width and potentially a max width. That's really all this component is. Let's keep moving, but let's start using it. So here inside the hero content div, I want to create a bounded element, and see it says from @components bounded. I'm hitting enter, and it should auto import right from there. Make sure it's @components bounded and it's not doing something like this where it goes // components. We don't want a relative import. It's just not as sturdy, because if I move this file around, this is going to still work, where that relative import is going to break pretty easily. It's pretty fragile. So I have my bounded component, and I want it to wrap around just this Prismic rich text for the primary heading. So I'm going to move it down right to here, just above the max width MD element. So we move it to there, and we should see a change. Yep, we get this little change. We have some padding at the top, and it shifts over a little bit. Let's add a couple of props to our bounded element. We're going to first say it's full width. And that shifts it over a bit more, but we're going to do a bit more styling here. So we're going to say class name. That's going to go on the parent, right? So like we're creating those two elements. It's going to go on the section inside here. And this class name is going to be absolute, top 18, right is 0, left 0. And we, let's actually do our inset x. We learned that, so let's do that. And we're gonna say MD, so on medium screens and above, top 24. And medium screens and above, we're gonna say left is going to be a custom value of 8 view width. So we save that, and now we get it moved over. And if you're wondering why it's now below typing reinvented, it's because we created, or we made it absolute, so it comes out of the normal flow of elements. So now that's set, but don't worry, we're gonna be doing the same thing. We're gonna be making the body, or this other content, absolute as well with a second bounded component. That's not gonna be typical for the rest of this project. Bounded is usually our most parent element in a slice. But this just calls for a little bit different styling. So we're going to make another bounded, and we can just do that and hit tab, and it'll create the opening and closing. And I'm going to move this, I think, all the way to the bottom, just above the div that we created right there. Yes. So we're going to save that, and I'm going to get inside here, and we're going to say full width. And for this, we're going to do a class name and an inner class name. So class name, it's going to be, I'm going to give it a name here. I'm going to say hero body. And that's so that we can animate it with GSAP later. And we're going to say absolute. We're going to say bottom 0. And I'm going to say inset x 0. Opacity 0. Actually, no, hold off on the opacity. That's going to be for animating later. I don't want to hide it just yet. We'll say MD is going to be right, and then we're going to have square brackets. We'll say 8 view width. Make sure you don't say 89 like I did. And on medium screens and above, we'll say left auto. So it gets pushed all the way over to the right. And there we go. So let's see how that lines up with our final thing. Is that... Yeah, except for that little bit of a shift there, but that's because of the way that we are animating it with GSAP. The letters will shift a little bit, but yeah, that's looking good. We need a little bit of space between this and the button, and we're going to handle that with an inner class name. And here we're going to say flex col for flex column, just in case you're... It's not working. It's not showing me the thing. That's, because it doesn't recognize inner class name as a Tailwind thing. That's why Tailwind IntelliSense is not helping me out here. And gap is going to be 3. So we'll save that. And now we have a bit of space in there. Perfect. And with that, we are done with the 2D part of this hero component. Now we're going to be focusing on the 3D aspects. You might have been waiting for this the whole time. So we are there. Let's start by looking at the assets that we have within this course. So if we open up the local files folder that you have within the course assets, we can see several .bin and .gltf files. We have keyboard.bin and .gltf, we have Keycap, and we have switch. So those correspond to keyboard right here, the full keyboard. Keycap is these individual floater keycaps, and switch is for the switch playground for this right here. Both switch and keycap are also present within the keyboard. I like that. That's that same model there. But we have different uses for them as individual components. So I also broke them out, so it's a lot easier for us to work with. Now, I want you to be not just aware of like how to take it from here, but actually how I got to where we're going to be picking up from. So .bin and .gltf files can be exported from an app like Blender. They can also be downloaded with certain assets from certain sites like TurboSquid. So these are common 3D asset files that are kind of like the .png of the 3D world. So much so that if you Google GLTF to JSX, we actually get a tool by the creators of React 3 Fiber. And you can see the GitHub here. Or if you go to the second link, at least it was the second link for me, this GLTF to React 3 Fiber at gltf.pmndrs. You get this drag and drop your GLTF here a file here, or try it with Suzanne. So Suzanne is this monkey head that Blender is kind of made famous, or it's kind of like their like unofficial mascot. And this allows you to see what kind of code we get when we drop a GLTF in. See, we're importing React and use ref, importing use GLTF from React 3 dry, a package that we're going to be importing soon. And then it exports this function model. And this is just essentially a React component that stands in for a Three.js object. And we see we have this group and this mesh, and it has nodes.suzanne.geometry. So we're pulling off nodes from the imported GLTF, and we're also pulling off materials, which is kind of like the skin or the appearance of it. So like nodes is kind of like more like the HTML or the structure of this mesh. And then materials is the way it looks. Is it shiny? Is it red? Is it blue? Is it bumpy, right? Things like that. And then we say the position of it, and that all comes from the actual GLTF itself. We don't have to write any of this, and then it just has a preload call right there. So it's a very basic mesh that we get to look at. It's going to get a lot more complex when we do the keyboard. So let's go ahead and if you haven't already, go to this address, gltf.pmndrs, or just, I would recommend Googling it so you get used to it. And so let's go ahead. It won't let me back in. Let me try that again. That's funny. It's taking a little bit. There we go. And you go ahead and drop the keyboard right on there, both the bin and the GLTF. Drop both of those files in there, and you see, great, we got our keyboard. Looks good. Yours should look like mine. Should have like this gold and these white keys. Most things are white, but we got some gold and some other colors on the bottom. Now, if you look at the code that's created for this, we have a mesh for every single key. You can actually see all of the keys in here. So here's like the 0 key, the 9 key, the 8 key, the dash, the delete. All those keys have a little mesh that has been created. And first off, just be thankful that we don't have to write this by hand, right? And then the next thing is if you ever import into a TypeScript project, you're going to want to check this little types button, and that makes it even longer because now we have to type each of those keys. So it gets to be a longer, more complicated file. But this still does a lot of some heavy lifting for us, right? So what I did is I grabbed this code, and then I asked an LLM to make it so that this component was accessible from the outside. Basically, I don't want to put animations directly into this keyboard component because I'm using it in a couple of different places, right? Here we go. We use it here, and we also use it down here. So I want to be able to animate it in two different spots and not have it do the same thing when it's on screen. I don't want to have two completely different meshes to do that. So these switches and these keycaps need to be accessible from the outside using refs, because that's how we do it in React. So I asked it basically to create a ref for each of these little meshes. And so that's what, if we look at our keyboard component, here we go. So if you go to components, let me close some of this, documentation, components and files, keyboard, if we go here, we see that we have the typing, right, that comes from that little helper website. But then I also have export interface, keyboard refs, and then we have plate, top case, weight, screen, knob, and then the switches, the keycaps, the keys, and it went through and made helpful refs for each of these things, especially for entire rows, because that's how we are animating some parts of this. Once again, I did it off screen essentially because it's just not something that we really want to do together. And then all I did was I created a couple of materials. One is a placeholder material that just gives it a blank white-ish color. And then I kept a couple of the switch materials that we're going to be adding in a little bit, but I kept the color off, and I'll explain why I didn't swap out those switches in a little bit. And then that's really the only change. But it makes it a lot longer. I just didn't want to go through that with you in the course, partly because you would get different LLM results, and that's just not how we want to do it. We can go through the changes to keycap and to switch when we get there, but I just want to make sure that you're not wondering and it doesn't feel like magic to you. It's just this tool plus a little bit of LLM magic to say, hey, make this animatable from the outside by different components. That's it. So let's go ahead and put this right where it belongs, right? Source components keyboard.tsx, copy it, and let's open up our editor. We have components. Let's say keyboard.tsx and paste that big boy in. You'll see it is 1351 lines. And you'll see that it says right here, use GLTF preload /keyboard.gltf. So just make sure that you put keyboard.gltf right here in your public directory, because that's where it is expecting it. And if you look, keyboard.gltf is in JSON format. And you can actually, kind of, sort of, not really read it, right? Like it's not like super human readable, but you can see like here's the arrow left key, and it moves it into place with this translation. And yeah, so like all of this is readable, and you'll see that at the very end we actually reference this keyboard.bin. So this tells React 3 Fiber where to put all of these different pieces, but the actual like the vectors or like the vertices of our shapes exist within keyboard.bin. So this then points to keyboard.bin, and then that's a binary file, so we can't open that up and read it. But essentially have as good of an understanding of the 3D stuff as possible so that you can then go on to build your own stuff and make it awesome. So if you're like me, you are getting yelled at left, right, and center in this in this file now. It's saying, whoa, we don't know what any of this stuff is. And that's because we don't have 3 or React 3 Dry or 3 Standard Lib or any of this installed. So we need to take care of that. So if we head to our documentation, we can go ahead and open React 3 Fiber docs and Dry docs. I'm opening both of those. Oh, and here's the converter. I should just pointed out that it's, it's in the documentation that I made for you, but I forget. And so here we want to go ahead and grab this npm install, copy that, and we are going to drop that into our terminal. And we are going to do the same with dry. Let's find the code for that. Down here at the bottom. So npm install React 3 Dry. And I'm going to paste that in. There we go. If you go look at keyboard now, at least for me, it has stopped panicking. It's all clean down the right-hand side here. No errors. But I do want to point out something that you might have seen here. It says, warning, 3 Fiber is a React renderer. It must pair with a major version of React, just like React DOM, etc. React 3 at Fiber at 8. Sorry, React 3 Fiber at 8 pairs with React 18. React 3 Fiber 9 pairs with React 19. So let's just double check. I want you to make sure that you have the right number. So I'm working on React 19, and my React 3 Fiber is at version 9. Don't worry about dry. That is a bit different. The version doesn't match there. But make sure you're on 19 and 9. You shouldn't be on 18 and 8. By the time this course comes out, that's just way too far in the past. So yeah, you should be good there. So what exactly did we just install? Well, to start, React 3 Fiber is the most important one, and that is, as it says here, a React renderer for Three.js. And Three.js is the library that is used throughout the web to create amazing interactive 3D experiences. If you've ever seen something that looks like any of these kind of demos, there's a very, very, very good chance that it was using Three.js. It is the web standard for that kind of stuff. But it's not as friendly to use with React directly. So React 3 Fiber gives us this like bridge between React and Three.js. It has a couple FAQ questions here. Is it limited? Like, does it have any limitations? Nope. Everything that works with Three.js will work here. Is it slower than plain Three.js? Nope, it's not. So there's no reason to not use this with Next.js. And it makes working with Three.js in React so much easier. We get this declarative style of creating components and creating objects and meshes rather than the Three.js style, which is very class-based and just like kind of like old school JavaScript feeling. So it says here, let me pull it down. You need to be versed in both React and Three.js before rushing into this. So let's get versed in Three.js. Here is what every Three.js project essentially needs. It needs, one, a scene, which is like the container for the 3D objects. Like think of a movie set, right? Like you just can't shoot in space. I guess you could shoot in space, but you know what I mean, right? Like you have to have a place where you are shooting your movie. Then you need a camera. There's the eyes we see the scene through, like a movie camera, right? You need something to actually capture what's going on and to aim at things. And then we need a renderer, and that is what draws what the camera sees onto the actual canvas. That's kind of like a TV. If you think of like on a movie set, they might have like a TV to watch what's being recorded, right? So we need all three of those things. And normally with Three.js, you have to declare each one of them and set them up. But it's really handy that with React 3 Fiber, we kind of get all of that out of the box. But what is also needed, just real quick, in every scene is lights. Otherwise, we just get this pitch black scene, and we will kind of see that as we're building up. And we also need stuff to look at, right? Like you gotta have actors in a movie. So if we don't have meshes, which are what we call the 3D objects, we don't get anything, right? So this is basically what all of our scenes need. We're gonna only have to add these things because React 3 Fiber is going to take care of this, but still allow us to go in and customize how the camera works or how the renderer works and things like that. So to understand it a little better, let's look at this entire React app right here that we have, where just these two boxes rotating, and when I hover, I get pink, and then when I click, they get bigger. And I click, they go back to that. So we have some state, we have some hover effects, and we have some animation, and it's all happening within, I don't know, 20 lines of code, something like that. So as you can see, we have this box component, and then we also just directly create the app and write it to root. And here is the app that we create. So Canvas is what is giving us our scene, our camera, and our renderer out of the box. That is taking care of those things. Once again, we could edit those, but for the sake of simplicity, we're just going with the default camera and on all those sorts of things. Then we have our lights. We have an ambient light, a spotlight, and a point light. And then we have two box components. You can see that the capital B means that it is referencing an actual component here. So if we go look at box, we are creating a ref here first, and this is TypeScript, so we are typing it as a 3 mesh. We have our state for set hover and set activate. Set active. And then this use frame is a hook that comes from, where is it? From React 3 Fiber. And that literally means, hey, for every frame, for every, 60 frames per second or 30 frames per second, whatever, for every frame that you're about to draw to the screen, I want you to call this function. And so we are just rotating it slightly more. So that is what's causing the rotation. If we comment that line out, I think we are not able to comment this actually. I'm searching the docs. The / is also the shortcut to open the search. But you see, I froze it in place by commenting out that use frame. So I'm going to uncomment that, and it goes back to rotating. And here we just have a mesh that passes in all of its props. And then we have a couple things that adjust the size of it. So if it's active, we go to 1.5 scale. Otherwise, we keep it at the same scale that we set it up at. And we have some events. These are classic for the rest of React and everything. And then these are the two things that give it its shape and its colors. So once again, the geometry says like the vertices and the actual shape of it. This is a box geometry that is an object that Three.js provides us. And this is just a really tidy way of writing out that object. It's just JSX for us. And then mesh standard material that it allows us to set a color. And if it's hovered, we do hot pink. Otherwise, we do that blue color. And that's it. That is a Three.js or a React 3 Fiber scene in just like 20 lines of code. And we have these 2 box instances. We could add a third if we wanted and pass it some different props. And yeah, that is the basics of what we're going to be getting into with our much more complicated scenes. We can real quick just turn off these lights and see how important. Let's go one at a time. So ambient light first. You see it got a little bit darker. Let's go point light next. Got a little bit darker. And then spotlight seems to be doing most of the work. Let's kill that. And now we just have these black boxes with no depth, no shading to them or anything like that. We just have the actual shape. Now, the other thing that we installed is called Dry, and it is, German for 3, get it? And it's a growing collection of useful helpers and fully functional ready-made abstractions for React 3 Fiber. So there's lots of good stuff in here that we are going to be using. It makes working with Three.js and just React 3 Fiber so much easier. Yeah, we'll get into it, but if you want to click around here and see some of the cool stuff that it has, go ahead and see each of these little, these small little rectangles is a demo. So feel free to click around and see the kinds of things that you can do and maybe get inspired. So if we head back into our scene, we can get our canvas going and all set up. So head to your canvas goes here comment. Let's wipe that out and guess what we're putting there? Put your canvas there. So it should import from React 3 Fiber like that. I'm going to close it. And what we're going to be doing is following a pattern throughout this course where we're going to have the canvas here in our index file within the slice. And then inside the canvas, we're going to reference a scene. And that file is going to be a different file here. So I'm going to say scene.tsx. And that is just going to keep it nice and tidy where we have kind of our Three.js stuff all within the scene. And then we have all of our regular DOM stuff here in our index file. It's just a much easier way to think about your setup. So let's start by saying export function scene. And we're going to say return. Now, because we are going to be within the context, I'm going to put this to the side real quick. Within the context of the canvas, we're not going to be using divs and sections and things like that. Because we're not inside the DOM anymore. We're now inside essentially React 3 Fiber. So we want to use those kinds of elements that React 3 Fiber provides. So we're going to return a group, and that is a React 3 Fiber abstraction for an actual object that you can create in Three.js. Everything that we're going to be typing here is usually like a 3.new group instantiation class that you would have to call in JavaScript, but we just get to create it declaratively, and it's just a lot nicer. So inside this group, let's just get our keyboard right there from @components keyboard. And let's return this. So we're exporting the function scene. Let's go ahead and import. Let's see if it allows us to import. Add import from 3, add import from /scene. That's what we want. So if we save both of those, what do we get? Let's see, do we get an error or anything? We aren't seeing, oh, there we go, we get an error. And that's because we're using a hook within keyboard, and this React hook only works in a client component, and we did not create client components here. So let's go ahead and create use client. That means it is going to run JavaScript on the client, and we might need it also here in our slice. So use client in both of these files. There we go. And we see the world's tiniest keyboard way off in the distance there. So it might not feel like it, but this is a success. First thing we're going to do is scale up our keyboard because it comes in pretty small. We're going to say scale equals 9, just like that. And we see that it gets a little bit closer, and you can start to see more of the definition of it. And for now, let's go ahead and add what's called an ambient light. And we can say intensity. Let's say 2 on that. I should make it pretty bright, but it's not going to have much definition because an ambient light literally lights all sides of it the same exact way, and there's no shadows or anything. So we're just be able to see the color a little bit better. But now I want to move this keyboard closer to the camera, right? So like we're seeing it through the camera lens. I want this to come closer towards us. So what we're going to say is on the keyboard, we'll say position. And now what we want to pass it is an array, and it expects X, Y, and Z. You might be saying, oh, I don't know what value to pass for X or Y or Z. So X is going to be left to right. Y is going to be up and down, and then Z is going to be this going away from us or towards us. So the Z value is what we want to increase. All right, so let's just say 0, 0, 1. Let's see what 1 does for us. Does it get any bigger? Did it get bigger? I'm not sure. Let's reload the page. Let's see, let's try 4. There we go. 4 made it much larger. So now it is up in our faces. For a little bit of definition, let's go ahead and add a point light, which is going to exist in a specific spot and cast light rays out from that spot. So we'll close that and then give it a position. And we'll give it a position a little bit further towards the camera than our keyboard is. So we'll say 0, 1, so it's slightly raised up. And then we'll say 5. I don't know why I put a space there, but you see. So you see a little bit of that highlight there. Not getting a lot of other definition, but we're seeing a little bit. Let me reduce the intensity on our ambient light, maybe increase it on our point light. So we're getting a little bit more definition, but our color is this like light gray on everything. So we're not going to see a ton of definition, but it is making a bit of a difference. What we need to do is we need to rotate our keyboard. So in the keyboard, we'll say rotate or rotation. Yeah, rotation. There we go. I always confuse those. And this is also expecting X, Y, and Z. Now, the thing is, this is not taking degrees. This is taking radians, which is different. So if you think of math.pi, that rotates it 180 degrees. So if we do math.pi divided by 2, that's going to be 90 degrees. And we want to rotate it on the x-axis, and we're going to see 0 and 0 for those. I'm going to save that, and there we go. We are seeing our keyboard. It's a little bit closer and higher up than I want it to be, so I'm going to say that's 3, and we'll say this is like a negative 0.5 maybe. Let's adjust that and say, there we go. We are seeing the keyboard. It is rendering very, very plainly, but it is rendering. Trust me, that is a huge accomplishment if you've ever tried to battle with this stuff before. Now, you might be noticing that, wow, it is kind of a pain in the butt to have to tweak those numbers, come back here, go back, tweak them again, come back here, see if it's good, go back, right? Like that back and forth, it's a lot of guess and check, and I don't like guess and check. It is not the best strategy, right? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be installing a package that makes it a lot easier for us to figure out what values would make for a good looking keyboard setup and some other things. So if we go to the documentation that we have, or sorry, the course resources and the documentation part of that, Under 3D, we have Leva or Leva, I'm not sure. But go ahead and click Leva, and I think it has a little demo here. Yeah, so it has, yeah, it's not a great demo. I'll show you a better demo. So go ahead down, and yeah, there we go. So this kind of shows us what we're looking at. We have a bunch of little form fields that we can play with within our scene that then change the values on our objects. So let's go ahead and npm I leva, copy that and install that in your terminal. That should be nice and quick. Don't worry about the peer dependency thing. And then here in our scene, we can say const. We're going to destructure. See the example right here. We destructure name and a number off of this object, name and a number. And we're going to call this hook this use controls hook. So we're going to say const. I'm going to say position x, position y, and position z equals use controls. And it should pick up on that soon. Let's see. It might not know that we have leva installed just yet. Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's why. That's why I'm not getting it at least. Yep, add import from leva. Great. And then in here, if you have AI turned on or anything, it should be auto-completing at this point. But go ahead and do position x and :0, position y and :0, z 0. And if we save that and then add these positions in where we have our numbers. So actually, you know what? Let's take our -0.5 and set that as the default for y. And take our 3 and set that as the default for z. That way we don't have to start, literally at 0. We'll say position x. And I'm going to copy that and paste that twice. And then go ahead and do that. So if we save it and head back to our scene, you should have a nice little control panel up at the top right. And then I'm going to drag it into the center so that we can grab it and play with it. So let me refresh. I'm not sure why. Yeah, there we go. I wasn't getting a default of -0.5 and 3, but now I am. And I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger for you. Yeah. Now I can go ahead and just fine tune exactly how I want this to look. We could also do rotation. I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to just copy these and then do, instead of position, I'm going to select the word position, then hit Command D twice and say rotation. And then down here in rotation, we're going to say patient X, copy that twice. Now, we're not going to be using this all that much in this course. Only, and we need to destructure it too. But I do want you to, once again, know how to create your own scenes, because this is the process that I went through to figure out how to make this look good, right? I wasn't born knowing that these were the right numbers to use, and right, like that's not how it works. Make these 0 and 0. So the rotation X is going to be math.pi, capital, divided by 2. And now if we reload the page, cool, we have our setup, and now we can rotate the board more or less, and we can rotate it on the y-axis and rotate it on the z-axis. So you can dial in exactly what kind of look you want. I recommend you stick with what we end up doing, but this is your project. I want you to feel free to tweak it however you want. So you can see basically I went through and tried to find the best look for this keyboard. I'll stop tweaking now so that we can continue on. But there's definitely times when Leva, having that installed and being able to just pull that out real quick, makes it a lot easier. I used it to place the keycaps around the scene, things like that. So once again, I wasn't just like, I know exactly, the coordinates I want all these keycaps to be. I tried it out. I moved it around there because it said, yeah, that's good. And then I basically copied the values and hard coded those in. So I've got some values here that I like. I have position X at 0.2, negative 0.5, and then 3.8. And then I have rotation at about 1.6. Let's just, 1.6, put it there. Let's go 0.4 and then 0. Yeah, that's good. And so I'm going to copy these into our keyboard. So I'm going to wipe these out and say 0.2, negative 0.5, and 3.8. And then for our rotation, we want 1.6, 0.4, and then 0. 1.6, 0.4, 0. Now if I save that and reload the page, it didn't move, and that's perfect. Now, if we move these around, that's not going to do anything because we're no longer wired up, and that is fine. Now, I like where this is. The only thing is I don't really like the way it looks. If you've ever taken a picture with like the different lenses on your camera and seen the, or I guess on your phone camera, right? And seen like a distortion with the wide angle lens compared to like your zoom lens, you'll know what I mean. So here, like this is with a zoom lens from like further away. And then this is like really close up with like almost like a fisheye lens with like a wide angle lens. And you see the distortion. We're getting a little bit of that. And I just don't want that look so much. I kind of want it to be a bit more like a zoom lens or just you know, I want a longer focal length is the technical term there. So how exactly do we do that? Because I don't see any camera around here to edit, right? Like we have our canvas, we have our scene. There's no actual camera here. That's because it's coming in by default in the canvas, and we can actually go in and say camera and start to pass this properties. But instead, I want to do another method and come in here and say perspective camera, and they're going to import that from React 3 Dry. So this is a bit of an extra component that they give us as a helper. And so we have this perspective camera, and a perspective camera is just the way that your eyes see. So like things in the back are going to be smaller, things closer to you are going to be bigger. That's a perspective camera. And here we're going to say position is going to be equal to an array. I'm going to say 0, 0, 4. So we're going to kind of pull the camera back kind of towards us, but it's tough to say towards us when the camera is us in that scene, right? We're just going 4 units on the z-axis there. So we're pulling 4 back from the origin from 0, 0, 0. And then here is where we're changing the field of vision. So we're going to say FOV is 50. And so if we hit save there, we should see that's the other one. We should see a difference in how our keyboard looks, but we do not. And that's because this is not the default camera. So we still have the camera that gets created with the canvas as the default camera. And to make this the default camera, guess what we do? We say make default. Hit save there, and boom, whoa, we are zooming way in the middle of a few of these keys. So we have to change our value. Let's pull our position back to like 1.8. All right, that's a lot better. Let's do just a smidge closer at 1.9. Perfect. So I like the perspective on that a lot better. It doesn't have that like distortion to it. I want our product to look kind of the way it does. I don't want people thinking it's bent or bubbly in the middle or anything like that. And just because we kind of zoomed in, we kind of like went to our like 2x lens essentially. We had to then move the keyboard back from the camera. That's what we just did. Okay, we have a few things to do to get it to look like this. The one I want to do right now is work on the lighting. We also have to bring in these textures and everything. Yeah, there's lots to do, but for right now, let's create the spotlight that gives it that dark shadow effect. So in our code, let's go ahead and remove the point light. Instead, we're going to say spotlight like that. The reason why I didn't go with the spotlight right off the bat, just because it's a little bit more technical or just a bit, yeah, it's a bit more complicated than a point light is all. And we're going to close that. And then inside here, we can open this up and we'll say position is equal to, we're going to go -2. So we're going to move it to the left. Let me kind of do this. So it's going to be like if this is 0 right here in the center, we're going to the left. And then we are going to say 1.5. So we're going up by 1.5. And then 3. So we're coming towards the camera by 3 because the camera is at 0.04. So it's going to be just like in front here. So it should be kind of like casting along the edges of our keyboard. Now we want this to be our main source of light. So we're going to say intensity is going to be, let's say 30. Let's try that out. And then we'll say cast shadow. And there's a couple details that we can add to make the shadow higher quality, but we'll get to those if we see that the shadow isn't the way that we want it. So let's go ahead and save that and see what we get. So there we go. We have our light giving us some shading, but I don't actually see any shadows. Like if you look, it might seem kind of like subtle, but underneath the keycaps is lighter than this side of the keycap, and that doesn't make any sense. It should be very dark down there, right? So we're not getting any shadows. And this, as this catches light, it's not stopping any light from hitting this keycap. So we're not actually getting shadows here. We need to go to our canvas and say shadows, and we're going to say soft. We want nice soft shadows, and there we go. We're already seeing a big difference there. Go ahead and toggle that on or off to see that difference. But we can no longer see like the gaps in between because it's pretty dark down there. But it's not dark enough. The ambient light that we have is making everything at a minimum like a middle gray. So we want to dial that way down. It's going to go down to like 0.1, and then we get a lot darker. Let's go 0.2. Let's see. Yeah, so we are getting a much darker like shadow area, but I can also see that it doesn't look that good. Like if this was a video game, you would kind of return it because that just looks kind of ugly, right? They have these streaks that we're getting. And so there are a couple things that we can do to make those shadows look better. So in our spotlight, because essentially my understanding of how this works is that we're actually kind of taking a picture from the spotlight and casting the shadow based on what the spotlight can see. And so we need to edit the spotlight itself, not the keyboard and not the canvas. So we want to say shadow bias, that's hyphenated, equals, sorry, I'm having trouble typing, -0.0002. So a very small number. Let's save that, see what effect that has. Not much, but we're going to give it a couple other values. We're also going to say shadow normal bias, like that. Don't ask me why it's shadow hyphen and then, normal bias without a hyphen, but that's the value. I'm going to say 0.002. And if we save that, we see that it's getting a little bit better. And then the shadow map size, we're going to go 1024. And so that really helps. That gives us a higher resolution on our shadow. Wait. No, that didn't work, actually. Sorry, I didn't reload it. So I was like, ooh, that looks so good, but actually it just broke shadows. But now I reloaded and we have a much better result here. So if yours also broke and you're like, wait, that actually looks kind of bad, that's why. So go ahead and make sure you have those three values, and you see we don't have any of those stripy lines anymore. It is just looking nice and buttery smooth. Now, ambient lights are fine for creating like a baseline amount of light because you don't want it to go to like pure black because that's really tough to get in real life unless you're like pitch black in the middle of nowhere or whatever, because there's always like light bouncing into something, even in like nooks and crannies, right? It's rare to get pure black. But ambient light is too consistent. It's too like just perfect lighting every single thing exactly the same. And so that's why even if I'm doing a spotlight as my main light, I don't want to use ambient light if I can help it. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use something called an HDR, which is a high dynamic range image. And we have one in, or actually two in our HDR folder here. And I think, no, we can't actually see it here in VS Code, but can we see it through Mac? I believe we can. Yeah, here we go. So this is what an HDRI or an HDR looks like. It is the 3D world turned into an image, into a flat image. It kind of reminds you of the way that like a globe is turned into a map, right? Same sort of concept where this is like a 3D room. And what Three.js is going to do is it's going to take this bright white and it's going to say, okay, that is a light source and I'm going to treat it as such. Same with all of these bright things. And like this blue in the wall is going to be projected and we'll get a little bit of blue into our scene and like a bit of this warmth and so on. So it's going to act as if our object is actually in this room and light it accordingly. We also have this studio one where it's not going to be as much colors or anything, but it's going to be like studio lighting. And so it's a really quick way to get realistic professional grade lighting in your scene without having to be an expert at lighting a scene. So we're going to use a little bit of that in our scene here. So luckily, Dry gives us a really handy way to do that. And it's called environment. So I'm going to say environment and import that from React 3 Dry. Going to close that. And then in here, we can say, I'll say preset, because this environment thing comes with a couple of handy presets that are pretty cool. And we'll say city. And then we're also going to set the environment intensity. And for now, we'll just set it to 1 and see what it does. But we're going to dial that down. Oh, and get rid of our ambient light, because this is replacing that in purpose. So there we go. We have some color coming through. And if we comment out our spotlight entirely, we can see what that environment is actually doing for us. So it comes in and gives us a bit of shading, but it's not going to give us shadows. Just to be really clear, HDRIs are great for kind of giving you like realistic lighting and everything, but it's not going to be casting shadows onto our scene. So let's actually bump that up to 2. Let's just take a look at a couple of the other ones just to give you an idea. Let's say apartment, and that's going to be a lot brighter. It's going to give us a very different feel. And then let's do night as our last one. And you see like that feels like, yeah, it's being, it's a nighttime thing. That's what I'm trying to say. You can play with the other ones if you'd like, but I don't need to show you each of those. But instead of a preset, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be targeting the files that we have in our HDR specifically. So let's try this blue studio. So here we're going to say files, and we need to pass this an array. So we're going to do curly braces array, and it's going to be a string. I'm going to say /HDR/blue-studio.hdr. I'm going to save that. And there we go. That is the result of our blue studio. And you might not be like, wow, that's incredible, but it is a nice quick way to get a pretty decent render. And we're going to drop that environment intensity down to 0.2 and bring back our spotlight. And we got a little bit, so reload just in case. No, that's still looking pretty bright. So let's go ahead and dial that back. Let's go to 0.05. Save that, and there we go. So just gives us a little bit of lighting. We'll be tweaking that as we go, as other things get added to the scene. But now I'm happy with our lighting here, so let's go ahead and add our keycaps in. So that's going to be another component that we want to grab from our components and files over in our resources, our course resources page, and keyboard keycap. So go ahead and copy this, and we're going to put it in our components folder as keycap.tsx. It's like that, and we're going to paste that in and save. And let's take a look at this file. It's a lot shorter than the keyboard for a good reason. It is really only the stuff that we got from that GLTF utility tool, plus a placeholder material. So all I did was swap out the nodes.keycap.material that we get for just a placeholder material so that it is completely white, or whatever. It's a light gray. And we'll be talking about materials in just a second. You see this format of new 3.mesh standard material, and then you have to pass it an object. That is how in regular Three.js you have to create everything from lights to objects to materials to all of it. You have to just kind of continue to create those new classes or instantiate those classes. So we can still do it from time to time to do something like this, but luckily we don't have to do it all the time. And you can see that we already have some scale and some rotation baked in here, so we won't have to worry about that once it's in our scene, because we're going to use the same scale for all of them, the same rotation for all of them, and then go from there. So above our environment, let's go ahead and create a group. And groups are great because we can animate groups the same way that, like, if you want to wrap a bunch of elements in a div and then move that div over to the right and all those elements inside move to the right, you can do the same thing with groups. So if I want to add a bunch of keycaps inside the group and then move that group up or scale the group up or down or whatever, everything inside it will scale accordingly. So very, very helpful little tool. And so we're going to go ahead and say keycap and import that from @components keycap, just like that. And if we hit save, we shouldn't see it, I don't think, because it's going to be behind our keyboard. If we comment out our keyboard, there we go. We see the little keycap back there. So that's working nicely. Let's keep our keyboard commented out for now. And what we're going to do is we can go ahead and use our leva controls and put that onto our keycap. So go ahead and say position. And we'll say position X, copy that 3 times. Sorry, 2 times, 3 total. And we have position X and Y and Z. And then we're going to say rotation is going to be rotation X and then Y and then, sorry, Y and then Z, like that. But I am getting yelled at a little bit because position doesn't actually exist on this keycap component. So let's head to keycap. And what we want to do is we want to create some keycap props. So we'll say type keycap props. That's going to be equal to curly braces, and then open that up. We'll say position is going to be optional. And we're going to say that's an array of number, number, and number. And put a semicolon at the end of that, copy that, and we're going to have the second one be rotation. And that is all we need right now. And then we're going to come down to the export function keycap, and we're going to destructure position and rotation off of it. But first I'm going to type that object as keycap props. And now inside here it'll be a little bit easier because we have position and we have rotation automatically completed for us. I'm going to put rotation as a default of 0, 0, 0. And I'm going to do the same thing with position. So 0, 0, 0, just to give it a sensible default. And then we need to actually use these because they're faded out because we're not using them. And we're going to put those on the group. So we'll say position is equal to position, and rotation is equal to rotation. And if we save that, now we should have a happier component right here. And if we go back, we have a keycap right down there, and we should be able to, play with it just like this. So you can rotate it, let's see, rotate it like that, rotate it on the Z-axis, you can see inside it. So we have it wired up to leva, and it is looking good. Let's go ahead and uncomment our keyboard because we want it in, like we don't want to put this keycap in the middle of the keyboard. And so, we don't want to like there by accident. So you can go ahead and figure out some spots that you want your keycaps to be. I have some values that I'm going to give you in just a second, But if you want to go ahead and kind of figure out where you want yours to be, have at it. In a second, though, we're just going to drop Leva out of here and go ahead and just start hard coding these keycap positions. But once again, the way that I set this scene up wasn't coming in with these values already set. I kind of go, okay, that's good. Or maybe I want it a little bit higher up, so it's kind of in the back there. See, like I have some up here and in the background. So yeah, that's how we did it. Now I'm going to pause, and then here we go. We're going to go ahead and wipe these out and add some position and rotation for real values. So we'll say keycap position is going to equal an array with negative 0.4 and 2.6. And then the rotation, we don't actually have to worry about. I'll explain why in a little bit, but right now, all we really need is the position. And I'm going to go ahead and copy that a bunch of times. That looks about good. And let's go ahead, and next one would be negative 1.4, 0, and 2.3. Next one, we're going to do negative 1.8, 1, and 1.5. Yeah, I think maybe wiping it out at the start might be the best way to go. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Sorry for leading you astray. I think maybe having an empty array might be the best way. It's just faster than having to delete things. Let's do that. Then we have 0, 1, 1. That one was easy. We have 0.7, 0.9, and 1.4. Then 1.3, negative 0.3, and 2.3. Then we have 0, 1, 2, and negative 0.7, 0.6, and 2. Negative 0.77, 0.1, and 2.8. And last but not least, 2, 0, 1. So get rid of that last one if you had the exact amount that I had. And there we go. We have these, like, it looks like Space Invaders kind of thing, because they're all like just so perfect, right? It's a little bit creepy, but we don't have to worry about that right now. For now, this is exactly how we want it. We're going to be using a handy helper from Dry. So if you go to the Dry page and search for float, you see this really handy little, well, I don't need to show you this code sandbox because you're seeing it right here. This little floating effect is just us wrapping these keycaps in a float, and it works wonders. You can see this little space guy, he's floating around too. So that's what we're going to be doing. Let's go to our code. And because we know that every keycap should be floating, we're going to go ahead and put it in the actual keycap component itself rather than wrap each one in a float. So instead of returning the group, we're going to return float. And that's from React 3 Dry. Wrap the entire group in that. You can save it. And then we're going to, well, first, let's see what the default float does. Then we can edit it as needed. So there we go. We see these little guys are going all over the place. All right, pretty cool. Then we want to give it some rotation. So we'll say rotation intensity is going to be 3. So now, I think it's rotating, is it? Yeah, it's sort of kind of rotating, but see, these are like really, really floating. And it looks a lot like our final product. I actually like mine a little bit better because we have like the back of the keycap, and I don't really have too much of that in the final product. They all just happen to be facing the camera a little too perfectly. That one's like half and half, but this one feels super random. Now the main thing that we are missing in both our keyboard and our keycaps is textures. We don't have any textures, right? Like these materials are pretty boring. We're not going to sell any keyboards if it looks like this. Let's go for the keycap textures first, because that is going to be simpler, because it's just going to be a single image that we're applying to the keycap, when the keyboard is going to need a few materials. So if we take a look at our assets, I gave you keycap UV1 all the way up to UV9, and you see that they are upside down. That is on purpose. That is the way that I created the UV map, and so it's just easier to flip it upside down. If you want to change the color of these keycaps, once again, there's that Figma file that you can go ahead and use. But for us, we're going to be referencing these as possible textures that we can choose from props. It doesn't really matter which we choose. We just want to make sure that we're getting kind of different ones. So inside our code, we want to go into the keycap. We want to add another prop here. This one's going to be texture, and that's going to be optional. And we are going to, sorry, not an array. We're going to do a union of all of the values from 0 to 8. Why 0 to 8? Well, because we have 1 to 9, and we want to start at a 0 index just for JavaScript consistency, right? So 0, 1, 2. We're using the pipe operator in between to say this can either be 0 or 1 or 2 and so on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And that with a semicolon. And now the only thing that will be accepted as a texture is those numbers or undefined, and that's where the optional part comes in. And then we're going to bring it in here. Right after rotation, we're going to say texture. It's going to default to 0 so that we'll always have a texture on there. And then we want to make an array of the texture strings. So we want to say const textures equals array. I'm going to say /keycap underscore uv-1.png. Put a comma at the end and then copy that to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So go ahead and change those numbers. This is where LLMs definitely come in handy because they start to see patterns. So if you're using an LLM, you're probably already done. And then we want to use a hook that I believe Dry gives us where we say use texture. Actually, first we want to say const UV texture. We want to use our prop. We want to say textures. And then square bracket, let's say texture. Because that's going to be our number coming in as a prop. So we want to grab the correct texture off of that array. Now we want to use texture. So const keycap texture equals use texture, and then parentheses UV texture. So that is, let's see, let's import this from Dry, exactly. And so that's going to essentially load that texture into Three.js for us. Now, instead of this color CCCC, we can replace this with map. And that is how you use textures in Three.js. So now we'll say keycap texture and put comma, and let's put the roughness up to about 7 because this is a value from it's a float between 0 and 1. 1 is very rough and it's not going to be shiny. 0 is completely shiny. It's like a perfect reflection, right? Like essentially a mirror, right? So we want to put that roughness up a little bit so it's somewhere in there. It's not sandpaper, but it's also not shiny. And then we already have it there, so we should be good. Let's go check out our keycap. So now we see we have a backwards G. You might be wondering what's going on there. And the reason is because with textures in Three.js, you usually have to go and say keycap texture.flip y is equal to false. There's this default where it flips the image on the y-axis, and who knows why exactly. That was not supposed to be a joke, but I guess it worked. And now we have a proper G, even though it's upside down here, it's not at least inverted. And so yeah, that works nicely. Let's go ahead and in our scene, go ahead and start adding texture. And we're going to say this one's 0. And once again, I hope you're using an LLM so that, it can at least help you out in these instances. because it's a little bit tedious, especially after getting used to the help to do this stuff. But hey, I'll pause and I'll see you on the other side, because I'm gonna go ahead and go 6. And I went all the way to 8 and then had to reuse just 7. Doesn't really matter. But if we go back and check, we see that it worked. And we have some blue, we have some orange, we have some white keycaps. But if we compare the colors, does this look anything like this? What is going on? Man, this feels like all the life has been sucked out of our scene, right? Like, it just feels so depressing compared to this. This is punchy and vibrant, very saturated, very vibrant colors. I love it. How do we fix this? Because it's using the exact same texture. Like that orange is becoming this. So here's the thing. There's these things called color spaces, and we need to make sure that we are using the proper color space with that texture. So another thing we have to do is say keycap texture dot color space, and we're going to say 3 in all caps dot sRGB, GB color space, just like that. And if we hit save there, it goes, oh, I understand. You want to use sRGB? Got it. Here's some more vibrant color for you. And so it looks a lot better there, and it's only going to keep looking better as we continue to build this out. Now that we know how to apply a texture to our single keycaps, let's go ahead and apply some textures to our various parts of our keyboard. So we can close up the keycap for now, and I'm going to bring this scene back over here because we want to look at the whole keyboard. So I'm going to open that by hitting Command P and typing keyboard, and now we have this huge file. Scroll down to, let's see, lines 311 and so on. Yeah, so around line 311, we have our placeholder material. And if you search this file for it, you'll see that we have that in use 89 times, because that's across the keys and across basically everything that you see is the color CC, CC, C, C. I think, yep. So let's tackle the actual material for the keycaps first. So we'll say const keycap mat, just like that, equals new 3 in caps like that, dot mesh standard material. And we're going to give it a similar roughness, 0.7. And then for color, well, we'll just do a color for right now. Let's say hash, I'll say FF0000. So it'll be a pure red. Now for keycap matte, let's go ahead and find all the instances of placeholder matte, even though it's also filling in for other things. But we want to replace all of those with our new material. That way, I meant to search within the file. There we go. That way we can take care of the lion's share of the work and then come in later and hit ones that only exist once. Like there's only one plate, there's only one knob, etc. So it'd be a lot easier to swap those out. So hit Command F and open the find and replace part. And we're going to have the keycap material just like that. We're going to swap those out and I'm going to hit all. And we're going to come back up and see that it did it here as well. We can go ahead and get rid of our old keycap material. That was the placeholder material. And if we go and see our scene, we should see that the entire thing is now a very bright red. That is actually good. That's kind of what we want right now. That means our little trick worked. And so from there, we can bring in our actual texture. So above keycap matte, I'm going to say const keycap texture equals use texture. Import that from React 3 dry, and we're going to pass it a string that says /goodwell _uv.png, and that is the orange and blue one that we have here. So we're going to hit save, and on the next line, we need to say that the flip is false. So we'll say keycap texture, and I'll say flip y equals false, like that. And we also want to put it in the sRGB color space. So we want to say let's see, dot color space equals 3.srgb color space. Now we need to apply this keycap texture to our keycap material. And for that, I'm going to wipe out the color and we're going to say map is equal to keycap texture. Now we're going to get that across everything, but that is okay. I just need to make sure we refresh the page. There we go. So that is looking great. We had the flip and the color space applied there, but now we see on the screen and pretty much everywhere else on the knob, we have that same texture, but it is working perfectly across our keys. So that's great. Good. So now let's create textures for those other things. Let's go ahead and say const knob mat for knob material, and we will copy. Let's go ahead and copy from our switch materials, just as an example, because we're going to be using colors for some of these. So we can copy this a few times because we need a few. So we need the plate material, we need the bottom case material, we need top case material, we need the weight material, we need the screen material. Do we need any others? I think that's about it. So go ahead and say screen material. This one's going to be top case material. And this one is going to be bottom case mat. And this one can be plate mat. And that should be all of them. Did I copy one too many? Yeah. So we have knob, plate, bottom case, top case, screen. And then the three that are already here: switch mat, switch stem mat, switch contacts mat. All right, so now we want to go ahead and find the knob and put the knob mat on that. So I'm going to close this up. So I just typed in knob into our search, and we have knob ref and nodes.knob geometry. That is our knob. And right here, we have plate ref. So I can say plate mat like that. Let's see if we have any others around here. The PCB can get the same material as the plate. I don't think that's really going to matter. So we'll say plate mat like that. And then here's our switches. And these weren't touched because they are a little bit complex, the way that they are set up. So here's like our function row, and we have the switch mat, the switch contacts, the switch stem, and the switch. And it just repeats a bunch of times. I didn't want to have us going through and having to edit those materials. But let's see, what are we missing still? So we have the screen that we need to hit, the top case, the bottom case. We have the plate, the knob. Okay, so we're almost there. So let's say bottom case. Nope, that's just that one. Okay, apparently I don't think I labeled it. So let me just say top case. There we go. So here's the top case material. So you need to find the one with nodes top underscore case dot geometry. And then above it, we have cube 005 underscore 1. We're going to give that one, let's say feet mat, and we'll have to create that because that's not created yet. And then cube 005 dot geometry, that one gets bottom case mat. All right, so let's go make feet mat because that's the little like rubber feet that keep it from sliding around on your desk, you know. Plate mat, bottom case mat, top case mat. Let's go and create feet mat. And that one can be like a 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. There we go. 6 threes. And last but not least, we need the screen. So typing in screen, and there we go. We have a ref for it, thanks to that LLM, and we have a screen mat right there. So now, if we go back to our scene, we have different colors and things that are taking up the screen, the knob, but like they're not the keyboard texture anymore, which is what we want. So let's go back up to around 300 some and start to change these colors. So first, let's start with the switch stem mat. We're not going to see it right now, but when we animate it, we will. So we want that to be a red. So we'll say BB and then 2222. So that makes it into like a red. Instead of the switch contacts mat being CCCC, we're going to make that FFC F5F. And This one's actually like a shiny gold. So we're going to leave the metalness, which is exactly what it sounds like. Is it metal? 1 is yes, 0 is no. And the roughness, it's, supposed to be very shiny, so it's barely rough. But we're barely going to see these, but it's still good to have that as a material there. We're going to be putting a texture on the screen mat, so let's come back to that in a sec. We have feet mat that's already handled. Let's make it a little bit rougher at 0.6. That rubber isn't usually shiny. It needs to be grippy. Top case mat, we're going to make that DD. And let's see, the roughness at 0.7, so a little bit more rough. And then the bottom case mat, we're going to give this like a blue texture, no, a blue color. 1E548A. So that's going to be a nice like royal blue kind of color. And then the plate mat, we're going to give 888888. And then for the knob, let's give that, we're going to say E24818. That's E24818. And if we go look, that is looking pretty snazzy. We can't see behind it just yet, but trust me, the back is blue, similar to how this is that nice blue. So that's what we got on the back now. But yeah, this is looking great. Now let's texture our little circular knob here. And to do that, we are going to be adding what's called a bump map. Now these are classic within any kind of 3D stuff. Within gaming, they're used a bunch, and basically it just is a low cost in terms of performance way for you to get a bit more texture into your objects, so that you don't have to actually like model bumpiness. You can have it to be pretty smooth and low poly, but still have the light hit it in certain ways. So right here, I'm going to go copy the keycap texture, the flip and the use texture part, and I'm going to paste that here. Instead of keycap texture, we're going to say knob. Not knob, knurl. So KNURL. I'll explain that in a second. And instead of goodwell.uv, we want to use KNURL, capital K. I messed up there. Shouldn't have capitalized it. .jpg. So knurl.jpg, and we do want to flip that, or sorry, have the flip Y be false. So no flipping. It really shouldn't matter for this texture, but it's still just good to do it. Then on the actual knob material, we want to do a couple of things. Let's find it. Where's my, here we go, knob material. So our roughness, we can keep it 0.4. We want metalness because it is a metal knob, and that's going to be 1. You don't want to do anything in between because nothing's like half metal. It's either metal or it's not. Then we're going to say bump map. That's going to be knurl texture. And then bump scale is basically, hey, how much do you want this to affect? Right, like if you give me this texture, is it going to make it super bumpy? Like is it very defined or is it not? So let me actually show you the knurl texture that we're talking about. Here it is. So you see how it's like these like spikes, right? Essentially spikes. So if you say that it's very, very bumpy or whatever, these could be like really painful kind of spikes. But otherwise, they're kind of like the, if you've ever held like a barbell and felt like that grip on it, that's what knurling is. And so that's what we have here. So we're just going to say bump scale is going to be 0.8. So it makes it a little bit bumpy. So now if we go check out our scene and try to zoom in on this little knob, we see, and you might not be able to see it too well, but we see like we're getting like one of those squares with the spike right here, getting another one that's real big down there. So basically it's too big. It's not repeating enough. We want them to be like maybe stacked up like 6 of them or 10 of them or something like that, stacked right there. So we need to make this repeat more. So if we go back into our code up to where we have the knurl texture, here it is, we need to have it repeat. So we're going to say knurl texture dot repeat dot set. and then we're going to pass it 6, 6. I want it to repeat 6 times on the X and 6 times on the Y. And we want to also set the wrap S and wrap T settings to 3 repeat wrapping. So we'll say neural texture again, dot wrap S equals 3 dot repeat wrapping, just like that. Copy that and change the S to a, not a percent sign, to a T, like that. And now if we head back and reload our page and zoom in, we should see it looks a lot better. It looks a lot more like what we're expecting here. It's not going to be perfect because it's not actually geometry, but it's going to give it a bit more depth, and it's going to respond to the light a bit more realistically on the side there. So for how small it is and how like of a small detail it is, it's plenty good for what we're doing. So that looks great. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for a screen texture. So I'm going to say const screen texture. Oh, I want that to be a capital T. Equals use texture, parentheses, and then in quotes, we're going to say screen underscore UV dot PNG. And then we want to do the same thing. So screen texture dot flip Y is equal to false. And we can hit save there. And I'm going to copy that screen texture and go find our screen material. Here it is. So instead of a color, I'm going to say map, and that is going to be screen texture. But if I save it, let's go check it out. It is inverted, and reloading doesn't change anything. It doesn't fix it. Now, this is kind of a mistake that I kept in mostly on purpose. Also, yeah, it was on purpose. I mean, I could have went back into Blender and flipped these normals, which is the side of an object that you are supposed to be seeing, right? So it's essentially like the skin of the object and the direction in which it's facing. These normals, so to speak, are flipped. So what we need to do is we need to flip our texture around in a way so that it is normally visible, right? So you will sometimes get models where they're not perfect. So I kept it in so that in case you ever come across this, you know how to fix it. So we need to go to our screen texture, and underneath flip Y, we also need to say screen texture dot repeat dot set. And instead of like 6, 6, we're going to go -1, -1. So that inverts it. And then we also need to say screen texture dot offset dot set. And it's going to be 1, 1 instead of the default of 0, 0. And once you do that, you should have a good looking little screen there. So that is a nice little fix. And I think we are set for now. We have all the images on there. We have our bump map. It's looking great. Now, the last thing I want to do before we put the hero on ice for a minute, because we're going to stop in just a second and move on to some other components. And then once we hit GSAP, once we start doing some animation, we'll come back and finish up the hero. I just don't want you to spend too much time on this one component. Plus, we've done a lot. I want to kind of sink in. But we can see that, boy, is that kind of a lousy mobile experience, right? Like our 2D stuff is good. Our DOM stuff looks great. But that's not what I want this to look like, right? So we need to figure out a way to scale down everything if it is on mobile. So let's go ahead and do just that. So we can close out of our keyboard because we don't want to just scale our keyboard. We need to scale everything down. But you see how we have our perspective camera, our keyboard, and our keycap group. I want to create a group of just the keyboard and the keycaps. So I want to say group. And then I want to wrap this around the keyboard and the keycap so that all of my meshes are inside a single group like that. All right. There we go. So like that. And then what I want to do up here, I want to say const scaling factor equals window.inner width less than or equal to 500. So we want to check and see, is the inner width of the window less than or equal to 500 pixels. If it is, and that's what the question mark, right? We're doing a ternary here. So we're just going to say we want the scaling factor to be set to 0.5. Otherwise, if it's 501 or above, then we want to return 1 as our scaling factor. And now for the group, I'm going to say scale, and that will be scaling factor. And now if we head back to our page, and I'm going to go into DevTools, and let's hit a little mobile thing. And if we reload the page, there we go. That looks perfect. So it was nice and easy to get that working. And yeah, that's really all we need to do. It's going to look good on pretty much every desktop size that I've tested. And this is the best way to get it to look nice on phones. So just like that, we've handled responsivity in our hero component. And also with that, we are going to put this on pause, and we're going to pick up a brand new component. We're going to head down a little bit further and get into our Bento Box right here. So let's go ahead and create our Bento Box Slice. So back here in Slice Machine, I'm going to go back to page types. I'm going to open up the home page, and in here, I'm going to add another slice. I'm going to say start from scratch, and it's going to say Bento Box, Pascal case. That's the way you have to do it with Slice Machine. And so it created it, and nice, we're all set. Go ahead in. I'm going to go ahead and add the slice snapshot now. So update screenshot, go back out of local files, slice snapshots, and that is going to be this one here. There we go, the Vapor 75 features Bento Box. Awesome. So let's take a look at what we need for this slice. Well, we need a heading, right? And then we need basically repeatable items or repeatable groups where each one of these has an image and some text, right? So you need to be able to repeat those as many times as you want. And that's pretty much it. And you just, you repeat. We also need a way to decide if it's going to be a big one or a small one or a medium, right? So it's going to be like a select drop down sort of thing. So first, go ahead and add a field. We're going to choose rich text, and we're going to call this heading. I'm going to unselect everything except for the H2, and I'll hit done. Now we need to do that repeating thing, but how do we do that? We need to scroll to the bottom of our fields and see this repeatable group is a set of fields that editors can repeat. So click that, and we're going to say items, like that. And then add a field inside there. We're going to start with the select. So drop down of options. We're going to call this size. And we're going to go small, medium, and we're going to add an option and say large. And we're going to say done. Great. Next, we're going to add a field for an image. We're going to call this image. And that's really all we need to change here. And we're going to finish off with some rich text. And we're going to just call this text and unselect everything except for, let's go paragraph, bold, italic, and that should be good. So we'll say done. And now we can review our changes. We have changes both to our homepage because it's now has a new slice available to it. And we have changes to our Bento Box. So because we've created it. So we can go ahead and hit push. And then we can head to our Prismic.io, and in our page builder, we see that we now have this Bento Box available to us. We're going to click add, and our heading, we're going to say Vapor 75 features. And then in items, we can go ahead, create an item, and we're going to say size is going to be large. And let's see which one we have first. We have this side profile for the keyboard. I'm going to say full aluminum case. I'm going to copy this. It's the handy thing of having the site already done. And inside image, we're going to choose that render _6. And we want to add some alt text to it. So we want to say the keyboard from underneath and the side showing the bottom. And we can paste that in, full aluminum case. Next, we want the close in on the knob, and we're going to copy that text. And so it's going to be a small one. Image, we're going to find that, I think it was this one, yeah. A close-up of the customizable knob on the keyboard. Add to page, text interchangeable knob system. We'll stop there for right now, and we'll just hit publish. We can go in and do the rest of the content in a minute, but let's start to build out this slice. Let's see what we have over here. So source, slices, bento box, and we have our index.tsx, which has our placeholder stuff and our info about the MCP server, and we have our model and our mocks and our screenshot. And if we head to our page and reload twice, we should be able to scroll down and see it just right there. So let's go ahead and wipe out everything inside the section and then change the section to a bounded component, just like that. And if we hit save, I don't know if anything will actually happen. Yeah, we've got some padding here. So that's changed now. But we're going to want to use our page snippets to pull in our headings. So go to slices, go to the bento box, and grab that heading, copy that, paste that in there. We're going to do the same for items. It gives us this little bit of JSX that we can use, and then we're going to render the item inside here. I'm going to go ahead and grab the image. I'm going to skip on the side because we don't want to actually output that. I'm going to grab the next image and put that inside there. I'm actually going to create a div, and inside that div, I'll put the image. And then I'll also put this rich text next to that image. And you see we're getting yelled at left, right, and center. We need to import these from Prismic React. So once we do that, we have a much happier little app. And if we go check these out, we have Vapor 75 features. That is our H2. We have our image, full aluminum case, another image, and interchangeable knob system. Looking really good. Now for this one, I'm going to show you a slightly different way to handle your headings with Prismic rich text. Actually, just kind of without Prismic rich text. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to wrap this in an H2, and we're going to give this like that. Give this a class name, and the class name is going to have font bold slanted and MB8 scroll PT6. You'll see why we have this a little bit later, but it's a great little web feature that I kind of wanted to point out to you. Then text 6XL, uppercase. On medium screens and above, we want to do text 8XL, and we can save that. But here's the thing, right now we're going to be outputting an H2 and an H2. We don't want that. We want this just to be a string. So if we change this Prismic rich text to just Prismic text like that, we can update our import. And now we see that we're importing Prismic text. And all that's going to do is output a string no matter what we give it. And so now if we inspect this, we see, I'll remove the mobile aspect. Here we go. So we have this H2, and it is just normal. It has exactly what we want, the string inside of an H2. And so that is a different way that if you don't want to deal with the component, the components prop, you can swap your Prismic rich text with a Prismic text. Now, unfortunately, if you have something like what we have here, you're going to lose all of the bold. So this would just come back as a single string without any formatting. So that is the definite downside. Now I want to create a grid to wrap around our individual items as we map across them. So I want to say grid calls 1. Just like that. And so that is how you can add multiple classes with Emmet to one single element that you're creating. I'm going to save that and add a couple more classes here still. We'll say gap is 4. And on medium screens and above, we're going to say grid cols 6. Because this is for mobile. We want it to, on mobile, just have every image take up the same amount of space. But for our bento box effect, we want 6 columns, and you'll see why in a second. But for right now, we aren't changing the number of columns that these take up. So if we were to have 6 pictures here, we would have them all right in a row like that. So this is what we're expecting, and it's looking good. Now we need to put some logic inside here to change the styles based on that size prop. Don't forget about that size prop that we're getting in from Prismic. Now the only thing is, it's going to start to get a little bit messy if we keep adding to it here. So I want to create a separate a separate component called Bento Box Item. So function Bento Box Item, and that's going to be off of that we're going to get item. And we are going to return, and then we can grab what we have here and paste that into some parentheses like that. And we can say bento box item, close that, and say item equals item. But we need to type it. That's why it's yelling at us. It's saying, hey, this has an any type. We don't want that. That is not fun in TypeScript. So we're going to say here, type bento box item props equals curly braces, say item. And that's going to be content with a capital C dot bento box slice default primary items item. I know it's a mouthful, but luckily TypeScript came in to make sure that we get it right. So content is referencing this automatically generated types file that we talked about earlier. And if you look at it again, it's gotten much longer. So we're only 2 slices in, we're already at 300 lines of types that we didn't have to write. And that's really wonderful. And so we're telling it, hey, this item, it's going to be of this type. So now if we look at that item, if we in here go item dot, oh wait, we haven't assigned it here. So go ahead and say that this is bento box item props. And we say item dot, we have image, size, and text right there. So now it knows exactly what we're working with. And so if we save that, we shouldn't see any change because we haven't changed anything. We just refactored it a little bit. But now on this parent div here, I want to put some styles that change whether or not it's small, medium, or large. Say class name, and instead of the quotes that it gives me, I'm going to use curly braces because I want to call CLSX. That is that little helper function that combines all of our things into one individual string. And so to start off here, I'm going to say relative, overflow hidden. Messed up a little bit there. Rounded, 3XL. And that's it for what is going to be added to every single one. Then we're going to say item size dot size equals small. And see, it even helps us out here. So it gives us the option. So we'll say small, right? Like if I say smalls, it'll say that's not a thing. Small and MD col span 2. And I'm going to copy this twice, and we'll change small here. Make sure you have commas, unlike me. I'll say medium and large. And it's going to be col span 3 and col span 4. So the mediums will go next to each other, so it'll be 3 plus 3 equals 6. And then the large and the smalls will go next to each other, so it'll be 4 plus 2 equals 6. So that's why we are using the 6-column grid layout. And if we hit save there, we get a better, I was going to say much better, but a better result here. We'll get there, don't worry. So next we're going to edit our image. So in Prismic Next Image, because it's only returning a single element, unlike Prismic Rich Text, we can pass a class on this. So we'll say class name, and then we'll say h full, so that's height of 100%, and w full, width of 100%, an object cover. And that's going to be object fit cover. And if we look at our setup now, that is looking much better, much more like what we want. Oof. Good thing I'm decent with CSS because English is not my my best language today. We also want to up the quality because this is like a really pristine showcase kind of site. We don't want blurry images. So I'll say quality, and we're going to say 96. And that's going to come back from the Prismic ImageX CDN, where you're able to transform all these images on the fly. And it's going to come back as just about as high quality as we can make it. And we'll also set a width, and that's going to be at 700. So that we don't get like a giant image that just takes too long to load and we're not really benefiting from it. Then we want to wrap our div here in wrap our Prismic rich text in a div is what I was trying to say. So we'll say dot absolute and put that inside. And here we're going to say bottom 0, left 0, max width is going to be XL, padding all around, so just P6, text XL, text balance, which is a really cool property I can talk about, and text white to give us our text color. So that is looking better already, but it's not as readable as I would like it to be. And you're seeing, I think, the text balance at work already. So I'm gonna screw up balance and just put an F in the middle of it. See how unbalanced this text is now? And it's just like and durability. Or even this one, like long, longer, super short. But if we bring back text balance, we have really satisfying lines. So like this just looks so much better like that. But I want a little bit of like shadow behind this. So between my Prismic Next image and my div there, I'm going to create a new div with absolute. So I'm going to say dot absolute. Like that. And I don't need to put anything inside it. We're just going to say right is 0. Actually, let's say inset x 0, bottom 0, and then height is going to be 1/3. So we're going to say height dash 1/3. It's going to be 1/3 of the height. BG is going to be a gradient to B. Now in Tailwind, this is how we create gradients. We say what direction we want to have them go from and then to. So we're going to go from transparent to black. Just like that. And if we come back, there we go. We are looking at much more readable text. Let's see what our issue is here. Each auto list should have a unique key prop. Let's fix it. So if we come back up here to where we map over everything, we're going to need a key. And what we can do here, we could either use the image URL or the text. So what we're going to do is we're going to say as text, which is a helper function that Prismic client gives us. We're going to call that, and we're going to say item.text. So we know that that's going to be unique, and what that does is return it as a string, like we kind of talked about, where it's going to strip out the bold or the italic or whatever. And so now we shouldn't be getting that error. Everything is looking a lot better. Now go ahead and add these in on medium or of size medium, and then we want a small and we want a large. Go ahead and do that. I'll do the same on my end. Okay, I've gone ahead and entered all of the content, and now we have these 6 images and texts showing up really well. And if you go down to small screen, we still have it working well. So let's make that large again. And for now, this slice is set. We'll come back to it briefly to add some animations, but it doesn't need much more than this. This is great. Now the next slice I want to take care of, we're going to skip a couple. We're going to skip past the marquee, skip past our switch playground here, and we're going to do the color changing slice, mainly because we already have the keyboard imported. So let's go ahead and use the keyboard that we've already worked with, and we're going to work on building out this slice right here. So as always, we need to head to Slice Machine, and we're going to go to our homepage. We're going to add a new slice here, and we're going to say start from scratch. I'm just going to call this color changer. Hit enter, and we can go ahead, open that up, and I'm going to update the screenshot and pull in, let's see, it's right here. It's this one. That one right there. Drop that in there, and there we go. Let's go ahead and add some fields. Let's take a look at what we need. So we need a heading, we need a description here, and then we could do it so that each of these images are pulled into Prismic and they live there, and the description comes from there. Like, we could definitely do that. We're gonna be doing that with the switches. I decided not to do it with this, but if this was like a production site where I want my editors to be able to upload new colorways and all this kind of thing, then I would put it in Prismic. But for now, it's just like, hey, we're shipping with these 6, and they're not going to change, so we're kind of hard coding them. So only thing we need is the heading and the description here. So let's add those. We're going to do 2 rich text fields. One is a heading, and it's going to unselect all with just an H2. And then next one is another rich text field, and this one's description. And that is only regular paragraph, bold, and italic. Hit done, review changes, push. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab the description here. I'll remember custom keycaps. And I will come here, and we have our color changer. And I'll say custom keycaps. And paste it in the description. Save that, publish that, and then we're going to reload twice back in our Nimbus keyboards local thing. And if this is bothering you, you can go ahead and comment that part out in your hero slice. Like, if that part's getting to you, it's not bothering me, but you know, I can totally see that it might be. Now we need to pull something in from our resources page. We have all of these different colors down here. And if you look in our resources, components, and files, we have Slice's color changer index. And here we have this export const keycap textures. And this is just something that I didn't want to make you type in after me. So we're gonna go ahead and grab this, hit copy, and we're gonna go to our slice in our IDE, color changer index. And I'm just gonna put this at the top. And as you can see, we have this ID that just makes it unique. We have the name, which shows up here. We have Goodwill, Dreamboard, Cherry Navy, Candy Keys. The path, which is to our file. So we have Candy Keys right there. And the knob color, which is the extra little touch there, because that's not part of the actual image that we're importing. We need to specify that separately. Now with that, let's go ahead and add some styles to our section. We can wipe this out in a second. Let's keep it for now. We'll say class name, and we're going to go relative, flex, H, and we're going to have a custom value here, say 90 view height. And then we'll say min height is going to be 1,000 pixels. And we'll do flex col, overflow hidden, BG linear to BR for bottom right. From custom value, we'll go hashtag 0F172A, and then 2, and once again, this is how we do gradients in Tailwind, go 062F4A. I don't think I said the hash part, but you know, that's how we're doing colors. And last, we'll say text white, just like that. And so now, if we save that, we should have a nice little area over on our part. If we reload the page, there we go. We have a nice dark blue area that we can now work on. And so now we can go ahead and wipe out the placeholder component. Not that it mattered, but it was nice seeing the white text there. And inside here, we're gonna leave a couple of comments. So first we'll say SVG background. So we'll come back for that in a sec. And we'll also say canvas there. And then on top of that, we're going to make a bounded section. So go ahead and import that. And inside here, we want to go ahead and handle our heading and our description. So I'm going to say period max WMD, and it's going to open that up. And on that, I'm also going to say shrink 0, that flex property. And then we'll say h2 dot, we're using Emmet to create an h2 with some styles on it. We'll say font bold slanted and .mb1. Just get a couple in there. Oh, I said 12. Make it 1. All right, we'll say text for XL, uppercase, LG, and above, we're going to go MB2. And LG and above, we'll say text 6XL. Just like that. And inside here, I want to go ahead and use Prismic text. Because if we use rich text inside here, it's going to be doubled H2, so we don't want that. So Prismic text, and then we need a field, and it's going to be slice. And if you're not sure what the path is, just remember this is type. So you can go primary, and then we have description or heading. We want heading, and there we go. There's our Prismic text inside there. Let's go ahead and save that, see what we're getting. We're getting custom keycaps, looks good. And underneath our H2, we want to say dot text pretty and dot LG colon text LG. I spelled that wrong, but it's fine. I can fix it real quick. All right. Now we want a Prismic rich text in here because we have a description. We might have bold, italic, etc. So Prismic rich text, and the field is going to be slice.primary.description. And close that. Perfect. And just remember, we could have taken that from the snippets in Slice Machine. That can definitely speed you up, but I knew what I wanted here, so I just went for it. Next, we need to make this unordered list. Let me go ahead and save this so we can see our result. There we go, looking good. We need to make this a list of buttons, right? So let's go ahead underneath the div, but inside bounded still, we want to create a UL with class grid. I'm going to open that up. And inside there, we're going to map over the keycap textures. But first, let's style out our grid a little bit more. We're going to say grow for flex grow 1. Let's say grid calls 2. Gap is going to be 3, rounded 2XL. BG white, padding of 4, text black, shadow LG, and on SM and above, we'll say grid calls 3. Getting some bad typos in here, but I'll fix them. There we go. And then on medium and above, we want to say grid calls 6. And then on LG and above, we want grid calls 3 again. And on XL, we want grid calls 6. You can play around with the sizing and see why, but that's just what I found was the best setup there. Now we want to map over those keycap textures. So we're going to say keycap textures.map. And then inside here, we have an arrow function with an implicit return. So we'll say parentheses. And inside here, I get texture. And the first thing I want to return is an LI, a list item inside this list. And I need to give it a key. And I'm going to give it the ID. So texture.id, just like that. Remember, those are unique up on that list. And inside here, we're going to put a button. And on that button, we're going to have a class name that definitely has some logic. If you look at the final result here, you can definitely see that as we click, we have it disabled for a few seconds while it animates, and then the style changes if it's the one that's selected. Things like that we need to handle in our styling. So instead of quotes, I'm going to use curly braces, and I'm going to say CLSX, import that from CLSX. And inside here, we'll have our base styles to start with. And that'll be flex, aspect, square, flex, col, items, center, justify, center, rounded, LG, border, 2. Padding is 4. Hover is going to be scale 105. Motion safe. So that's if the user chooses to have prefers reduced motion enabled, this is not going to be a class that is run. So motion safe means it is safe to have animations. So if they prefer reduced motion, then they won't get this. So transition all and motion safe duration 300. And after that quote, we can go ahead and put a comma and then hit enter. And here I'll just put a comment and I'll just say handle selected. No, I can't type today. Selected. Handle selected texture. All right. We're going to wire up some state in just a minute. I just want to build out the rest of this button and bring in the image in a sec. So we'll say .mb3, open that up, and then we'll continue to style that. We'll say overflow, hidden, rounded, border 2, and border black, BG gray 100, and we're good there. And then inside here, we want the image. So we're going to say image, and we're going to import that from next image, not Prismic next image, because this is a local file. So we don't need to involve Prismic here. So we're going to say source equals texture dot path, and then alt. We need an alt. So we're just going to say texture dot name, and the width is going to be 400. And the height is going to be 255. And then we want a class on that. We'll say class name is height full, width full, object cover. And we want to close that image. And if we save this, let's see what we get over in our setup. Pretty cool. So we are getting there. We need to add our text here. So underneath the div, but still inside the button, we want to add a span with text center. Open that up. Real quick, we'll put in texture.name and go back to styling this. We'll say text SM and font semi-bold. Save that, and there we go. That's looking great. Only thing we're missing is I think we didn't style our bounded component. We did not. So that's why our flex isn't working. We didn't add flex to this. So class name, we're going to say relative and shrink 0, but then we're going to say inner class name. Remember, we don't get Tailwind help with this. So we're flying solo. We'll say gap is 6, LG gap 8, flex col, and then LG flex row. Save that, and there we go. We have them side by side, much more like we expect down here. The canvas is going to push that down, so we don't need to worry about it being at the top of our section right now. So it's looking good, but right now if we click any of these buttons, nothing happens. We don't see any kind of feedback, and we know that no state is changing. So let's change that. Let's go to the top of our component right here before the return. And we are going to make some use state hooks in our project. So we'll say const and open those brackets. We'll say selected texture ID and set selected SEL texture ID. There we go. Set selected texture ID, and then equals use state. And then in parentheses here, we're going to give it a default of Keycap textures, and then square brackets 0. So we're just going to give it the first one, .id. And we need to import use state from React. And once we have that, we're good. We're going to do this a couple more times. So we're going to say const background text. Oh, const square brackets because we're destructuring background text. And then comma set background text equals use state. And we're going to give it a default of Keycap textures, and then 0, and then .name. And then we're going to have another one that we won't use right away, but will be could be in handy very soon. So we'll say const is animating, and set is animating. And that will be equal to use state false. So we're going to use that to handle like this. Right now it's animating, so we want to blank it out, and then it sets the false, so we're able to click again. That is how we're using that is animating property. Now we want to create a function that handles our texture selecting. So I'll say handle texture select. The word select is getting away from me today. And it's going to be a texture with the type that we're going to make in a sec. We'll say keycap texture. And let's go up just underneath our import here. And we'll say type keycap texture. And that equals parentheses type of keycap textures. And then outside of the parentheses, we'll say number. So this types this as any one of these options. So keycap textures with a number like 0, 1, 2, etc. We're pointing this towards our keycap textures object, or sorry, our array. All right, let's finish our function here. And there's a couple of reasons why we wouldn't want to run this function. We would not want to run it if the texture.id that we get from this function being collect is equal to the selected texture ID, right? If it's already the same one, if we have Goodwill selected and we click Goodwill again, we don't want to do anything there. And we'll say return. But I also want to check or is animating. So remember I said that we're not going to do it if we're animating. Let's put that right there to make sure. And all we need to do right now is set the selected texture ID. So set selected texture ID, and we're going to set that to texture.id. And so we can save this. Handle texture select, we want to add that as an on-click handler on our button. Coming down on my button, I'm going to say on-click, and that's going to get an arrow function because we need to pass it the texture. So we'll say handle texture select texture, just like that, and it's happy, so we know that our types are working. And this should work right now, but we're not going to know visually because we don't have any logic here that changes that. So let's go ahead and remove our comment, and we'll say selected texture ID is equal to texture.id question mark, and if so, they're going to say border hyphen, and we're going to put a custom value of hashtag 81BFED, close that, and a background of custom value hashtag 81BFED divided by 20. Oh, sorry, outside of the brackets, /20. I'm going to put the slash. There we go. And now we see it's a much dimmer blue. And colon, we are going to return cursor pointer, border gray, gray 300, and hover, border gray 500. So let's see how that looks. I have an error. We're using use state, and we are doing it inside of a server component, so we need to make this into a client component. Put use client at the top in quotes, and now we are good to go. So let's see, and there we go. We have a little bit of state here. While we're working on this button, the styles, we can go ahead, after our ternary operator, we can go ahead and say is animating. And we'll say and cursor not allowed, opacity 50. So that's going to give us that result, but we're not triggering this just yet because we don't have any animation to worry about. But that will kick in once we are ready. So now let's bring in our 3D keyboard by creating a new scene component. So in color changer, we'll hit say new file scene .tsx. And here I know that I want to have some props for this component. So I'm going to say type scene props. That's going to equal an object. And we're going to say selected texture ID. We're going to pass that in. It's going to be a string. And we're going to say knob color. That's going to be a string as well. And we also want to have on animation complete. That's going to be a function that returns void, nothing. So let's create our scene component, our scene function. So it's a function scene. And that's going to be destructuring scene props. And inside here, we'll get selected texture ID, knob color, and on animation complete. Inside our function, we're going to return a group that has keyboard inside it. And we're going to import that from @components keyboard. And right now we can just return that by itself like that. Sorry, let's add export function scene there so we can import it into our index. So here in index, we are going to go to our comment here of canvas. I'll just leave the comment for now, and I'm going to say canvas. And it's going to import from @react3fiber. I'll close that, and inside here I'll put scene from // and I'll close that. And it's yelling at me because scene needs a couple of things. It needs selected texture ID, and that's going to be selected texture ID. And it needs on animation complete. And for that, we're going to create a little function up here right after handle texture select. We'll say function handle animation complete. And that's going to, because we're passing it into this other component and we don't want to rerun this function each time, we're going to essentially memoize it with use callback. Import that from React. And then we are going to pass it an arrow function inside. And inside here, set is animating, we'll set that to false. Just like that. And it's yelling at me for calling this function. I meant to say const. Oh, messing that up. Const handle animation complete, use callback, and then we need to pass it an empty array at the end. Just like that. Now let's pass this to our scene. Handle animation complete. And you know what? We could pass the knob texture here, or sorry, the knob color, but actually, because we're passing the selected texture ID, we don't need to pass the knob color because it's going to have to figure out some things anyway. So let's leave that off. Go ahead and save that. And let's go ahead and get rid of that from our type and from our import. And that should fix what we have going in our index. Oh, didn't mean to click there. There we go. So now scene is happy, canvas is happy. Let's see how it's looking over here. That is what I expect. Very tiny, teeny tiny little keyboard in the distance. So in case you didn't follow what I was talking about, basically in scene, we're going to be creating a material for each of the keyboards. And at that same time, we can figure out the knob color for that same keyboard. But before we bring in all of the color changing logic, the texture changing logic, I want to get this keyboard, a bit more visible so that when we change colors, we can actually see the color change. So I've already talked to you about dry, and one of the great other staging helpers that it has is this thing called, where is it? There we go, stage. And this makes it really, really simple to get a nice centered, good looking model. So it creates a stage with proper studio lighting. It's at 000. It's top centered, model shadows, ground shadows, and optional zoom to fit. And we are going to add that to our scene right now. And we're going to look great doing it. Let's go back to our page. And in here, around our group, we're going to say stage. And I'm going to close that, bring that down, and then continue to work on it. First off, I need to import it from dry. And we're going to say environment, because this has a built-in HDRI setup. And I'm going to say city. I like the way that that looks best. You can choose any other one. And let's just save that now, and then we'll add on there. So let's go back, and okay, we are seeing our setup. It is looking pretty, it's looking better, right? The angle hasn't changed or anything, but it is saying, okay, I can at least center that and bring that forward a bit. And we see there's a little bit of a shadow underneath. So that's a nice little contact shadow. So what we need to do here is we need to move the camera. Now we could go ahead and in here, add a perspective camera like we do in our other scene. We don't need to do that. There is another way that we can work with the camera. So if we go to Canvas in our index, remember I said that we can edit the camera from here because this canvas element does a lot for us, including creating a camera. So we're going to say camera equals double curly braces, and we'll say position, and we'll give it an array. We'll say 0 on the X so that it's going to be centered left to right. And then we'll say comma 0.5. So we're going to go up a little bit. And then we'll say another 0.5. So we're going to go backwards a little bit. In case you don't know, I'm using my thumbs here as I'm typing to show you, but I know you can't see me. But yeah, so we are in our scene, we are going up above it, and then we're coming backwards, like we're taking a step backwards, right? We don't want to go left or right. So that's why X is 0, and these both have small values. And as we do that, there we go. We have a much better angle on that. There's a couple things I still want to change. One, I don't love the way that the keyboard looks in terms of like the perspective. We're getting like a weird warp, like it's very triangular, right? I don't love that. So we're going to change the field of view, FOV, to 45. I'm going to save that, and it's going to make it a lot less like intense of a slant there. But this is really small, right? I don't love how stage is kind of making it still way in the distance. I'm going to say zoom. It's going to be 1.5. So we'll zoom in a little bit. Much better, much better. Now stage is great, but it's kind of blowing out the exposure in my opinion. Like I can barely see these letters. It's very bright. If you like that, cool. I'm gonna dial it back. I'm gonna say intensity. It's gonna be like 0.5. Let's try that. I'm gonna reload. Still pretty intense. As if we go to 0.1, do we see? Yeah, so we see a bit dimmer there. So even try just to see what the difference is. Yeah, see, like even going down to that, let me put this to the side so you actually see it change, just to make sure that I'm not losing my mind. So if I put 0.9, yeah, see that difference? That's 0.9. This is 0.01. It's much more the color that we're expecting, right? So this environment gets pretty intense. You can put it at 0.1, 0.01, whatever you like there. I would just dial it back by a lot. Yeah, I'm going to go 0.05, and that looks pretty good. Now for this stage element, shadows can be either, actually let's go back to that. See how it says Boolean, and it says contact or accumulative. So there are technically 3 things that it can be, but I think this Boolean defaults to either contact or accumulative. Accumulative like kind of like adds up over time. I don't know how else to put it than that. It's kind of a weird shadow thing, and it's better if you're not animating a bunch. If you have like a set scene, like a still life type thing, then it looks pretty good. But for this, we definitely just want contact. So I'm going to specify. So say shadows equals contact. And I don't know if that changed anything. I just want to make sure that we're not getting accumulative shadows, because it would make the animation part of this weird. And then going back to our canvas, I want to add some styles here. So on canvas, say class name, and we're going to say negative MB, so negative margin bottom, and we're going to give a custom value of 10 view height, like that. And we're also going to say grow, because we're going to be within a flex container. And if we see how that looks, it brings this a little bit closer. So there's not this huge divide between the keyboard and our keyboard buttons, I guess, and our other content. So we can now go through and change the textures when we select a different keyboard. And then after that, we will bring in some animations. So first, what we want to do in our scene component is load all of our textures into our Three.js scene. So we want to go ahead and say const texture paths equals keycap, and we want to import that from right here. You can say dot, so it's going to import it from the index right there. So equals keycap textures dot map, and then we're going to pass an arrow function, and it's going to take t for texture and return t.path. And then we'll say const textures equals use texture from dry, and we'll say texture paths, just like that. Now for each texture, we want to create a separate material. So we're going to say const materials equals, we want to memoize this, so we're not continually rerunning this function every time this scene re-renders. So we'll say use memo, import that from React, and we're going to pass that an arrow function. And inside here, we'll say const material map, and then we're going to type that, saying colon, and then having an object, and then the key for this, we're going to say key is a string, and another colon here, and we'll say 3 in all caps dot mesh standard material, like that. And then we want to import 3 up here like this. I'll say import asterisk as 3 from 3, like that. And make sure yours didn't do what mine did. Let me try this again. 3.mesh standard material. There we go. And we're going to set that equal to an empty object. Now we want to loop through our keycap textures array. So keycap textures dot for each, and we'll pass that an arrow function. And inside here, we're going to get texture config. That's that object. And then we get the index of where we are in that array. And so inside here, we're going to say const texture equals array dot is array textures, just to check. And if so, we want to return textures index off of that array. And otherwise, we don't have an array, so we can just return textures set to texture. And we want to check and make sure that we have texture as truthy. So we'll say if texture. Inside here, we'll say texture dot flip y equals false, because we are now working with an individual item from use texture taking in that array. And the reason we're checking for this to be an array or not, essentially, is because if texture paths only has 1 on it, which it never will, but it's just still good coding, then use texture will not return an array or return just a single object. So because of its versatility, we have to have versatility in our code, essentially. And we want to set the color space, so texture dot color space equals 3 dot sRGB color space, like that. And now on this material map object that we have, we want to add a mesh standard material that uses this texture. So we'll say material map, and then in the brackets, we'll say texture config dot ID equals new 3 dot mesh standard material. Mess that one up. There we go. Mesh standard material, parentheses. And inside here, we're passing a config object, and we'll say map. It's going to be the texture. And roughness is going to be 0.7. And then down here, at the very bottom here, we want to return material map. And at the very, very end, after the curly braces, we want to pass a dependency array, and that'll only change if textures changes. So it's the only time we will rerun this. because this is a costly operation. We don't want to be rerunning this often. So now we should be able to do this. Let's go ahead and say keycap material equals materials. And then off of that, we want to say selected texture ID, right? So we're going to grab the selected texture ID and map it to this materials object that we created. So that should work, but if we go check it out, it doesn't. We still have our state working here, and this should be passing in a new ID every time we click, but nothing's happening, and that's because we haven't changed keyboard at all. So let's go check out keyboard. And if we come into here, go down past all of these types and refs and everything, and right here on line 161, we see interface keyboard props, extends React component props, and we have our keycap material, which is a Three.js material, and our knob color, which is just going to be a hex code, which is a string. So we are anticipating those two props, and it's already outlined there. But you can see if you search for keycap material, it's not used anywhere here. So go down past these used refs, but you want to stop before you hit the JSX looking stuff here. And we want to go to our materials right in here around, let's see, 328 to 339. So remember, we're not just passing in a texture, we're passing in an entire material. So we want to change this a little bit so that this becomes default keycap mat, and we have const keycap mat like that. And that is going to be either keycap material, or if that doesn't exist, if we're not passing that in because it's optional, default keycap mat. So it'll fall back to that. Am I spelling this wrong? Keycap material, is that? Let me go back up here. Keycap material. Not sure why it was yelling at me. Let me try that again. Let's see. Cannot find name. Ah, likely we are not importing it. We just have the prop, but we didn't import it. So yeah, up here at line 167, we need to destructure those. So we'll say keycap material, and we'll say knob color like that. There we go. And that should fix everything. And now if we look at our code, does this work? There we go. So now, because we are passing in a material, it's going to go to ours first, and it's all working really well. Only thing is it's not animating, but that is fine. Only thing we need to do here is change the knob color, because that orange does not go with these colors at all. So back in our keyboard, we want to prepare for the same thing. So let's find our knob material. And the thing is, we're not passing in a material, remember, it's just a string. So we want to go ahead and say color is going to be knob color, or we fall back to that orange because that's what's going to be used in the hero. So now let's try, oh, right, we're not passing this in now. So we're prepared for it, but we're not doing it yet because we're only passing the keycap material. So we need to get the current knob color. So let's go ahead and say this. We'll say const current knob color equals, and now I'm noticing as I'm doing this how inefficient my solution here is. So the good news is we're going to do a little bit of refactoring once we're done here. I don't want to stop halfway through, but once we're done, we're going to go back and change this from being all about the ID on that object to just being the index of the array. I think it's going to be a much better solution, but we will find out. So for now, we're going to go keycap textures.find, and that's going to get an array. I'm going to say T for texture, arrow function, and we don't even need any braces or anything. We're going to say T.id is equal to selected texture ID. And then off of that, we're not sure if we're going to have anything, so you have to put a question mark, dot knob color. So we want to get that. And then here for knob color, we want to pass that current knob color. So go ahead and save that. And now if we go back to our scene, we should see that this turns purple. It turns like that brownish beige, all those different colors as we click around. So that is working for me, but this code can definitely be improved. Next, let's add our SVG background text, the Goodwill, the dream board, all that stuff. So in our project, we want to go to index, and we have this bit of background text state waiting for us here. So inside handle texture select, we want to do set background text, and we're going to basically make it say Goodwill or whatever the name of that colorway is 10 times. So we want to say array.from, and we're going to just say an object of length length of 10, like that. And after that, we're going to pass it a function where we just want to have an implicit return there. So we're just going to say Keycap textures dot find. Once again, this is the implementation that we're going to be changing, so we can stomach it for a little bit longer. So it's an arrow function with t, and then we're going to do the same thing where we need to find it. So t.id is equal to texture.id, and we're going to pull the name off of that. So we want to check, make sure it's there first, and then .name or empty quotes. I see a quick typo here. I have id dot, nothing there. And then at the end, we want to join all this array together into like one string. So we'll say dot join, and we're going to pass it an array with a space, a string with a space, just like that. Now let's put that in our markup. I'm going to go here to the SVG background section, and I'm going to create an SVG. And here I'm going to add a class name, and we're going to do pointer events none. We'll do absolute. We'll do top 0, left 0, height is auto, width is full, and mix blend overlay. Just like that. And then inside the SVG also, we want to have a view box. And that's going to be 0, 0, 75, and 100. Just put spaces between each of those. And we should be good there. Then inside, we're going to have our text element. And we have a bunch of properties we're going to put on that. But first, let's go ahead and output our lines of code. So I'm going to say, or our lines of names, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean, the background text. So we'll say array.from, and then in here we're going to say length 20. So that's an object that we're passing in. And then we're going to pass that an arrow function with an implicit return, so parentheses. And here we're not going to be using the first property, or the first argument there, but we are going to use the index. So do an underscore to show that we're not using that, and then just I there. And inside here, we want to return a T-span for a text span. So T-span, like that, and then inside, we'll say array.from. No, actually, we are already doing the array part, so let me just do background text here. And that should do it. Let's see. We don't have any values. We're missing a lot of properties and things, but let's see if we get a result from that. I'm not seeing anything. It was worth a shot. So let's go ahead on the text and let's start adding some other properties here. So I'm going to start with the class name, and we're going to say font black slanted. Fill is going to be white. Now we're doing a fill, not text color, because this is SVG text that acts a little bit differently. I'll do fill white /20, uppercase. Group hover, it's going to be fill white 30. And then as long as we're allowing motion safe, we're going to do transition all. And motion safe duration 700. And it's not liking fill white. Oh, why do I have, oh, I put a space there. There we go. Group hover should be connected to fill white 30. There we go. On text, we're going to add a couple more things. I'm going to say font size is going to be 7. We're going to say text anchor will be middle. Dominant baseline is going to be middle. And we're going to say X equals 50% and Y equals 50%. That's us placing it center. So let's see, all right, then let's go ahead and on our T-span put a key. That's just going to be I, that's where we're using that. Well, it's one place that we're using it. And then we have an X and a dy value that we need to add. So we're going to add X equal to, and we're going to do backticks because we need to have a little logic in here. And we're going to say $, and then curly braces, parentheses, I plus 1 times 10. And this will make a little bit more sense once we have it written out. And then dy is going to be in here, I equal to 0, question mark, negative 50, otherwise 6. If we save that, now we are seeing that result. Now you see how we have this like stair-stepping effect for Goodwell? That is because of what we do here in the X. So each time that we go up with our index, we add that to 1 and we multiply that by 10, and that is a percentage. So we slide it over by a percentage. So first is 10%, then 20%, 30%, and so on. Then this dy is the spacing between elements. And so for the first one, we want to move it way up. And then for the other ones, we want to space it out by 6. And that is related to the font size of 7. Now, for a second, I was wondering, why are we only getting one Goodwell? And that's because we are only setting it to this, where is it? Yeah, the array of 10 instances of Goodwell when we do the handle texture select, but not when we first instantiate it, right? When it first comes in, we just have the 1. And so if we click again, now we get it. See, now when we go back, we have the 10 instances of that. So it's working, it's just not how we have it set up for the first run at it. So we have an option to either duplicate this array from and put it there, or bring the array from down into our markup right here for the background text. I'm going to do that. That way we're not repeating it. So I'm going to say array.from, and then inside here we'll say length 10. And we're going to pass an arrow function and say background text. And that will be .join. And then we're going to join it with a space in between each instance. Now we're going to come up here and set background text is just going to be, we're going to get rid of the array from part. We'll keep the find for now. Like I said, we'll go back to it. And that should be good. And so we're getting the name off of both of those. So now if we save that and reload, I'm getting Goodwell all over the place right from the start, and it still works when we click. So that is working better. Okay, here's one of my favorite parts of these courses, introducing you to GSAP. It's animation time. We are going to be pulling GSAP into our project, and that is going to allow us to animate pretty much everything that we've got there. We're going to be doing a whole bunch with GSAP. It is an incredibly powerful library that works great for regular DOM elements like text, paragraphs, divs, etc., but also works great for anything in Three.js land. Basically, if you want to animate a value or a property or something, you can likely do it with GSAP. So let's learn the basics of GSAP by going to our course resources page, go ahead to documentation, open that up, and we have a whole GSAP section right here. Click the GSAP Get Started, and we can go through this. I'm going to zoom in. There we go. All right, so GSAP is a JavaScript library that allows us to use this pretty simple syntax to animate anything. Here, we're animating an HTML element with a class of box, and we are asking it to move 200 pixels to the right. And you can see that it says it is the same as doing transform translate X 200px. And so if we rerun this, we'll see it triggers automatically. Like as soon as it reruns, it moves it over. And that's really all it is at its core, is just telling what we want to move and how we want to move it or change it, right? And if we look at the syntax, we have the method, which here is to, the targets, which here is anything with a box class. And then we have this object, this vars object, and we can pass a whole bunch of stuff on there. Here, we're just affecting the x position by 200. And as it says here, there are 4 types of tween. So we just saw 2 means what you're going to move the element to, right? So you start at the element's current state and then animate to the values that define in the tween. From is the opposite. In from to, you define both the beginning and the end values, and then set just immediately sets it without any kind of animation. And so here's the nice little playground down here. I'll rerun it. You can see the effect of 2. Or maybe you have to toggle it. There we go. So that's from. So we said, hey, animate from -40 and the fill of blue. I'll toggle that one again. It was blue, and then it goes to its default of being right in the center and being green. 2, we're going to animate to x of 40 and fill of blue. So it was in the center, it was green, and then we animated over 40 and we filled it in blue. From and to, or just from to, I should say, has us define both. So we're using both of those values from -40 blue to +40 green, and then set, we'll see it snap. Yeah, it just goes there. There's no smooth tweening in between. All right. Now back in the course resources, I have a little simple demo. Go ahead and click GSAP simple demo. And this, let me just change it so that we're having the code over on the left. This will make it so that you can play with the values and see the effects. So I'm just trying to get the sizing right so you can read the code. So we have GSAP in here, and we can uncomment this code to see it run. This is GSAP2 square x100. This is basically what we saw in our example just a second ago. We can go ahead and run that, and it's just going to move it over by 100. Nothing too mind-blowing from what we've seen. This will move it and rotate it, and we also set a duration of 2. You can go ahead and try that yourself. This one, we specify a specific ease. If you've done any CSS animations, you know that you can do ease in, ease out, and you can even specify your own ease. GSAP has a bunch of great eases out of the box that we can even customize a little bit. So this is going to have like a springy, elastic feel to it. Let's check it out. There we go. It has a bling, 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 bling kind of bounce back. And next one is a from to. And so we're animating the circle from opacity 0 to opacity 1. And we can try that one out. And then the next one I really want to focus on. Here we go. So it started at 0 and we brought it in, and we had a little bit of a delay. So it didn't happen right away. So there's just a few of the vars that we can pass to our GSAP functions. Now, this is a timeline inside of a function. So here we have const TL equals gsap.timeline. We're instantiating this timeline and we're passing it a config object here. So we're saying, hey, repeat -1, which is infinite. So if you just do repeat 1, it will repeat once. If you do -1, then it will repeat forever. And we want a repeat delay, so a space in between each repeat of 3 seconds. And then we can, instead of saying gsap.to, we can just say timeline.to. As we say timeline.to square, so we want to affect the square by changing its background color. We want to delay that a little bit. And then we want to move it. And then after that, we want to rotate it. And that'll take 2 seconds to rotate it. After that, we're going to scale the circle down a little bit, and then we will move the circle down to 100 on the y-axis, and we will do it as a bounce out ease. So let's uncomment this run timeline, and let's see all of that in action. Color change, move, spin, shrink, drop. And there it is. So notice that the circle doesn't do anything until we've gotten down past these other animations, right? That's the beauty of a timeline. You don't have to worry about setting up the timing to be specific. I didn't have to delay this by however many seconds to make sure that it happens after the square stops. Because I'm using a timeline, this happens after this. It all happens sequentially. We can control it so that this happens a little bit earlier if we want it to, but overall, this is a much easier way to handle multiple animations. And we're going to be doing this with our keyboard because you have to have the keyboard go up, change its texture, and then come back down. And it's going to be much easier with a timeline. So if we come back to our resources and head to the GSAP docs, the very first link at the top, we have all of the docs here. So I just want to let you know where these are in case you want to take it to the next level by yourself. But we can go to installation and scroll down a little bit, and we get this helpful little series of checkboxes. Right here is what we need to install, npm install GSAP, but we also want to add use GSAP. So we're going to check that, and we have a second install. We're also going to use scroll trigger, but this won't change what we install. That is just already part of the GSAP package, and we can see here, we're going to get scroll trigger, I'll zoom in, from GSAP/scroll trigger. So it's already part of that install. And then every time we use something like use GSAP or scroll trigger, we have to register the plugin, and GSAP can make that nice and performant. And so, yeah, we have our code right here. Go ahead and grab that. Or if you just want to type it, we're going to be installing GSAP and then @GSAP/React. It's easy enough to type too. Then in my installs tab in the terminal, I'm going to say npm I GSAP and @GSAP React, just like that. Hit enter, and there we go. Now, before we go to our code, if we check out this link down at the bottom, oh, it was there. I think we moved a little bit. React use GSAP. Go ahead and click that. And this is a specific hook that GSAP gives us for working with GSAP and React. And I think this sentence right here explains it all. Use GSAP is a drop-in replacement for use effect or use layout effect that automatically handles cleanup using GSAP context. Cleanup's important in React, and context makes it simple. Basically, anytime when we would have used use effect, we are instead going to use GSAP. And if you're familiar with use effect in React, it's a very similar thing where we pass it a function. This function happens once the component has mounted. When the component is removed, this is automatically undone for us. We don't have to have any GSAP, like any GSAP cleanup functionality. It's done. We definitely don't want to leave that stuff in memory because it can cause leaks. And so this is a wonderful little hook that takes care of that for us. And if you want to know why cleanup is so important, you can go ahead and check out this part. Now I'm back in our scene function in our code. I'm going to make some space above the materials declaration there. And I'll say use GSAP. And we're going to import that from @GSAP React. And we're also going to go ahead up here and import GSAP from GSAP, just like that. And then we want to say GSAP dot register plugin, and we're going to pass it use GSAP, just like that. And now use GSAP, we're going to call that. We're going to pass it an arrow function inside. And in here is where I want to animate keyboard. I'll leave the typo there. But how do I access the keyboard, right? That's the question. I can't put a class on this. I can't, give it an ID, which are ways that we can animate with GSAP usually. Like we saw that we could animate the circle with a class, the box with a class. How do we do that for a 3D object inside the canvas? Well, luckily, we can use React refs, and that's how we're going to do it. And to be clear, that is the standard way of doing this. That's like the way. But just for cleanliness, I'm going to actually add the ref to this group. So I'm going to say ref equals keyboard ref. Just like that, as saying we don't have a keyboard ref. Great. Let's go set it up. So at the very top, we're going to say const keyboard ref equals use ref. Import that from React. And we're going to type it first. And I'm going to say 3.group. That's exactly what it is. And the default's going to be null. I should say the initial value. So now what is the first thing that I want to do inside use GSAP here? Well, I want to make sure that we have a keyboard to animate. So I want to say if not keyboard ref.current, then return. So we're not going to do anything to try to animate something that doesn't exist. And if it does exist, we want to kind of capture it inside a closure. So we're going to say const keyboard equals keyboard ref.current. Next, I need to create a timeline. Remember how I said that we're going to go up and then change the texture and then come back down. And we want to have that timeline so we don't have to worry about the specific timing of that. So say const TL, short for timeline, equals gsap.timeline. And we're just going to instantiate that for now. We'll pass a config object later, but we don't need to pass one right now. Now that we have our timeline, we're ready to set up our first tween. And we're going to say TL.to, and then we want to say keyboard as our, as our target here. So we have our method, we have GSAP or timeline.to, and then we have our target. Right now it's going to be keyboard. And then it's going to be a little bit tricky here. It's a little bit different from just working with DOM elements because we need to target the position parameter, or I guess the position properties on keyboard. Because if you think about it, keyboard has position and rotation and scale properties. So if I just did this, that wouldn't really change anything because we're not specifying, we're not drilling into position, and I can't do like position.x or anything like that. So how do we target position? Well, we go about it by saying keyboard.position. It creates a little bit more code for us because if I want to change the position and the rotation at once, I can't do it the way that I can with a regular DOM element, because I would need to have a second tween here to change that as well. So it's a little bit funky, but it still works really well. It's super performant. It's not going to be a problem. It's just a little bit of extra code that we have to write. But we're not going to say x10. We're going to say y is 0.3, and the duration is going to be 0.4. And we're going to set a specific ease. Back here in the docs, we have this easing button. But here's what I want to show you, the ease visualizer. So imagine that this circle going from bottom to top is the animation, or is the keyboard, right? Rising up, and you want to think about how you want it to move, right? We definitely wouldn't want it to do this. That's choppy. That's not the look we're going for, right? These it could be cool if you're trying something like that, but we definitely don't want that. And we could do something like this, but that's not really what we're going for. We can just do something pretty standard where it just rises up. So we're going to do a power to out. And so I'll say ease power to, and you see it's typed, so it helps us out. Power to out. And it's going to be a fast one. So it's going to be this power to out. Duration is going to be around 0.5. So we can see it actually happen. It just rises up. It's not like the ease here isn't that big of a deal, but it's going to be a big deal for when we bring it back down. So now what we can do is we can copy this entire line, and instead of y being 0.3, y is going to be 0 because we're bringing it right back to where it was. The duration here, we're going to make 0.6, a little bit longer, and the ease is going to be different. I want to do, instead of power, I want to do an elastic one. So if we kind of see how it bounces, and we're going about that fast, but it's kind of come down with like a thump. Let's try that again. Just preview run it. Yeah, there we go. So we just want to kind of run it with a little bit of a bounce, so it kind of comes down, hits, and makes a bit of a like feeling like it has physics, you know. So you can tweak these values down here. This is a wonderful tool, this whole thing, and get the feel that you want specifically. So that's a much different feel than that, right? So we're going to go for 0.4, that, and yeah, that's what we're going to be typing in. So let's go ahead and do our ease in the second one as elastic dot out parentheses 1 comma 0.4 end parentheses. And if we save that, we can head to our keyboards. And right now, I think this should only load on page load. I don't think there's any other reason for this to there we go. So we got the ending part there. I think because of the stage kind of setting up and figuring out the bounds for this object, we didn't really get the intro part, but we got it slamming down like it does in the final product, right? We kind of got that boom kind of effect. But how do we get this to change whenever how do we get the animation to run whenever we change the texture? Well, that, my friends, is what the dependency array at the end of a use effect or a use GSAP in this case is for. So we're going to run this if selected texture ID changes. And so we're going to hit save there, and we have to reload the page because we changed the way that the hook was running. And if we come down here, it changed, and there we go. We have our animation looking really good. You're probably noticing that, oh, it changes a little too early, right? You can see that change as soon as I click, and then it goes up and it comes back down. So the illusion that it leaves and then a new keyboard comes in is kind of broken for us, right? So we need to figure out how to make that work. Now, here's the problem that we have with our current setup. As soon as I click this, the selected texture ID changes. It changes to Dreamboard, and that means it should change immediately on our board because, let's see, we are referencing selected texture ID specifically. So what we need to do is we need to hold on to what the previous texture was for just half of a second longer so that we can change it at the peak of our animation once it's off the screen, and then we can switch over to what the selected texture ID's value is. But right now, it still needs to be Dreamboard until it animates off. So that's what we have to do. We have to add a little bit more state. So at the top, we're going to create a little bit of state. After use texture, we can put it there. We'll say const, and we're going to use square brackets, and we'll say current. If I can spell it right, current, man, I'm doubling up on the ends. Texture ID, just like that, and then set current texture ID. And then equals use state, import that from React, and we're going to have the initial value be selected texture ID so that we don't have any funkiness when it first starts out. So I'm going to change the keyboard to not do selected texture ID, but have current texture ID. But when do we want to call set current texture ID? It's a mouthful. When do we want to call that exactly? Well, the cool thing is we can pass some callbacks with GSAP. So I want to call it as soon as this animation, this first one where it rises up, finishes. So I'm going to say on complete, just like that. And I'm going to pass it an arrow function. And then inside there, I'm going to call set current texture ID to selected texture ID. And so as soon as this animation completes, we're going to call that. It'll set it to the new ID. That means this is the new value, and then the next animation will play. So let's see if that works. I need to reload our page just to make sure that works. All right, so it bounces in, cool. Let's go ahead and there we go. I'm not seeing it change until it leaves. And you can slow it down if you want. We can increase the duration. I can go like 2 seconds and it won't break anything. So I'll go cherry navy. There you go. It's gonna come down with a bounce still. But you see, like, it goes off and it's still not Dreamboard, and it comes down with Dreamboard. So that's working perfectly. And there's just a couple tweaks I want to do. I don't want it to animate at the beginning. So what I'm going to say is to make it not run, I'll say if not keyboard ref current or selected texture ID is equal to current texture ID. So at the start, those are the same. So this will stop this animation from happening. Clean that up a little bit. And that means we want to also pass those as dependencies, or rather pass the current texture ID as a dependency. Like that. So while this is looking good and it seems to work just fine, if I start clicking a lot, you'll see that it quickly breaks on us. And we don't want that. right? That's not so good. So we need to handle the whole aspect of if I click before the animation is done, I don't want it to break like that. So in our index file, we've passed this onAnimationComplete function for a reason. We want to know when the animation has wrapped up. So inside our GSAP timeline, what we can do is we can pass a config object here, or a vars object. I don't remember which it's called, but we're going to do another onComplete. And this is going to be for the entire timeline. Now, I could also pass it right here on this second tween, but what if I add a third, a fourth, a fifth, etc.? This will always play at the end of the timeline, no matter how many little things I throw in there. So it's a bit safer to put it here. I'm going to pass this an arrow function, and inside here we are going to call onAnimationComplete, and that is what we are getting passed in. But right now that doesn't really do much because we're not affecting that with our button clicks. If we look at this handle texture select click handler, we are never setting is animating to true. We are only doing it for false in the handle animation complete side. So we want to go ahead right here and say set is animating, and we're going to say true. And we can actually go one step further, and down on the button, we can say disabled equals is animating. So if that's animating, we are disabling that button. Let's save that, and let's go back and see if that's working for us. I'm going to reload the page, and we click the Dreamboard, and we see that it gets disabled, and I can't click on anything else until that animation's done. I can click as soon as it's over, but I can't do it until it's done. And it's now, I wouldn't say impossible to break, but it's much harder to break. I don't know how you would. So that's looking great. But now there's still one big issue with this component, and that is if you are someone who prefers reduced motion, for whatever reason, you aren't having a lot of fun with this component. It is excessive and could even cause vestibular issues, right? So we don't want to have this animate, but we still want to have the textures change. So how are we going to do that with GSAP? Well, luckily GSAP has thought of that. And if we go to our course resources, we'll see GSAP Match Media for prefers reduced motion. Go ahead and click that, and this will open the docs for GSAP Match Media. And if we click the quick start, we can see that we just need to create this object from GSAP Match Media, and then we can add different media queries to and inside that we also pass a function so that if the min width is 800 pixels or more, then we go ahead and run this code here, right in there. And so it is a pretty simple but pretty powerful way of running GSAP code depending on certain media queries. We're going to be using it for prefers reduced motion. So right here, the JavaScript is add prefers reduced motion, no preference, and that means that you don't mind if there's motion. And then you can have an option where, hey, I would like to reduce that motion, and then we can do something different with our GSAP. So back in our scene, we can go to our use GSAP call, and underneath these checks underneath the returns, I'm going to go ahead and say const equals gsap.match media. I call that, and then I'll say mm.add, and in here I'll say parentheses prefers reduced motion colon space no preference, like that. And then I'm going to have a comma, and then after that an arrow function, and inside here I'm going to put the timeline that we created. I want to move the keyboard up, though. We don't need that to be limited only to there. Oh, actually, no, I am lying because I want to move keyboard down. Put keyboard inside the function because we're not going to be accessing the keyboard to move it if we're not animating it. So that's completely fine. We will keep that inside. And I'm just going to move these down to each the entire timeline there, just like that. And it's going to say, whoa, what about keyboard? It could be null, and so we need to check for that now. Now it might seem a little confusing, but this might run at a different time than this. So that is why. So we're going to say again, if no keyboard dot, no, not current, let's just say return. And that should do it for that. And there we go. Now we're happy again. But we need to handle it for when there is a preference for reduced motion. We still need to change those textures without animation. So we want to say mm.add, parentheses, same thing. You can go ahead and copy, actually this whole thing. Let's go ahead and copy that. I'm going to wipe this out. And we're going to say add prefers reduced motion. And we're just going to change this to reduce. And close that up. And inside here, we're going to say set current texture ID. I'm going to set that to selected texture ID. It's going to happen right away, no like halfway through. And then we can call on animation complete. And that'll work great. And if you're on Mac, you can go to settings and search for reduce. And you'll see the reduce motion toggle. And we can try this out live on the page and make it so that, okay, so right now I have no preference. So I should see animations, right? And I just want to make sure that when I click reduce motion, we get a different result. And it just changes automatically, no animation. And if I change it back, we get that animation. Boom. Awesome, that works perfectly. Now that we have GSAP in our project, let's work back up and go ahead and add some basic animations to our Bento Box component. What I want to add is a little bit of intro animation. So if we reload this page, we get these simple but nice intro animations when we scroll to that section. So we're doing two things, right? We are animating these elements, but I don't know if you noticed that it staggered each element animation. So it was first this one, then that one, then right, like went first, second, third, fourth. It didn't just come in all at once. And also we need to make sure that we're animating only when they appear in the viewport, not just when the page loads. So to do that second part, we need to go to the docs and see about scroll trigger. So this is scroll trigger, and it is a very, very powerful GSAP plugin. And at its core, it's really simple to add. So if you look at this minimal usage, we have GSAP.2, and we're animating box. The start animation when box enters the viewport, we can just say scroll trigger box, and then we want to move it by 500. And it can be that minimal, but it can also be pretty complex. So you see, like, here's a simple example of that exact thing. And then here's an advanced example where we actually pass an entire object to this scroll trigger property, and we can specify what we want the trigger to be. If we want to pin the element to the top of the page, hint, we're going to do that for our hero. That's why the hero like feels locked in as we scroll, right? Like this isn't moving because it's pinned to the top. Where are our docs? Here we go. We can specify exactly when we start and when we end the animation. Scrub is nice because that is a value where it says, I want it to take so many seconds for the animation to catch up to the scroll bar. So if you make this a bigger number, it's going to feel kind of more like you're like it's like traveling through water or traveling like just slowly. And it kind of gives it like a smooth effect. We can play with it in a little bit. Snap we're not going to use, but it's just good to know that this is here. And we're not going to play with any labels or anything, but I just hope you can see that this is a very powerful plugin to use. So before we get into using it in a very advanced way in our hero, I want to use it in a simple way for our bento. So let's do that now. Now, one of my favorite things to do is to create reusable animation components. And this effect of fading in once an element is in the viewport is something that we're going to use over and over again throughout this project. So rather than adding GSAP to our Bento Box component, let's instead abstract that logic out into its own component. So in our components folder, I'm going to say FadeIn.tsx, First, let's create our props type. So we'll say type FadeIn props equals curly braces, open those up. Now this is going to be a wrapper component. So it's going to take in children that we then animate. So we are or we then reveal, you'll see. So children is going to be a prop that we take in. It's going to come from React node like that. And we'll have vars, because this is also going to be a heavily GSAP based component. So we want to be able to pass in some vars to add to a vars object. So I'll say that's GSAP dot tween vars. That helps us with those types. We're also going to say start, because we want to be able to edit where this starts. That's going to be a string. We'll say class name. And that is also going to be an optional string. And target children, that is going to determine whether or not we are animating this element itself, or we are looking to its children to, say, stagger animate those elements. So we'll say this is a Boolean. All right, now we have our type FadeIn props. Let's go ahead and export function FadeIn, and inside the parentheses here, we're going to destructure our props off that, but let's type it. And now we can easily destructure it with control space, children, class name, start, target children, and vars. And then inside here, we can start by just returning a div with children inside. And right now, this is just going to be essentially a div wrapper. So now we can go back to our Bento Box element, and around the H2, we can just go ahead and say FadeIn and import that from @ components FadeIn. And we just want it like that. That's going to be a basic usage of it, where once we have some animations and things going here, this will fade in our H2 for us because it's wrapping around it. We're also going to be able to replace this div with FadeIn, like that. And if we look, unfortunately, we have broken what we just had there. This should be fine. It's just still just a div wrapped around, so nothing's really changed. But we aren't actually passing these through and applying these styles. So let's go ahead and do that with our friend CLSX. And we'll say class name is going to be open curly braces, and we'll say CLSX, import that from CLSX. And we want to say class name, just like that. So now we are using that, and let's see if that fixes it. It does. There we go. So that's a little bit better. Now we're going to add GSAP to our FadeIn component. So we need a couple things. We're first going to say up at the top, let's do GSAP, and let's import that from GSAP. There we go. .register plugin. And here I can say use GSAP. And we can import that from @GSAP React, as well as scroll trigger. And we can import that from GSAP/scroll trigger. So doing it this way, just going for the registering of the plugin first, allows me to auto import GSAP, use GSAP, and scroll trigger all with like one line of code here. I like doing that. So inside of our function, let's go ahead and put some space between that and the return. First, we need to create a ref, because we need a ref for our container here. So we're going to say const container ref is equal to use ref, import that from React. And then we're going to type this as an HTML div element like that. And then we're going to have a starting value of null. And now we can target that container ref. Oh, first we have to add it to our div. So go ahead and on that div say ref equals container ref. Like that, perfect. And then say use GSAP and pass that an arrow function. And inside here, we want to first figure out what is the target, because we have this container, but we also have this value of target children. So let's figure out what the target is. We'll say const target equals target children question mark. So if that's true, then we want to target the children. So we'll say container ref dot current question mark just to make sure that it's there before we do this. And then we'll say .children, like that. Otherwise, if target children is false, which is going to be our default, let's go ahead and set that now before I forget. All right, there we go. Then we just want containerref.current. There we go. And we can, on the next line, check and make sure that we have a target. So if no target, return. And so now we know that we have a target. So we'll say GSAP.to parentheses target. And inside here, we're going to pass this vars object, and we'll say duration. It's going to be 0.8, opacity. I'll make that 1 because we want it to be fully visible at this point. Ease, we're going to give this a power 3 out. There we go. I got it eventually. And Y is going to be 0. That is what moves it up and down. But we want this to go back basically to its default position. And this value of stagger is what is going to make it happen first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Like each element will animate a little bit after its previous element. So this is only going to be really noticeable if we are targeting children, and it'll be pretty much ignored if there's only one element to animate. So it doesn't hurt to put it on there. We don't have to like check logic or anything. It'll be fine there. So I'll say 0.2, and that's the amount of time between each element animating. Then we want to spread vars on there. Now, the great thing about this is that if I pass a custom opacity on vars, or I pass a custom ease or anything like that, because I'm spreading it after everything, that will take precedence, and that will wipe out this opacity value or the duration value. Oop, I have a typo there. Be careful. My N key seems to be doubling up. Apologies on that. So we can save this here. And the last thing we need to do is actually set a value to animate from, because this is where we're going to, but this is like, 100% opacity, don't move anything on the y-axis. So we're not going to see any animation. That's why we have to, on the div itself, before we get class name, put some quotes and separate it with a comma. And we're going to say opacity 0 and translate y16. It's going to move it by 64 pixels. So if we save that and go back, we are seeing that, we are inside a server component. We need to make this into a client component. I will always forget that, and luckily it'll always remind me. So we're going to say use client at the top of this because we are running client-side JavaScript. All right, so let's see this again. Let's watch. There we go. We saw a little animation. It just came in kind of smoothly, but we're not seeing it target children on that one because we didn't specify that. So on the second fade in, the one that surrounds the bento box items, say target children. Save that. And now let's reload and see if we notice a difference. We notice that it doesn't do anything. And that's because we are still hiding. Where is our fade in? Here we go. We're still hiding the parent, but we're not fixing this. So let's just wipe out this translate y and the opacity 0 because that solution is not going to work for us. I thought that might. But instead, above our GSAP.to, we have to do a GSAP.set, and this will happen immediately as soon as the JavaScript runs. We'll say target, and then we're going to pass it a vars object, and then I'll say opacity 0, and y is 60. Essentially, what we were trying to do with the CSS, but this will always get the right targets. So now if we go back to our page, there we go. We're seeing the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's add some simple scroll trigger to our component to get it to appear when we scroll it into the viewport. So on our GSAP.to here, we want to say scroll trigger after vars. And then we're going to pass an object. And first we want to specify what is the element that once in the viewport is going to trigger this animation to go. So we'll say trigger is going to be containerref.current. We don't really care about the target here. We just want the container ref to be the basis for our animation kicking off. And then we want to say when we are starting. So we're going to go off of that value that we can pass in. So we'll say start, and we could say start because it's the same value, or we could just say start, and that is the same thing as start:*start. But we need a good default. So coming up to start, we want to say that the default here is going to be top 50%. So that's when the top of the trigger element hits 50% of the viewport. So as soon as the top of it goes right there, then we are going to kick off that animation. And real quick, before we go and test this out, let's give vars a default of just an empty object so that we know what to expect. So we'll save that and we'll go back to our page. I'm going to reload and I'm going to slowly scroll down. We still don't see anything, hits 50%. There we go. We have our first fade in. Let's see that. So that is, am I looking at the right thing? Oh, that's the bento items. Okay, I'm like, where am I going? That's that fade in, right? So that hit 50%, and so it appeared. And then if we go a little bit further, our other element hits. And now we have that stagger because we are targeting children. So it didn't just fade the div in, it faded all of those children in. So that's perfect. Now, just like we did with our other element, we want to handle accessibility. So if someone doesn't want animations, we shouldn't force this animation on them. So inside of our use GSAP, let's go ahead and we're going to say const equals GSAP.matchMedia. And then you're going to say mm.add. And then in parentheses, we'll say another parenthesis, we'll say prefers reduced motion, no preference, like that, and close parentheses. And then we're going to pass that an arrow function. And you could be copying this from your other element. That's totally fine. And I might even recommend it so you don't have any typos like I probably will. And what we're going to do is we're just going to wrap around the entire GSAP set n2. Make sure you have a comma. There we go. That's a much better. And yeah, so now if they don't want motion, then we're not going to set this to hide it, and we're not going to animate it in on scroll trigger. This code will never run. And so it's just that easy. This will just be ignored, and we are all set. And with that, I believe we have finished the bento box, and we will no longer need to revisit it. Fantastic job. We are making great progress. Now that we've learned some basic GSAP animations and some timeline stuff with our keyboard component here, and we've learned a little bit about scroll trigger with this component, we are ready to head back to our hero and add in GSAP and scroll trigger and all kinds of stuff right here. So the first thing I'm noticing when I look at the final product and our version is the deep dark shadows and the difference there. And we've kind of talked about this before, but I'm just going to change it one more time. So this should be coming from this environment. I'm not sure why Spotlight's yelling at me. But if we change this to 0.2, that looks a lot better. All right. I'm not sure if there was an issue before. It was giving me like way too bright of lines in the middle, but that's what I'm going for. And so that looks a lot nicer. So keep that at 0.2. Maybe I needed to rerun my dev server or something. And now it's looking better. But now if we look at the actual animation, we see that it starts kind of like laying down and then it sits up. I'll do it again. See that it like sits up and it faces forward. And then it comes to this diagonal spot. So there's three positions that we, positions and rotations that we need to set for the keyboard. So that initial laying down in the distance, then kind of sitting up, and then coming forward and turning at an angle. I'll just go through it one more time. Laying down, sitting up, coming forward, turning at an angle, right? So we need to have those three in a timeline. Right now we have the final position. This is my localhost one, but we need to start in the back. And what I did to figure out those three positions was I used Leva and moved those around and everything. And yeah, just found those, wrote them down in my GSAP functions, and moved the keyboard again and repeated that process. So just letting you know that we're not going to be going through and like rediscovering those positions, but when you want to do your own projects, lean on Leva and find those positions that way. So back in my hero scene, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of Leva because, like I said, I already know the values that I want to go to. And since we want to move this keyboard around, you see how I have these specific position and rotation set there? I could continue to change the position and rotation of this keyboard object itself. The way I like to do it, because it just feels a little bit cleaner and a little bit like less risk, where what if keyboard already has a position and I'm trying to overwrite it and then that throws it out of whack. With 3D stuff, you can sometimes do that. So what I like to do is just put a group around it and animate the group essentially. So really the position and rotation would go onto the group, and let's put that there. And let's see if we have any actual difference. I'm going to reload just in case. And there we go. Same thing. So we have just taken a little bit of risk off of potentially overriding something here. It's not really something that you should be afraid of, but you see that like there's no risk to wrapping it in that group. There's no like big overhead or anything there. But we need to animate this group, the position and the rotation. And to do that, we need to have a ref. So I'm going to say ref equals keyboard group ref, just like that. And up here, or above scaling factor, I want to say const keyboard group ref equals use ref, import from React as 3.group. We need to import 3, so go import star as 3 from 3, like that, 3.group. And then we're going to give this an initial value of null. And now I want to use GSAP to animate this keyboard group ref. So up here we're going to declare GSAP and import that from GSAP. Dot plugin, register plugin. I always forget what the first word is, so I just type in plugin and it helps me autocomplete it. I love autocomplete. And that plugin is going to be use GSAP. And we're going to import that from @gsap/react. There we go. And you know what? Let's go ahead and do scroll trigger while we're at it, because we're going to be doing that soon. And we import scroll trigger from gsap/scroll. Scroll trigger. There we go. All right. That way we have all of our imports ready. So underneath scaling factor, but above our return, let's say use GSAP. And we're going to pass that an arrow function. Oh, that's not how you do arrow functions. There we go. And inside this arrow function, we're going to say if no keyboard group ref dot current, then return. And rather than doing it at the very end, we can go ahead and just say const equals gsap.matchMedia, call it there, and then we'll say, I'm actually going to go and copy it from color changer, I believe. Yeah, here we go. Just because it's so much to type out. So I'm going to copy this line, add prefers reduced motion, no preference. And there we go. Close it with a curly brace and a parenthesis. And actually, I think for now, we can just move this if no keyboard group ref current into the match media function callback. And now we want to make a new timeline. So we'll say const TL equals gsap.timeline. Call that. And inside here, we want to pass ease and then power 2.in out, just like that. All right, now we're going to do TL.to, and inside here we want to target keyboard. Actually, let's break keyboard out into its own variable first. That's a little bit easier. Let's go ahead and say const keyboard equals keyboard group ref dot current. There we go. We can capture that first, and then in here we'll say keyboard dot position. and then pass it a vars object. So now we're going to affect the X, the Y, and the Z here. So we're going to say X0, and I'm just going to put that there. Like I think 0 is going to be the default anyway, but I want to put it there just to make sure that it's definitely going there. Because if I add something before that, you know, maybe I want to animate it to X equals 2 first, and I don't specify X here, it's going to remain 2 and not be 0. So I just always want to say exactly where I want this keyboard to go. So X is 0, Y is going to be negative 0.5, and Z is going to be 0.5. And the duration, oh, I forgot a comma, is going to be 2 seconds. So I want to save that. And now let's see what happens when we reload our page. It goes back away from the camera. And that makes sense because we right now have a position and a rotation on our group. If we remove that, we have it starting in the back there. So let's reload the page, and we see it shifting like that. So that is the position changing. And right now we're just going to do the position just to make sure that we're like getting the 3 steps. So the very first step is it starting at 0, 0, 0, and then it's shifting a little bit by 0.5 and negative 0.5. So let's do our next position. So after this timeline, oh, here's a cool thing we can do. We can actually go ahead and say .2 and just chain our tweens on top of each other. So we'll say keyboard.position, and we're going to pass it an object again, and I'm just going to copy all this right here, the X, the Y, the Z, the duration, paste that in. We're going to get different values, but at least I don't have to type up those initial things. So the X is going to be 0.2. The Y is going to be negative 0.5 still. And the Z is going to be 1.9. And the duration will still be 2. So let's save that. And let's go back. Let's reload the page. It goes down. It moves forward. Here we go. The rotation is going to change a lot about this. It coming forward, it's going to actually hinge off of like the front. So it's going to kind of stand up a lot. So now we have our 2 position movements. Now we are ready to affect the rotation. So let's actually squeeze a rotation call in the middle here. So I'm going to open up this little chain and say .2, and I'll say keyboard.rotation. So right now we have keyboard position, keyboard rotation, keyboard position. So this is going in the middle of the little sandwich. And we are going to copy the XYZ duration again, paste that in. Duration is going to be 1.8. The X is going to be 1.4. Remember, that's radians, not degrees. And the Y is going to be 0, and the Z is going to be 0. So we're only standing it up. It's only rotating on the X-axis here. So I'm going to hit save there, and we'll see that we have our little chain working well. And let's go ahead and refresh. And we see exactly what I expected, at least. But is it what you expected? Because it's not what we have here, right? It's a different animation. We don't have that endpoint in yet, but just think about why we're getting a different result there. And we're going to go ahead and copy this keyboard rotation right at the end. Make sure you delete the semicolon or else it won't chain. And if you add a semicolon, you should, your IDE should have added one, but we're going to do keyboard rotation, and then these values are going to be X is 1.6, Y is 0.4, and Z stays 0. The duration is going to be 2. And let's go ahead and save that and see what we get. So think about why are we getting something different from our end result? What's going on? Because that looks pretty darn close to that. But why is it different? Well, I'll stop asking you, and I'll just let you know. It's because of the way that timelines inherently work, right? This happens, and when this is done, this happens. And when this is done, this happens, and so on, right? So what we need to do is we need to get keyboard position and keyboard rotation here to happen at the same time. And the great news is we can pass timelines a third property or a third parameter, and that is called the position parameter. So what I can pass here is, well, a specific time. So I can say, please start this at 2 seconds, right? I can also say, please start this plus equals 2 seconds later than you normally would have started it. So that changes the position relative to the position it already had. Or I could even say, start it at 0 at the very beginning. So that this would start at the same time as this because this is our first item. But I can also do this and say, hey, it's kind of like an arrow where it says, hey, oh, I didn't mean to double it. I don't know how I doubled it. Start this at the same time that the previous tween starts. So if we add that to the end of our keyboard rotation and add it here as well, comma, and then quotes, a less than symbol. If we save that and go back, let's reload this page. Boom, there we go. Now our position and our rotation is happening at the same time. The only thing I want to add here is just a little delay to this position. So after duration, put delay, and we're going to just say 0.5 so that it hangs a little bit in that first, or I guess that second position, because we have our starting, our middle, our end. So it hangs a little bit here, shows it to you, and then it moves again, right? So that delay is just kind of, makes it feel like a sequence. Now, the next thing I want to do is show you how to get this cool light effect. So one thing you might have noticed is that we start in the dark, all dark, nice little fade in, gives it like a really classy kind of feel like, hey, we're turning the lights on to show you something really cool. So right now we just have it bright the whole time, not as impactful, right? So let's go into our code, and up at the top, we're going to create some state. So we'll say right here, say const, and then square braces, and we'll say light intensity scalar, comma, set light intensity scalar. And then that's equal to use state with an initial value of 0. Make sure you import use state from React. Then down here, put it above the timeline because I actually don't want to tie this to the timeline. We could, but because I want it to last a while and not kind of be, it's not going to be tied exactly to things that happen in the timeline. It's just going to happen at the same time. So we're just going to do GSAP.to. And we're going to just animate this object of light intensity scalar, and we'll give that a value of 0 inside this object. And we're going to animate it to another object. Here's our vars object, and we'll say the same thing, light intensity scalar. And we'll animate that to 1, because we're just going to multiply this by our intensity on both our environment and our spotlight. And we want this to happen over a duration of 3.5 seconds. And we'll have a delay of 0.5 seconds. And we're going to have an ease of power to in out. And what we're going to do is on every update of this, because this tween is going to take place over 3.5 seconds, on every update, we're going to say colon, and then we're going to say function. And inside this little function, we're going to say set light intensity scalar. And we get this within these callback functions. So say this.targets, and that gives us access to what we are targeting here. And we're going to call that as a function. And then we're going to get the first thing off of that, which is going to be that object. Put the 0 inside your square brackets like that. And then we are going to pull light intensity scalar off of that. So as this tweens from 0 to 1, we will be setting light intensity scalar to that value. Now I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to use this light intensity scalar down in our setup here. So both environment intensity and intensity, we're going to multiply by light intensity scalar. And we save that and come back and reload our page. It starts out dark and it fades in nicely. That looks awesome. Let's do it one more time. Starts dark and we get this nice little fade. And the cool thing is it goes across all of the elements because they're all being lit by the same things. So you don't just have the one keyboard black, but it all kind of fades in nicely. So really cool. Next, let's go ahead and work on this effect where we move the camera as the user's mouse moves around the screen. It's a nice way to be interactive without getting a little too overboard. The depth of our keycaps, where we have one really close to the camera and one way in the back, really adds a lot to this. So let's figure out how we can performantly achieve this effect in Three.js. Now, right now, our camera is static, and we want to be able to control this camera. And so what we're going to do is put all of this logic into its own component and then pass it right here. So I'm first going to say camera controller, and we're just going to put that component there. And then let's go to the very top, and just above our scene, let's go ahead and say function camera controller. And we'll open that up. And the first question is, how do we get access to our camera within a Three.js or React 3 Fiber scene? Well, React 3 Fiber gives us this great hook. So we're going to say const, and then curly braces, we'll say camera and size. And we're going to call the hook use 3. And that gives us all kinds of different things. If you want to see what it gives us, oops, wrong keys, you can go ahead and hit Control Space and see all the stuff that we have available to us. But right now, we just need camera and size. Now, since we're going to be tracking the user's mouse position, we're going to want some way of keeping track of that. So we're going to say const mouse ref, and we're going to say use ref. I think we already have that in here. Yep. And here we're going to pass it an object where x is 0.5 and y is 0.5. And that's setting the initial value to the center of our screen. Now we want to set up an event listener. We only want to do that once. We're going to say use effect. And inside there, we're going to pass an arrow function. We're going to say const handle mouse move. This is going to be the callback that we pass for the event. And so we're going to say event, and that is going to be a mouse event. And inside here, inside this arrow function, we are going to have mouse ref dot current dot x is equal to event dot client x divided by size dot width. And then we can copy and paste that. We're going to change that to y, and height. So we're updating our x and y values with this callback. Make a little space inside your use effect. And we're going to say if parentheses type of all lowercase window is not equal to undefined, then window.add event listener. Going to call or add this on mouse move, all lowercase, and we need to pass it that callback, handle mouse move, just like that. And we want to clean that up if this component leaves the DOM. So we'll say return, pass an arrow function, and just be an implicit return where it's window.remove event listener. And we're going to do the same thing, mouse move and handle mouse move. Great. And here we need to pass a dependencies array. What are we, when do we want this to re-render or run again, I should say? We want this to change if the size changes so that we can change the current position relative to the window, right? So we'll say size. And if we save that, well, we're going to get yelled at because you need to return something. So from our, I'm going to the next component. at the end of our camera controller component, return null, and that will make that happy. So now real quick with this handle mouse move, the mouse position is going to become a 0 to 1 range that we can then use for calculations. Now we're not going to use GSAP for animating the camera. We're going to tap into the actual animation frame processes of Three.js. So first let's set up our base camera position. So const base camera position. And right now it is x0, y0, and z4. Remember, it's back towards us. We take a couple steps back. And then now that we have that, we want to track the mouse movement, or rather we want to update the frames with that tracked mouse movement. So we're going to say use frame, and this is going to run 60 times per second. So that's 60 FPS. And we're going to pass this an arrow function. Let's go ahead and capture that mouse ref. We'll say const mouse equals mouse ref.current. And then we want to calculate the amount we're tilting on both the x and y axes. So we'll say const tilt x equals parentheses mouse dot, and this is going to be a little bit confusing, mouse dot y, because if you remember, the x-axis is going left to right here. So imagine there's like a bar that is left to right, like a rung on a ladder, right? If we were to grab onto that bar and rotate, we would be essentially going up and down, right? Like we'd be going in that direction. Where then the y-axis is like a vertical bar, and if we were swinging on that, we'd be swinging like around this way. So it's a little bit confusing, but that's how we have to do it, okay? All right, a quick explainer. So this bar is like the x-axis, right? It's going left to right. And this girl on the swing is actually going up and down essentially, right? So even though she's rotating on that x-axis, she's not going in the same direction as the x-axis is going, right? So hopefully that makes it a little bit more clear why we're doing this seeming messy code of tilt x equals mouse.y. So we'll continue. Const tilt x equals mouse.y minus 0.5. And then we can copy and paste that, change the value. So mouse x and tilt y, just like that. You can save that. The parentheses will go away, but we'll bring them back later, you'll see. And now we want to go ahead inside of our use frame still and say const target position equals new 3.vector3. So a vector 3 is just an object with 3 values that is often used in 3D programs like Three.js. So we're going to say base camera position dot x plus tilt y. Can't type, but there we go. Comma base camera position dot y minus tilt x, and that's going to be inverted for like a more natural feel to it. And then the last one is just going to be base camera position z. And we're not affecting that at all. We're not moving in or out based on where the mouse is. And now let's have the camera take that target position. So we're going to say camera, and we're getting that from the use 3 hook, camera.position.copy, and we're going to pass it that 3, the vector 3, I mean. So copy, we're going to say target position. Now if we save that, let's see if it's working. Let's reload the page. Looking good. It's coming in. Now it works. Now tell me in the comments how much you like this compared to the final one. What is the difference there, right? So we have a couple of differences. This feels a little bit smoother. Also, it's rotating more at an angle rather than just moving up and down. See how this is just moving up, down, left, right? There's not really like any rotation to it. It's just kind of like leaving. Where this is smoother and it's kind of like as if there was a rope at 0, 0, 0, and we're like swinging out on that, right? So you can definitely feel the difference here. So the first thing I want to do is keep the target for where the camera is actually pointed at. So let's come up to the top of camera controller, and just below mouse ref, we'll say const target ref equals use ref parentheses new 3.vector 3, and we're going to just pass it 0, 0, 0. That's just going to look at the origin. We're going to keep reminding it with every frame, hey, keep looking at the origin. Otherwise, it's just going to keep doing what it's doing, which is not great. Then where we just were, after camera position.copy, we're going to say camera.lookAt, and I'm going to give it the target ref.current, like that. Now, if we go back to our scene, we see that we are getting much better results. You have more of that like rotation kind of feel to it, right? It's really, really nice, but still not nice enough. I don't love the way this feels. And I'll kind of give you a hint. So if I do this really fast, compared to doing this really fast, it feels pretty different, right? So this has like weight to it. It feels like it's an actual camera where it's not moving immediately, where ours moves immediately with the mouse. There's no delay in it. And usually you think like, well, I don't want a delay. I don't want a laggy animation. Here we do. We want it to take a second. So we're gonna have to tween basically between where the camera currently is and where it needs to go. So there needs to be kind of like a function that runs to bring those two numbers together. So that means we're going to need to store another value. Go ahead and make a copy of the target ref. And now we're going to change it in two ways. I'm going to change the name of it to current position ref and the Z value to 4, because that is where the camera starts out. And then we're going to go just above, inside the use frame, just above where we have the camera position.copy, and we're going to say current position ref dot current dot lerp, L-E-R-P, and that stands for linear interpolation. So we are going to pass two values to this, and I'll explain it a little bit more. We're going to first pass the target position, and then we're going to pass the amount that we want this to update by for each frame. So remember, this is going to get called every frame 60 times per second. And so we want it to update just by 0.1. So get us 0.1 or like 10% closer to the target position from the current position. So I'm here, but I want to lerp or linearly, ooh, tough to say, interpolate my value to the target value. And I want to do it by this much. If you want to go faster, you increase that value. And so now instead of copying the target position, let's copy current position ref dot current and paste that in there. Now, if we go back to our scene, we have much better result, right? It's still faster than our current one, but I'll explain why in a second. But this is already a lot smoother. If we drop this to 0, 1, ooh, it's sludgy, like it's like walking through mud or something, I don't know. But yeah, it takes a lot longer to get there, all right? So we'll keep that at 0.1, but you can change it however you like. And the last thing we need to do is to not have the camera move so much. This is like a really big swing, and I just want to reduce this tilt amount. So I'm going to put my parentheses back around that, and I'm going to multiply it by 0.3. So we're doing 30% of the total movement that we had. If you liked it, that's awesome. You can keep it there. If you want to make it more intense, you can multiply this by 2 or something. But that tilt should now just be subtle enough. We're looking for just like, tasteful 3D, not just like over the top, tacky kind of stuff. So this is feeling a lot better, and that is that effect. The last thing we're going to do on it is prefers reduced motion. We're going to give it some accessibility feature. So we're going to say const prefers reduced motion equals, and we're going to check type of window does not equal undefined, in quotes, like that, and double ampersand window dot match media And inside here, we are passing quotes, and we're going to say prefers reduced motion colon reduce and close parentheses. And then outside of that, we're going to say dot matches. That will return a Boolean if that media query matches. And so let's use this prefers reduced motion Boolean. So right here in our use frame, we can keep the mouse get, but we'll say right at the top, if prefers reduce motion, then inside here, we're going to go say, we're going to say camera.position.set, and we're going to pass it base camera position.x, base camera position, position.y, and base camera position.z. And then we're going to say camera look at, and we're going to just pass it the target ref dot current. Cool. And then it's important we want to return so that we don't run any of the other code here. Then in our use effect, right from the jump, we can say if prefers reduced motion, return. We don't need to run any, we don't need to add an event listener for something that we're not using. So that is set. Now the next thing I want to do in the hero is add the text animations we have here built for the bold, and then typing reinvented coming in at the bottom right. So for our DOM elements, we want to head to our index inside of the hero slices folder. And at the top, we want to pull in GSAP. So I'm going to say GSAP, import that from GSAP, dot register plugin. And for this, we need to pull in two plugins. The use GSAP, we do that pretty much every time from @GSAP React. And then we want to pull in a plugin called Split Text. And we're going to pull that in from GSAP/split text. There we go. So yours should look like that, GSAP/split text. There's a lot of options, so make sure you get it from that one. So if we scroll down a little bit, we have our hero, and we right away return. So let's make some space in here, and we'll say use GSAP. And you're going to pass this an arrow function. You're pros at this by now. And right off the bat, I'm going to say const equals gsap.matchMedia. And then I'm going to see, is it in scene that we can grab our, no, we don't have it in scene because we're doing a different thing. Oh, no, we do have it. So it's like line 84 for me. I'm grabbing this add line, so I don't have to retype it. It just takes forever to retype. So paste that in there, and then remember to close it. But now I pulled in this split text GSAP plugin. So if we head to the docs and go down to split text, we can find out what this does. It's a small JavaScript library that splits an HTML element's text into individual characters, words, and/or lines, each in its own newly created element. Let's see what the quick start gives us. So we say let split equals split text.create, and then we point it at our target, and we specify what we want it to break into. So it'll put spans around every character and a span around every word with this setup. And then with a typical GSAP animation tween, we can go ahead and target those characters or those words or whatever specifically that we get from the split text function. So let's go ahead and set that up in our code. So I'm going to say const split equals split text dot create. Now we're going to pass it a class. And right here we have around this H1, we have hero heading. We added that a while ago. If you don't have it on your H1, make sure you add it now, because that is how we're going to be targeting that text. So I'm going to say dot hero heading. And then after that, we can pass it this config object where we're going to say type is going to be chars. And I also have lines, but I'm not sure if I did anything with that. So I'll put lines here just for the sake of it. And then we're going to mask. Yeah, okay, so that's why. We're going to mask around lines. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. And lines class is going to be line ++. So back here in the docs, we see the mask adds an extra wrapper element around lines with overflow clip. So it's going to mask to it, so we can do that like intro animation. And then the lines class property adds line class to each line element plus an incremented 1, 2. So we go line 1, line 2, line 3, etc. So we are using both of those values as well. So now that we're going to have our heading text split up, that's one thing handled, but we want to create a timeline so that this animates in and we stagger by letter. And then after that, we animate this part in all at once. And so we need a timeline for that. So we're going to come down here underneath const split. We'll say const TL equals gsap.timeline. And we're going to pass this a delay. And I did 4.2 seconds. That's just what I found to be good to line it up with how the keyboard animation went. And then I'm going to say TL.from. That's our first time using .from. And we're going to say split.chars, like that. And we're going to pass an object here. I'm going to say from opacity 0 and y -120. And ease, we're going to say back. And I'll show you that in a second. Oh, make sure it's in quotes. Back. And duration is going to be 0.4. And stagger, we're going to have just a little bit of time in between each one. It'd be 0.07 seconds. And so if we check that out, reload the page, we're waiting, and then there we go. We have that come in from above, and it has that little kind of bounce to it. Let's see the easing. Here we go. So let's look at a back. See how it overshoots it a little bit and then comes back? That is the back ease, right? So that's taken care of, but now we want to animate the body in, or at least what I called the hero body. So let's go ahead, and after this timeline.from, we can chain on top of it and say .to. We're going to say .hero body and pass this an opacity of 1, a duration of 0.6, and I didn't put it in an object. Give me one sec. This will be happier now. There we go. Make sure you pass that var as object, and an ease of power 2 out, like that. And we need to add opacity 0 to our hero body so that it has something to transition to. So it's opacity 0 right on there. Save that. And now if we head back, reload the page, built for the bold, typing reinvented, looking great. See how easy it was to split that text? All we need to do was call that function, and if you inspect it now, it's pretty cool because we can't do that normally. We have to have literally, and I said earlier that it puts spans around it. I thought it would, but it puts little divs around it. And so every little character has to have its own element. Otherwise, you can't animate it. You can't just animate a full, like individual characters of a string. So that's where this split text plugin comes in real handy. Now, we did a good thing by having that prefers reduced motion, no preference there, but we need to do something for if the preference is reduce. So grab that, copy it, wipe out no preference, and say reduce. And now here we want to say gsap.set, and I'm just going to say .hero heading, and we're going to say an object with opacity 1. And the cool thing is we can use the comma like separator the same way you do in CSS to target multiple elements. So we're going to target hero heading and hero body. And so that will give both of those elements opacity 1 right off the jump, and we're not going to animate them in or do anything like that. So well done. And just make sure you put at the end a parenthesis. Am I missing it up here too? I am. Make sure you put the parenthesis at the end there. Am I missing it from my scene? I am. Okay, so make sure you didn't do what I did and that you have your ducks all in a row. Okay, cool. So let's discuss real quick how we are pulling this off on the final site. And by this, I mean the animations. So we have this intro animation, right? Comes in, animates there, our text animates in, and then we have a second set of animations where it flips And we can't go back to that intro, right? So like I can scroll back up to here, but I can't go all the way back. I can scroll to the end of this, I can scroll past it. But this is like the beginning now of this new animation. So how are we pulling that off? Well, it's actually two different timelines. Once we get to here, I create a second scroll timeline that then takes over from there, and scroll trigger is then enabled, and we get this whole animation. So that's what we're going to be doing. Back in our scene file, for the hero, we can head to the end of the timeline call. So you have timeline.2.2.2.2, and then at the end of that, we can chain on something called .call. And that is essentially the same as like an onComplete for maybe, right, like if I add an onComplete here, it would pretty much call at the same exact time. And it says here, call a function optionally at the specified time. So I'm going to use .call, and we're going to pass this an arrow function. And inside this arrow function, we're going to do kind of all of our logic for this scroll timeline. So that means we're going to be animating our keyboard. So I need to check and make sure that we actually have that first, or else we're going to get yelled at. So I'm going to say if no keyboard return, just like that. And then we want to create a new GSAP timeline. I'm going to say const scroll timeline equals GSAP.timeline. And we're going to call that, pass it config object, and we'll say scroll trigger. We're going to pass scroll trigger an object, and we're going to say trigger is going to be .hero. And I don't think we have assigned that yet. So go into your index, and we're going to add hero as a class right at the beginning there. And after our trigger being hero, we're going to say start is going to be top. We want the top of the viewport and the top of the trigger to be the beginning of our animation. And we want the end to be bottom. And once again, that's the bottom of the viewport and the bottom of the element. And scrub is going to make it so that it takes 1 second for the animation to catch up to where we have scrolled to. We can increase that to have like a slower kind of feel, but for right now, we're going to keep it at 1. Now let's go ahead and create our first tween on this new timeline. So I'm going to say scroll timeline dot to parentheses keyboard, and keyboard dot position, and we're going to pass that an object of our vars object, and we're going to say x is 0, y is negative 0.5, and z is 2.2. So if I save that and head back to our animation, or our page, I'm going to reload. We're going to see our intro, and then at the very end, that new timeline should be put into place, but we don't really see anything happening. So what's going on here? Well, first we need to change the size of hero, because if we go ahead and add markers to our scroll timeline, let's say markers. I have to put it inside scroll trigger, my fault. Markers is true. If we say that, reload the page, and it'll take a second to be added because we haven't called that function yet. There we go. So we see start, scroller end, end. Like it's already synced up. There's nothing, there's nowhere to go, right? So what we need to do is we need to go to our index and actually change the size of our hero. So we're going to say motion safe, and we're going to say height is custom value of 300 VH. And if we save that, we should go back and we should see that it's changed the look of our gradient in the background. And we now have to scroll like that. And once we've reloaded the page, we can see that if we scroll, we now get a bit of motion out of our keyboard. You see how it's lagging a little bit the same way that our camera does. That is what the scrub is doing. You can increase the value to see it like move slower. But if we scroll there, then we see that that is the end, and now it's not going to move anymore once scroller end and end have passed one another. So we'll fix the gradient part in just a minute. But for right now, that is what we want to see. We can go ahead and add our next animations here to our scroll timeline. Go right afterwards, and we're going to chain on here. .2, and then we're going to say keyboard dot rotation. And remember I said we have to do these separately. A little bit annoying, but we make it through. Not the worst thing in the world. And then we're going to want to rotate on the x-axis, kind of like that girl on the swing. But it's kind of like she's going up and over the swing. So we want to do x is math.pi times -2. So we want to do essentially a full backflip plus 0.8, plus a little bit more than that. So we're going to do y is 0 and z is 0. So we don't want to rotate on those at all. And then we want to have this happen at the same time as our keyboard position animation. So we're going to pass it a position parameter of less than sign or backwards arrow, however you want to see it. And so if we go back to our scene, reload the page, and then it freezes there, and I am able to flip it just like that and have it land. It's not completely flat because I wanted to like kind of show off. It'd be kind of boring if it was just flat. So that's why it's a little bit like that 0.8 brings it up a little. Now you might notice that our text is gone because it is just a regular HTML DOM element. So it scrolls away like it normally would. Remember, we're inside a 300 view height element overall. And so we have to scroll 1 screen length, 2 screen lengths, 3 screen lengths to be out of this element. But the keycaps are just still floating there. So it doesn't really feel like anything's happening it feels messy now, right? It doesn't feel too organized. So let's get rid of those keycaps. I have a real cool, quick trick for you. Because I want to animate those keycaps, I'm going to give this group that surrounds our keycaps a ref, as you do when you want to animate things. We'll say keycap ref, like that. Copy that, go up to where we're declaring our refs, and keycap ref, just like that. And it is a 3 group still. And now we can use this keycap ref. Let's go back to our .call, and inside here, I'm going to say keycap, const keycaps equals keycap ref.current. And then we want to check if no keyboard return or no keycap return. Sorry, keep saying keycap. I'm trying to say keycaps. It's all of them. So now that we have the keycaps, we can chain onto this scroll timeline another 2. And the weird thing about this is that like we want this animation to happen at the same time. So the whole use of the timeline feels a little bit off, but it's still the best way to do it to keep our code organized. But I'm going to say keycaps dot scale, like that. And so really my plan is just to grow this group up so that everything scales and leaves the camera view. So like you can't see it anymore. So I'm gonna say X is 5. This will make the group 5 times larger on the X, and the Y we're gonna do 5, and the Z we're going to do 5. So that scales it up by all dimensions. And this is going to have a duration of 3. So it's gonna take place over pretty much the length of our scroll trigger timeline. And then here at the end, I want this to happen at the very, very, very beginning, as soon as we start to scroll. So I'm going to say 0. I could do the backwards arrow, but once again, if we move this out of, or if I add something in here that has its own different duration, things like that, it can get a little bit messy. So I wanted to specify. If I save that and reload this, get our intro animation, and then we have our keycaps. See how they're scaling up and out and away, and it looks really nice. Has this like zoom effect as we're kind of like flying through them. Wasn't that easy? All we had to do is scale them up. No like individual keycap targeting required. I love groups. Now you might notice something, that our flip and our land happens faster now. And then from here on out, we just don't have anything happening. That's because of that duration 3, because we extended the total time of our timeline to fill up 3 seconds. And we have this entire element to scroll through. So it's basically saying, like right now, it's still scaling out that group for this full duration. So that's why we're not seeing any animation there. And that's totally fine, because we want this to flip kind of quick and then get into the key animation, right? So this is totally expected, totally what we want. So don't sweat that. In fact, it's time to get into that part. So we want to have our keycaps animate up just like this. This is definitely like the eye-popping part of the site, I think. Now we have a lot going on here that if I have you type this out for the course, it is going to be a couple hours worth of you just typing things like the names of keys and other stuff like that. So we're going to grab a code snippet and then walk through what this code snippet does. But first, let's prepare our scene to start doing some animations. So we need to have a ref for our keyboard because we want to animate our keyboard, right? So we're going to say ref equals keyboard animation ref. And I'm going to copy that all the way at the top. We have a couple of refs in our camera controller. I'm going to pinch that together so that I don't accidentally start making refs in there. And then here, we're going to say const keyboard animation ref equals use ref. And we're going to type it as specifically keyboard refs. And we are importing that from the same, where is it? Components keyboard, and keyboard ref. We're importing that from the actual keyboard where we're exporting an interface of all of these refs so that we know what we can animate. So we have our keycaps, we have our switches, we have all of this stuff in there. So now that we have that, we can save. And now let's go to our course resources. And in components and files, we see this wave animation logic part on Slice's hero scene.tsx. Go ahead and grab that. It's a long one. So copy it, and we want to paste it in a specific spot. You don't just want to throw it anywhere willy-nilly. It's got to go inside of our call, and it's going to go at the end of our chain of timeline calls here. So after keycap scale, go ahead and paste that in, and you'll have to scroll back up because, as I said, there is a lot to it. So this is what I was talking about with, like, I would never put out a course where you have to type in all of this stuff and get these in the right order and all that kind of thing, you know? Right off the bat, I'm getting an error for .current. I think because I didn't, yeah, okay, I said, I typed our use ref, but I never called it. No. There we go. So now our error should be gone. Yes, it is. Good. So let's talk about what we are doing here. I'm going to go through it. First, we grab the switch refs and the individual key refs, and we're getting that from current.switches and .keys. And so you see switches here. We're getting all of the switches. And then we have keys here, and that's just the keycaps. And that's the individual keycaps rather than like the home row, number row, top row. We want each individual one. And we get all the switches into an array, and we get all the switches from all the rows. We want to define the keycaps in these columns. So we have arrays of columns. So this is the very first column, second column, third column, and so on. And so we have that laid out, and we want to group the keycaps in a similar way. And the way I did that is by sorting the switches by their X position, because the switches don't have names in the same way. It's just the way that I set up the file. And so I had to determine based on where they were on the X axis. If it was more to the left, then it's in the first column, more to the right, then it's in the last column, or whatever, right? And that is what that does. It sorts it. And then we want to assign those switches to columns based on that amount. And we want to add a wave animation for each column to the scroll timeline. So here we're going through the keycaps, and we want to animate the keycaps up and then down. So here's where that GSAP magic happens. The scroll timeline we're still using because we want to add it to that same timeline that we just made the keyboard flip with. And so we're animating the keycap positions, and we want to move it from wherever it is. So that's the plus equals, right? It's a relative animation. And so we're going to move it up 0.08, and it's going to take half a second. And once again, in scroll triggered type things, this isn't actually a duration of seconds. It's more like units now, because the user can take all day to scroll that much, or they can fly through it. And it's more fractional when it comes to a scroll triggered animation than it is actual time. And then we have an ease. That's why it kind of like hangs at the top and then comes down, right? It's not a linear animation. And then wave start time. I think I blew past that. So here we go. We have our wave progress, which is the column index divided by the number of keyboard columns minus 1. And that's going to give us a 0 to 1 number, right? So that's just a progress. It's a percentage essentially. And then the wave start time is going to be that wave progress times 2 plus 0.5. And that is going to just spread the wave across those units. And the 0.5 just was a bit of a time tweak that I put in there. So we have this wave start time. And then for the return, we are adding half of a second, which is the duration, right? So we want that to start right after. But because we're using a position parameter with this wave start time, we have to kind of work off of that. And then we have our animation for switches. Now this is going to go up half as much, and it's going to be delayed just a little bit because I didn't want it to animate at the same time and bump into the keycaps. That's what I was getting a bunch of. And so you see that we are then animating them back down quickly because we don't want it to, we don't want the keycaps to come down and hit them on the way down. So we want these to animate after for going up. Here, I'll show you in the animation itself. So if we look at the very first row here, right? So I want the keycaps to come up. So that shift key has to come up. And then this needs to start animating. It goes up. And then it needs to go down and be settled before the keycaps come and land. Otherwise, we're going to have them clip through each other and it gets really ugly. That's what I was battling a bunch, setting up this animation in the first place. So these values worked out well. So there's a lot of fine tuning, a lot of moving individual keycaps from one column to another to kind of see like, that timing's working better, that timing's not working as well. But yeah, overall, I think I don't have any clipping through. I can't see any, but if you can, you might have to go in and tweak it inside one of these. Like I would recommend moving like the enter key into a different column or something like that. And if you grab this, if you grab the 5 and move it up into that center column, or sorry, that second column, and then replay it, you'll see that the 5 pops out when the 1 or the 2 pops out as well. So let's save it and let's see how our keyboard looks. I'm going to reload the page a couple times just to make sure. We have our intro, comes forward, and there you go, our intro is done. We do a flip, and then we see our keys animate up and off and back down, and it's looking really awesome. And we can stop halfway, we can wiggle the camera around, we can explore it a little bit. That's really, really cool. Now, we have to face another problem, right? So like we've got that down. That's just a matter of animating one key at a time, or sorry, one column at a time, up and then down, stuff that we've done before. But how do we deal with this? Already, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, and I'm gonna reload the page. Watch what happens. Really smooth intro. Wow, this is a cool site. I like this a lot. boom, bonk. What just happened? That was jarring, right? To say the least. And even if they start scrolling as the page is loading, right? So the page is loading in, I start scrolling down, nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden, right? We need to stop them from scrolling until the animation is done. So that's what we're gonna do now. So back up at the top of our use GSAP, right after the timeline power to in out, after we create that timeline, let's go ahead and check first to make sure that, well, let's see if the user has scrolled already, right? So first we need to check and see if window is undefined. So we'll see if type of window is not equal to undefined, like that. Make sure it's in quotes because type of returns a string. We are going to say const initial scroll y is equal to window dot scroll y. And if initial scroll y is equal to 0, you can also do, like less than 10 or something like that, up to you. But I'm just doing 0. Then we are going to say document dot body dot style dot overflow is equal to hidden. So we're just going to set overflow hidden on our body. You see this a lot if you have like an ad blocker on and you go to any kind of news site and then they stop you from scrolling. That's kind of what they're doing with JavaScript. So we want to have overflow hidden for the duration of our intro. Then as soon as our intro is done, we want to allow the user to scroll. So then here at the very beginning of my call, I'm going to say if type of window does not equal undefined, then we're going to say document dot body dot style dot overflow is equal to empty string, just like that. Now let's test this out. Let's see how that works. Scroll up to the top and you should see no scroll bar or just not be able to scroll at all. I can't scroll. And then as soon as that ends, we get our scroll bar back. There we go. That works well. Now, one of the last things we have to do for the hero is change the way that the background works. Because right now, the background is on the full hero component, and it is not animating as we scroll down the way that it does here. See how it turns to white as we scroll? That's what we want. So we're going to use GSAP in a from to set that the right way. So we can go ahead and remove this blue gradient BG from the hero like that. And then above our add, we want it to be inside here still. So inside of our other add, right? Just make sure. So I'm going to check. Yep, we're still inside here. Cool. We are going to say GSAP.from2. And we're going to say that we're animating the hero scene like that. We just make sure that that is indeed the name of something. Yeah, here we go, hero scene. So that is the canvas aspect. Cool. And that is sticky, so that's exactly what we want. We have our hero scene, and we're going to need to pass two objects, one for the from, one for the to. I'm just gonna go ahead and create those two objects first. And we're going to say background. We're going to animate from, and let's open up our CSS file. And we're just going to copy this linear gradient to bottom and all those values minus the semicolon. And here we're going to say background, colon, and then in quotes, paste the linear gradient to bottom, all that. And then we're going to put the same exact thing in the second one, except we are going to change all the values to 6 Fs. So we're gonna make them all white. You might be wondering, why don't we just, say that? It will not animate in the way that you're expecting it to then. We need each of these values to be tweened by GSAP to white for us to get the nice smooth effect that we are looking for. And now if we just save this and run this, we're going to animate over the course of 1 second, because that's the duration default from this to that, and that's not what we want. We want to tie it to a scroll trigger. So we're going to go ahead and let's make sure we are, yep, we got to put it in our register plugin. So say scroll trigger, and we're going to import that from GSAP/scroll trigger. And then here in the first one, we are going to say scroll trigger. And in here, we're going to pass an object, say trigger is going to be the hero. We're basically doing the same trigger as the animation scroll trigger that we have for the keyboard. And so we're going to say start is going to be top. And then for the bottom, it's going to be, for the end, it's going to be a little bit different. So we're going to say end, and we want it to be 50% of the target, of the trigger. So at 50% of the hero and the bottom of our viewport, we want this to end. So we want it to end a little bit faster so that we are, we get to white quicker. And then scrub, we're going to match it with 1. And I think we can just save that. I think that's all we need for that. And let's go ahead and reload the page. It's already white because we saw, here, let me reload that again. We're getting it to white right away, and I'm not sure why. There's something off there. Let's see. Let's try moving the scroll trigger from the from into the to. That might make a difference there. So far, so good. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that's working better. So put your scroll trigger into the second, with from to, put it into the to. That looks good. So very, very dynamic hero that's just gonna blow people away when they see it, and they're gonna be engrossed in the rest of the site. And there we go. We got lots of good stuff coming up here. Well done. Oh, and here's a GSAP pro tip. Go ahead and remove your markers from your scroll trigger. Don't ship your site live with the markers. It happens more than you'd think. All right, my friend, it is time to make a new slice. We're going to be making this, the Switch Playground, as I call it. And it has sounds and animations and 3D and lots of cool little things going on. So we are going to get started by creating that slice. So let's head to Slice Machine, and in here we have our slices, and we can create a slice from here or from inside the home page. I'm gonna do it from inside the home page and start from scratch. I'm gonna call this Slice Playground. Oh. Like that, and click into it, and we have a screenshot ready for it. And it's here, the one with the 4 different switches. That is perfect. Now for this, we're going to add 2 rich text fields. One's going to be a heading. I'm going to say heading, and that'll be just an H2. And then for the next one, rich text, we're going to say description. And that will be only paragraph, bold, italic, like that. And now we want to add a repeatable field. So each of these we want to be a reference within Prismic. So I want to be able to move these around or remove or add one from Prismic without having to go into my code and like change it hard coded. So we are going to go ahead and add a field. We're going to add a repeatable group, and here I'm going to call this switches. And then what we'll do is link to specific switches, but I don't have a switch type to link to. So I want to go ahead to my custom types, and we want to create our first custom type. And because we're going to have multiple switches, we're going to keep it as a reusable type. I'm just going to call it switch. And we'll create it. And we automatically get a UID because it is a repeatable, so it needs to have a unique identifier. And we're going to add a couple more fields to this custom type. We are going to add some text, not rich text, but text, because I just want a string back. I'm going to call this name. And then we also want to get a color. And we're going to use that directly in our code. So we'll say color. And for the label, maybe I'll call this like hex color. But for the API ID, I just want to say color. Just like that. Cool. So now back in my slices, I can go to my slice playground. And in here, I can add a field. And we're not going to do link, but we're going to do a content relationship, which is a reference to a Prismic document. And so I'm going to call this switch. And no type selected. Select the type editors can link to, then choose which fields to return in the API. So we're going to choose a type, and we can either add homepage or switch. I'm going to choose switch, and then we can get back the name and the color. So click both of those, and we're going to hit done. And it's just that easy to get that linked information. The API will now return that for us. We don't have to make any extra calls for it. Now, the thing we need to do next is review our changes. See that we added a homepage. We also added a new type switch here. We also have our slice, the slice playground. Oh, shoot. That should say switch playground. Okay, hang on. I'm all about slices, so I called it slice playground. That's my bad. I'm going to go ahead and delete mine. And yeah, let's do that. So apologies there. Delete, delete. I'm going to go ahead and add it again. And we're going to say switch playground. If you did it the right way the first time, points to you. We're going to update the screenshot. Going to drag that image in. There we go. Try to do this on the speed run. Do heading. And we'll do unselect all H2. Done. Description. And we're going to unselect all. Done. And then we're going to add a repeatable group so we can pick as many switches as we want. I'm going to say switches. Done. Add a field, a content relationship. And this is going to be a switch with a switch type and a name and color. Done. All right. Good thing it is nice and quick to add slices. Only thing is I created it from the slice panel, so we want to add it here. If you use an existing slice, make sure your switch playground is added to your homepage. Now review changes. We should see homepage switch and switch playground named the right thing. All right, so go ahead and push all of that. There we go. Now over in the Prismic page builder, I'm going to create a new page and choose switch. And so this one can be just red, and then the name is going to be red max. And the color, we're going to say C92627. And that should give us a nice like brick red. So we can go ahead and save that. And red max automatically gets put as the name. So that's great. And let's create another one. Let's go brown max. Well, for the UID, it would be brown. And then brown max. And 6E3205. It's going to be our brown color. We'll hit save and then publish. We can head back. Let's create a switch. We'll call it blue. And then blue max and a color of 0F80E7. Just like that. Save that and publish blue max. And last but not least is black max. So we'll say black and black max. And this one's kind of predictable. It's 000000. We're actually just using the pure black color. And publish that. Great. Now, from within our home page, I'm going to change home to homepage. I just like that more. We are going to go underneath the bento box. So in the middle of bento box and color changer, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, the color changer happens after. It doesn't matter that they're all independent. And actually, like the cool thing is you can move these around. So don't worry about where you put it. It's more about just putting it in there somewhere. Our heading is going to be craft your click. The description we can get straight from the site. So Vapor 75 can be customized with one of 4 premium switch types. Go ahead and copy that or type it out, up to you. And then switches. You can do these in any order you want. But you see we have black max, blue max, brown max, and red max. I'm going to stick with the order I have: blue, red, brown, black. So blue, I'm going to create a couple more. I'm going to create 4. So blue, red, and then brown, and then black. Cool. And we can save, and we can publish. And if we go back to our page here, I'm going to scroll down past our cool keyboard intro, past the bento. Oh, I need to reload my page, get rid of those markers. There we go, they're gone. And we should, if I reload twice, there we go. You should have a placeholder in between your bento and your color changer right there. So let's get working on it. So go ahead into your slices, open up switch playground. Slices and switches are different. I need to learn that. And then we're going to open the index file and just gut everything out of section there. Remove all of that. And we are going to change our section to bounded, because this is one of those elements that we want it to be not full screen, right? So the class name that we're going to put on this is going to be relative. And then the inner class name is going to be flex call, and justify center, like that. So now we want to render out our heading, our description, and each of our 4 switches here. I'm going to do what we've done a couple times now. I'm going to go to slices, going to go to switch playground, going to click show code snippets, and I'm going to grab each of these and paste them in here. I'm actually going to put them inside of a fade in, because I know I want to fade this component in. So let's do that. So I'm going to put the Prismic rich text for the heading, but I'm actually going to get rid of the rich part because I want to do my H2 wrapper around that. I'm going to grab my description and paste that there. And then we should get a map here, and that's what we do get. Slice.primary.switches.map. It takes care of that for us. And in here for now, we can just have a div. Don't do what I just did. Div. And we're going to, in here, just say item.switch.uid. That should work. Let me see. It doesn't like that. I think because we are not yet checking to see if this is filled in. So let's go and say is filled. So a helper function that comes from Prismic client that helps us see if something is filled in or not. Content relationship. So you say is filled dot content relationship, and then we pass it item dot switch. And if so, we're going to put a question mark there, and we're going to return that div with the UID in the middle there. And if not, so after the parenthesis, we'll put a colon and we'll say null. We return null, and now it is happy. It's not happy about our imports yet, but we can make that happen right now. Update import from React, or from Prismic IO React, and we can go ahead and save that. That should be working just fine. Let's see what we have. We have an issue. We don't have a key on any of these. So let's go ahead and on this div here, we'll say key equals item.switch.id. And we can save that. And now, do we have any text there? There we go. Oh, it disappeared because of the fade in. Got it. We haven't scrolled far enough. Craft your click. The Vapor 75 can be customized with one of 4 premium switch types: blue, red, brown, and black. Okay, so we're cooking. Let's wrap this Prismic text in an H2 with a class of font, bold, slanted. And we're gonna wrap that around. We'll say text is 6XL. On medium screens and above, we'll do text is 8XL, uppercase. We'll say scroll, padding top, 6. So when we work on the nav bar later, that'll come in handy. You'll see what I mean. And if we go ahead and save this, let's see how this is looking. Much better. All right, that's awesome. All right, let's put a div around our Prismic rich text. Here we're going to say .mb-6 to start off our classes. And I'm going to add to that with max w4xl text XL and text pretty. Save that, and there we go. That's looking better. Now I want the blue, red, brown, black to stagger in. I don't want all of these to animate at once. So I'm going to wrap this map in a fade in that targets children. It sounds bad every time I say it, like, or it just sounds aggressive, but that's the name we're sticking with. Apologies. I'm going to say class name is going to be grid calls 1. Gap is going to be 4 or 1 rem. Overflow hidden. And on small screens and above, we're going to go grid calls 2, like that. Save that, and it's not going to be very impressive, but there we go. It's kind of impressive. So the cool thing is, like, it rose up, and the overflow hidden gave it like a little reveal effect there. So very nice. All right, now I want to create the component that we're going to repeat for each of our switches. So let's head into our code, and we can do it down here underneath the export default switch playground. I'm going to say type, and we're going to do shared canvas props equals, we'll say color, and that is going to be a content, capital C for content, dot switch, I think it's this one, switch playground slice default primary switches item. It's the longest one that you see there. I'll do that again. So content dot switch playground primary switches item. And then inside that, we want to do switch. We want to choose that switch. So we're just basically typing it and saying, hey, this is what we're going to be passing in. It's going to be from our custom type there. So now we're going to say const shared canvas, capitalized, equals, and I'm just going to do a little arrow function here. And inside here, we're going to get color, and we're going to type that as shared canvas props, like that. And first, we're going to make sure that we actually have something from there. So we'll have to say if, and by there I mean from the color, we're going to say not is filled dot content relationship parentheses color, or if no color dot data. If either of those are falsy, return null. And what we're going to be doing is actually swapping this out. I'm actually going to just say shared canvas, just like that. And I'm going to get rid of that part at the end there. I'm going to self-close it. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, it keeps trying to automatically do it for me. I wish it would not try to help me. Oh, it's because I have this stuff inside it. There we go. That's better. And now we're going to pass color, and that's going to be item.switch. And then we're going to get the color name. So we'll say const color name. That's going to come from the color.uid. And we're going to type this because the UID can be anything. So we're going to say as red in quotes, or brown, or blue, or black, like that. Then we will say const in curly braces hex color, and name is what we're going to destructure off of color.data, like that. Hex color, oh, I might just have color there. Let me see, what am I, yeah, color. There we go. But we have a conflicting name there, so we're going to use a colon, and we're going to reassign it to hex color, like that. And so that was my mistake when we made the slice, but that's okay. So we're going to say const bg color equals curly braces, open those up. We're going to have blue is going to be bg sky 950. And we can copy and paste, well, put a comma at the end and copy and paste this 3 more times. And we're going to change the second one to red, the third one to brown, and the last one to black. And we're going to have the first one be sky, the second one be red, the third one be amber, and the last one be gray. And the last one is going to be 900. The others are going to be 950. That's all good. So that is to color our backgrounds here. That's where that comes in. So now let's go ahead and return parentheses, and we're going to have a div with group on it. So we'll open that up. And we're going to add a couple more classes on there. We'll say relative min h is 96, overflow hidden, rounded 3xl, and select none. Just like that. And I'm going to leave a couple comments here. One is this should be for a text button. That's going to be what we can click to play the sound with the keyboard, or sorry, I guess what we can select with our keyboard. It also gives us the name of the, it's going to be this part, is what I'm trying to say. It gives us the name, and it's also a way to keep it accessible. Then we're going to have our canvas, and then we're going to have our background. And so I'm going to say div and then class name, but inside this class name, I'm going to have CLSX, import that. And I'm just going to close this div. But inside the CLSX, I'm going to open that up, and we're going to pass it a string of font black slanted. There we go. Absolute position. Inset is going to be 0. Negative Z 10. So I was going to set our Z index to negative 10. I'm going to say grid, place, items, center. Text 8XL, and uppercase. And inside of our div, right after that string, we have one more thing to pass it. We want to pass BG color. And actually, I'm realizing that I forgot to do something important. Right now we have BG color as an object, but I don't want it to be an object. I want to just get back one of these strings. So I have this color name here that is either red, brown, blue, or black. And I have red, brown, blue, black. And I'm going to use this color name to return us a string so that I can then pass it here and put BG amber on that as the background color of this div. Let's go ahead and set up our SVG background text since we've done that before. That'll be nice and quick, hopefully. And we'll say SVG, and we're going to close that, but also add a couple properties to it. So let's say class name is going to be pointer events none, and h auto, and w full, like that. And then our view box is going to be 0, 0, 75, 100. Now inside of our SVG, we're going to create a text element. And I'm going to close it. And we're going to say x equals 50%, y equals 50%. That's the positioning. The dominant baseline is going to be middle. I want to center these things. Text anchor is going to be middle. Oops, for some reason it gave me curly braces, and then there we go. That's fixed. Make sure your dominant baseline is a string. Font size is going to be 18, and we're going to have a class name on here. So the class name is going to be font black slanted, a fill white /30 to drop that to 30% opacity. We'll say uppercase, mix blend overlay, group hover, and that is going to be referencing this div up here. Group hover, fill white /100. So we come back to full opacity when the group is hovered. Motion safe are going to have transition all, and motion safe duration 700. Like that. And then inside of our text element, we need to have an array. So we'll say array, capital A, dot from, parentheses. We're going to pass it an object that just has length of 8 on it. And then we're going to pass it an arrow function. And that arrow function has arguments of underscore, because we're not going to use that, and because there's nothing there to use, and then the index. And so I use curly braces, but we need a implicit return, so use those parentheses instead. And here we go. We're going to create a T-span inside there with a key of I. And we're going to say that the X position of this T-span is, we're going to use backticks and say $ curly braces, parentheses, I plus 1 times 10. And then outside of that, we're going to put the percent sign. We already did this for the first one. And then we're going to say, by the first one, I mean in the color changer component. And then we'll say dy equals I equal to 0, question mark, -40, if so. If not, then the value for dy is going to be 14. It's going to be the vertical placement. And then inside of this T-span, we are going to say color name, and we are going to copy paste that 2 more times. And that should handle our background. And there we go. That's looking really cool. And it looks just like what we're expecting. Nice. All right. All right, now let's go ahead and add some React 3 fiber where our canvas comment is here. So I'll say canvas, import that from React 3 fiber, make sure that comes in. And where were we? Here we go. Inside here, we need to put our switch. Like our other GLTF components, that is already in our public directory. We have the switch bin and switch.gltf, and we need to grab the component file for it from our resources. So here it is, the switch.tsx. Go ahead and copy that over. We're going to create in our components folder, switch.tsx. And we're going to paste that in. Now, this hasn't been modified very much from what came out of the GLTF to JSX converter. We're going to be doing a bunch to this little TSX file. But for now, let's just see if we can get it rendered into our switch playground. Let's go ahead and inside the canvas, we'll say switch. And that's from @component/switch. And it's not expecting any props, I don't think. Yeah, no props. Not yet, at least. It will. And if we have 4 switches rendered, that will be great. But we don't. We are instead getting yelled at because this is a component that needs the use client directive. So go ahead and I think in this file, we need to have use client. I don't know about the switch. Let's see. We gotta wait for the intro. And now we can scroll. Let's see what we get. We get a little baby tiny switch. You know how we can make that bigger and perfectly centered? Using the same strategy we did with the, where is it? The color changer. So we're gonna use a stage, like the stage helper from dry. So let's go ahead. And I think just wrapping around switch, we can say stage. It's like that, import from React 3 dry. And wrap around our switch. I'm going to add a couple more properties here. I'll say adjust camera. I'll say intensity is going to be 0.5 on the lighting. Shadows, I'm going to say contact. Not sure why I did curly braces, but you know, we just need a string. And environment is going to be city. And if I save that, and head back, there we go. I hate it right now, but it's getting there. I don't think reloading is going to change anything about it. Yeah, it just kind of makes it grow into that. So we need to do a couple things to our camera. So let's say camera equals, and in here we're going to pass an object. And the first thing I'm going to do is change the position. So I'm going to pass position an array, And that is going to be 1.5, 2, and 0. And then I'm going to say field of view, or FOV, and that is going to be 7. And I think with just those two values, we might have a much better result. Let's go check it out. So far, not really. Or at least I am, but we need the switch to be rotated 45 degrees, right? So it needs to be at this like nice angle. So let's work on that. Let's get that switch rotated. So if we look at our switch, we see that we actually have no props coming in. So let's first just catch everything, because later we're going to be pulling specific things off like color and hex color. And we're just going to say rest props. That sounds funny now. Like, why don't we just use props by itself? But it'll make sense a little bit later. And here we have this group around these meshes. There we go. And I actually want to add another group around that, because we're going to be using a box a little bit later to help detect the clicks. So I want to say group, and inside here we can do rest props, and I am going to wrap this entire thing like that. And so now on this group, we are going to be dropping whatever we pass in. And so that's going to be the rotation. And in here, we're going to say 0, math.pi divided by 4. We wanted to just rotate by 45 degrees, and then comma 0. And we also want to add on here, we're going to say color equals color, and hex color equals hex color. Here we go. And I want to add those as typed props up here, not the rotation, just the color and hex color. So just above switch, I'm going to say type switch props equals, and inside this object, we're going to say color, and that's going to be red or brown or blue or black. I could have copied that from somewhere, but that's okay. And then hex color is going to be a string. Now, here's the thing. If we type this like that, now it's going to go and yell at us. So hex color, this says, hey, this could be null, and that's not assignable to type string. So we can handle that either here or in our component. I'm just going to handle it here with or empty string. And for color equals color, I should have said color name. There we go. And now look, it's yelling at us for rotation. Why is it yelling at us for rotation? Well, because we didn't type for that. How do we type for everything that could be taken in by this React group component? How I'm not going to stand here all day and do that. So what we can do is we can say React dot component props like that, and we are going to specify group inside there, and then put an ampersand there. So we're going to say, hey, everything that React component props can take, and these specific types. So now we can use this hex color. Let's pull it off. Say color and hex color. Not my best names, but you know, it works. And then I could jump around and guess, okay, is it this one? Is it this one? But I know that this one here is the switch. So I'm just going to go ahead and put hex color right in there. And let's see what we have. There we go. We have our 4 switches, each in their different colors. So if we check out our final version, there's a couple things that happen when we click on it. So when I click and hold down, I get a sound, and I get in a couple animations. I have the whole thing rocking towards us, as well as this switch going down. When I release, I get a couple more animations, and I get the second half of the sound. I'll do it again. So that's what we want to hit. And now to achieve that, what we could do is I could put an on-click handler on this mesh, on this mesh, and on this mesh. There's actually 3 different meshes. If you look in our code, we can see we have this one. Actually, it might be 4. Oh yeah, because there are connectors underneath that we can't see. So they are there. That is the gold contact. So we can't see them in this view, but they are there. And I could just put an on click on all 4 of those to make sure that we're capturing this click. Or we can do something else. We can create a hitbox essentially. And what is a hitbox? Well, let's go ahead and make one and it'll become pretty evident. So here's our current version. And if we go into our code at the very top, just inside the uppermost parent, we don't want the scale 10 to be part of this. We want to create a mesh from scratch all on our own. So we're going to do that. Say mesh, if I can spell it. And then inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to pass the geometry and the material. Every mesh needs those 2 things. So we're going to say box, lowercase box geometry, like that. And we're going to pass the args, which are the dimensions of this box. So we're going to say args equals, and we're going to pass it an array of 0.15, 0.15, and 0.15, just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and close that geometry element. And next we're going to say mesh basic material, like that. And for this one, I'm just going to say color equals red. And that should work. And last, on the mesh itself, I want to set a position. So I'm going to say position is going to be 0, 0.05, and then 0, which is a very, very subtle shift. But if we save that and we go check out our setup, let's see if this works. There we go. We have this nice red cube that covers our whole switch and then some a little bit, right? But now what I can do is I can put a hit box, or sorry, I can put an on-click handler on this cube. And obviously I'm going to make it transparent, but that's going to work really well. So I'm going to remove color red, and we're going to say transparent, just like that. We don't need to say anything else. And we'll say opacity. It's going to be 0. And if we save that, head back and reload the page, there we go. We don't see it anymore. So it is still there. Let's make it do some stuff. Let's start with a super easy one that doesn't require a whole lot of work. So I'm going to say on pointer over, like that. And we're going to pass an arrow function. And inside here, we're going to say document.body.style.cursor equals pointer. I don't know what file got added to mine, but hopefully it didn't get added to yours. So document body style cursor equals pointer. I'm going to copy this and paste it, and then on pointer out, and then we're going to say default. And this is just going to give us a pointer cursor when we hover over. So let's reload the page. And I'm hovering over it. I get the cursor pointer and I leave. I go back to default. So we now know that this is definitely working because a second ago, that wasn't the case, that we would get the pointer. All right, next we want to animate our switch on pointer down and on pointer up. So to do that, we're going to need some refs. First, I want to put a ref on the group that has scale 10, rotation, mathpi divided by 2. That one right there. We're going to say ref equals switch group ref. And while we're down here, let's also put a ref on the one that has hex color. This mesh right here that has hex color, we are going to say ref equals stem ref. So we have a ref for the stem and for the entire switch now. Let's go and create those refs at the top. So I'm going to say const switch group ref, like that, equals use ref. And we're going to type that as a 3.mesh, sorry, a 3.group. And the next one's going to be a mesh. And we're going to give it an initial value of null. And then this one is going to be a mesh. And that's stem ref. Here we go. So use ref 3mesh for that one. I'm going to create one more mesh that's just going to help a little bit with having some state for not having animations kind of clip through one another, and I'll show you what I mean soon. But we'll say const is pressed ref, and we'll just say use ref, and we'll say false. And we're just using a ref here because I don't want this to trigger any additional renders. So we don't need to use a use state hook there. Now let's use all that by creating our handle pointer down and handle pointer up functions. I'll say const handle pointer down equals, and we're gonna get an event in here. And we're gonna type that as a 3 event, and specifically a pointer event. And then we're gonna have our arrow. And inside here, we're going to immediately stop propagation. Easier to say than spell. 3 event, I need to import from React 3 Fiber, so go ahead and do that. There we go. And now that should, that should see that working now. So first we want to check and make sure that we have stem ref and is pressed ref. So if, well, for different reasons. So if not stem ref dot current or is pressed ref dot current, right? So if we're already pressing it, then we don't want to do this. So return. And then we're going to say is pressed ref dot current equals true. And then let's animate just the stem for now, just to make sure this is working. So we'll say GSAP.to, and we'll say stem ref. Actually, let's go ahead and break out stem here. Let's say const stem equals stem ref.current. I always like doing that. Stem dot position. That's what we're animating. And then we're going to pass an object vars where z is going to be 0.005. We're shifting it very slightly on the z-axis. Oh, I missed a comma. There we go. And then the duration is going to be fast, so it's going to be 0.08. And the ease is going to be power to out, like that. Now, it might not surprise you to hear that handle pointer up is going to be pretty similar. So go ahead and copy handle pointer down. And we're going to create handle pointer up from it. We can keep the event. We can keep the event.stop propagation. And what we can do is we can flip this so that if it's already false, if is pressed ref.current is already false, then we don't need to handle pointer up because we've already done it. But here we're going to say is pressed ref is going to be false. And then we just want to edit our animation. So I'm going to change z back to 0. Duration is going to be 0.15. And our ease is going to be different. It's going to be a little bouncy. So I'm going to say elastic.out, and then 1, 0.3 in parentheses like that. I have a space there. I don't know if it matters, but that's what we have for our ease. Now we need to use this handle pointer up and handle pointer down. So let's go down to that hitbox that we have. You can even put a little comment here that just says hitbox. And we're going to go and say on pointer down is handle pointer down, and on pointer up is handle pointer up. If we save that and reload our page, let's see what we get. We get an error. We get 2 errors. GSAP is not defined. You should define GSAP. That is my recommendation to you. So import GSAP from GSAP. For some reason, it doesn't throw an error if you just do this. I don't know why. GSAP's like the only thing. If you try with CLSX, I get an error. GSAP's like, yeah, sure, cool. I'm not. If you know why, comment below because I'm not sure why. But let's reload the page. It seems like it's fixed, but let's do it anyway. There we go. So down, up. Down, up. Yours should have a similar look, and it should like bounce a little bit when you get to the top. Now, the reason we're using that is pressed ref is because if you click a lot, and I mean like really fast, before I added that to the project, I was able to get this to like phase through and go down, 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 because they would move down by 0.005, and then again before it was able to like have that reset. So now it's kind of impossible to break. Next, let's have this rock towards us, kind of like that, and bounce back into place. So what we're going to do is we're going to head to our code, and right below stem, I'm going to say const switch group equals switch group ref switch group ref dot current, and then I'm going to put it here GSAP dot to switch group dot rotation, and then pass a vars object. I'm going to yell at because I'm not checking for it. So I didn't mean to put the question mark there. It did it automatically, but we need to check for it up here. So I'm going to put it in here, just in the middle, to kind of keep it consistent. So no switch group ref dot current. So we need to check to make sure that that exists before we run this. And so inside this vars object, I want to, because x is already at math.pi divided by 2. So I want to add just a little bit to that. So 0.1 is going to be where we take x, and we'll say duration is going to be 0.05, so very quick. And then ease is going to be power 2 dot out. And then I'm going to copy this and both the switch group and my GSAP tween, and just come down here and paste it right there. So I have stem and switch group there, and we're going to check once again to make sure that switch group ref.current exists. So I'll say not, and there we go. Now it's happy again. And if we just get rid of the plus 0.1, it will work, but it won't look great. So it's rocking forward, it rocks back. Okay, it works, but it doesn't make me want to push it. It's not all that entertaining, honestly. So what we need to do is we need to use a different ease. Let's go check out our GSAP easing documentation. We can go to ease visualizer, and the one that I want is elastic. I have kind of like a boing kind of springy effect to it. I want to go, I think 0.3 is actually kind of perfect. So we're going to go with elastic out, and then 1, 0.3. You can either copy from here or you can type it, but I'm going to change my power 2 out to elastic out 1, 0.3. And then we can save that and see how that looks. I'm going to reload just in case, although I didn't need to, but just to make sure. So still bad. Why? Well, we have a really fast duration. If we up this to like 2 seconds, we'll really see the effect here. Ready? So, or maybe not. Why is that not happening? I'm reloading. Oh, because that's 0.2 seconds. Sorry. I don't know how decimals work. So there's 2 seconds. Now, there we go. Oh, I'm not sure why it's not doing it a second time. There we go. I think we need to give it like some space. So that's not what we want, but we can see that the effect is happening, right? So let's go for 0.6. I think that might be good. So yeah, there we go. Have a nice little rock. It feels just right. Like it's right in the middle where I want it. All right, let's go ahead and add our sounds. You might have noticed that in our public folder, we have this sounds folder, and for each color, we have 3 variations, and it's named in a predictable way. So let's go ahead, and at the top of our file, we can say const sound, all caps, map equals, I'm going to make an object, and we're going to say red, and we're going to make that an array, and this is going to be an array of strings. So we're going to say quote /sounds /red1.mp3. And I'm going to put a comma at the end, and then I want to copy that two more times, right? Because we need red1, red2, and red3. Now I'm going to put a comma at the end there and copy that 1, 2, 3 more times. And I'm going to select red and hit Command D 3 times, 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to type brown. And now we're set there. I'm going to do the same thing again. Command D 3 times. I'm going to type blue. And Command D 3 times. I'm going to type black. Just like that. Now we have our sound map. And we're actually going to be using this in our other file in a little bit. So we're going to say export. So that's going to be one thing we can import into our index file. Now we need to make a few refs. So I'm coming down to the top of our switch component, and we're going to say const audio equals use ref. And we're going to type that as an HTML audio element, and the initial value is null. And after that, we're going to say const audio timeout, and I'll explain this because it's a pretty cool way for us to use one file but get two sounds out of it. So we'll say use ref, and it's going to be a return type like that. And we're going to use angle brackets again and say type of, all lowercase, and then set timeout. And other angle brackets, and then default value of null in there. And last, we're going to create a ref called all audio, const all audio equals use ref. And in here, we're going to open this up and say sound map dot, square brackets color. So remember, we're getting that color prop in, so it's red, brown, blue, or black, which matches up with our key there. And then we're going to map over that. And inside here, we have an arrow function. And for an argument here, we get URL, and then curly braces. And inside here, we'll say const audio equals new audio, capital A, UDIO, and URL. We're using the web audio API. And here I'm just going to change the volume on it because these are a little bit loud. You can change it however you want it, but audio.volume equals 0.6, and then return audio, just like that. Now in handle pointer down, I'm going to put it right after our animations. Let's put audio. And then here I'm going to say audio.current equals, and we're going to use GSAP, a GSAP utility function here in order to choose a random sound from that array. So I'm going to say gsap.utils.random, and you can pass this an array, and it will give us back one of the items from that array. So we'll say all audio.current, and everything's happy now. And just in case something went wrong, we want to set the current position to 0. So we'll say audio.current.current time equals 0. And then we'll say audio.current.play, like that. Now if we save that, we can see it works, but it plays the down and the up on just that down stroke. It plays a ka-chunk instead of just a ka, right? So what we want to do is we want to stop it halfway through. So we're going to say audio timeout.current equals set timeout. Remember, we typed it as that. And we're going to pass this set timeout an arrow function. And that is going to return audio.current (pause). And comma, the duration here that we want the set timeout to last is going to be audio, in parentheses, audio.current.duration divided by 2, so we'll split it in half, times 1000 to make it into seconds from milliseconds. Now if we save that, we're only getting that first half, and that's what we want. And we're getting the different sounds. So our selection aspect is working, and so is our randomizer, right? We're getting different sounds. So a lot is working here, and it's all to be expected. Now let's set up the second half of that, the handle pointer up side. I'm going to go underneath our animations again to stay consistent. And here we're going to say if audio timeout, that current, then we're going to say clear timeout, and we're going to pass it audio timeout dot current. And on the next line, we'll say audio dot current question mark dot play. And if we save that, let's check it out. Don't worry about the animation being janky. We're going to fix that in a sec. But that works perfectly, right? So once again, we stopped it halfway. And then in the release part, we just say, hey, keep playing. And it works if you go fast or slow. And we don't have to have a different soundbite for the down and the up. It's a nice little trick we got. But now, as always, I want to introduce you to a problem we have. Click and drag off. It just stays there forever because the mouse release didn't get recorded on top of that hitbox. So we can break all of these. So what we need to do is we need to have this function, this handle pointer up function, get called if we mouse out. So on pointer leave also needs to do these things. You'll see that on the final one. If I mouse out, if I drag out, that's exactly what happens. So I'm going to refactor our code in a couple different ways. I'm going to first cut that, and I'm going to rename this to release switch, like that. And then underneath release switch, right here, I'm going to say const handle pointer up, and that's going to equal, and I'm going to go back up here, grab this event part, and inside here, I'll paste it just like that. And I'm going to say event.stop propagation. And then right after, I'm going to call release switch as a function like that. And then I'm going to close. Now it's yelling at me because it needs an argument. But here's the thing. We're not using that event anyway. We're just taking care of it because it's good coding practice. But for actually calling a release switch, we can just get rid of this. I just wanted to keep it around so we could copy it. And we can get rid of this event.stop propagation because we're not going to be getting an event from our on pointer leave. So we'll say const handle pointer leave equals arrow function. And inside here, we'll just call release switch. And then we can go down, and that's already handled the handle pointer up. And then we'll say on pointer leave is handle pointer leave. There we go. Now, if we test it, I'm not releasing the mouse, I'm just dragging off. So that's working great. One thing I want to do to clean up our animations a little bit is on handle pointer down, right after we have our is pressed ref that current true, and we create our stem and switch group, I want to say GSAP.kill tweens of, and we're going to say stem.position, and we're also going to kill the tweens of switch group dot rotation. So if there are any active tweens on either of those, this will wipe them out so that we can then animate properly on them. So that should, yeah, see how we're not hitting any like weird issues like we were before. We're getting like half animations if I click too fast, but now turn my volume down so it's not bothering you twice. But yeah, there we go. So that's looking really good. None of these are getting stuck anymore. The sound works great. This rocks. So the last thing I want to do on this component, on this slice, is create this little button that makes it so that it's accessible and we can play that audio through keyboard, and also that it gives it a little icon, be like, hey, like this, there's audio happening here, so you should click around. And also the name, the red max, blue max, etc. So that's what we're adding in now. So if we head to our code, we have this text button part that's just been stubbed out. So I'm going to create a button with a class of font, bold, slanted. Hit tab, there's my button. I'm going to add some more classes. Say absolute, bottom 0, left 0, Z of 10, flex, items center, gap is 3, padding is 6, text is 4XL, text white, uppercase, focus is going to be ring, so focus colon, ring 2. We haven't really done that modifier yet. And then focus again is going to be ring white, and focus outline none, like that. Now inside of our button, we're going to get name, which is gonna be like red max, and then we're gonna put an icon here in a minute. But for now, we can go ahead and save that, see how that looks. Looking good. We see that we get that little outline. But right now, we're not playing any audio, so let's get that audio in here. We're going to have an onClick that equals a function called handle sound. And let's go make that function right now. So say const handle sound equals arrow function. And here say const selected sound equals, and we're going to say gsap.utils dot, I think we're using GSAP in this function or in this component, right? Let me just double check. GSAP, we are not yet. So let's go ahead and import GSAP. Cool. And where was I? Right here, gsap.utils.random. And then inside here, we're going to say sound map. And we're gonna need to import that from @/component/switch, just like that. And then sound map, and we're going to pass it color name, like that. And so now we have a selected sound. And then we're gonna do the same thing that we did in the other file. We'll say const audio equals new capital A audio, parentheses selected sound. And then the next line is gonna change the volume to 0.6. And then we say audio dot play. And here we're not doing the up and down thing. We just want it to play normally. We don't care about the, because there's no like animation or switch effect or anything that's gonna mess it up. So save that, and you should hear that working just fine. Now to finish this off, we need that little audio icon. And if we go to our documentation, we see fonts and icons, and we click on React Icons. And this brings us over here to this wonderful library called React Icons, which allows you to pull in a bunch of icons easily into your project. That was terrible English, but I think you get what I'm saying. So go ahead and install this into your terminal, or type that into your terminal. Words aren't coming well right now. But like I said, this gives us access to all of these different icon sets. And for this, we're going to be using the Lucid, I think that's how you pronounce it, icon set. So we can see, like if I search for volume, here we go. We get a couple there. I don't want either of those. I want, this. So if I click on that, I get this LU volume 2 is what it tells me to use, as well as my import. So I'm going to just do this and worry about auto imports. So if that made sense, I hope so. So right after name, I'm going to just say LU volume 2 and import that from React Icons /LU, just like that, and close that. So if I save and then go back, there we go. That looks awesome. And the cool thing is we're only importing that one icon, so we're not going to get this big bundle of a million icons. We're just getting the ones that we actually used in our project. All right, we only have 2 slices left to do. One is this marquee, and the other one is this purchase button. So we're going to be building out the marquee first, and then we'll get to this. All right, so we're going to go to Slice Machine. Inside our homepage page type, we're going to add a start from scratch slice, and we're going to call this marquee, M-A-R-Q-U-E-E. and we'll say create and then click into it. I'm going to update the screenshot, and it's the long, thin one right there. So we have our slice created. The first field we're going to do is a select right there, and this is going to be direction. And the options, not 1 and 2, but will be left and right. Hit done. Next, we're going to add a group because we need it to be repeatable. And we're going to call this phrases. Hit done. And we're going to create a text field inside that I'll just call text. Very cleverly named, and that should be good. It's really a very simple component, kind of from top to bottom, but it adds a little bit of life to the page. And so we have the homepage updated, we have our marquee. We can go ahead and push those, I believe. And then we can head to Prismic. I want to reload the page. Mine's been sitting for a little while. And we can go ahead and add one. Let's go underneath the bento box. I'm going to add a marquee there. And I'll say that it goes left, and I'm going to say joyful experience. What are some of our other phrases? Quality materials. Precision crafting. That'll be the last one. Awesome. So we'll hit save, and then we will publish. And we can go back to Slice Machine, Slices, Marquee, and we can show code snippets. So we'll see that slice primary direction is going to be what gives us left and right. And then we have our slice primary phrases map that we can go through to get our text. Now in my slices folder, I've got my marquee. I can open that up. And first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and just remove everything inside the section. Like that. And then I'm going to grab this slice primary phrases map. I'm going to copy that and paste that in there. And then inside here, I'm just going to say div with a key of, let's do item comma I. I'll make that the key for now. And then inside that div, we can say item.text. Like that. And let's see what we get. Joyful experience, quality materials, precision crafting. All right, that's looking good. Now let's give it a bit of styling. So on here, I want to say class name is equal to, we'll say text is going to be a custom value of 180 pixels. And then on medium screens and above, text is going to be 260 pixels. We're going to do font, bold, slanted, PX 14, text gray 400/80. It's going to be a little bit transparent, and leading is going to be none. So you don't want any top or bottom like padding or margin on that. So save that, and if we check it out, we see we're getting there. Let's give this a little bit of uppercase. And boom, just like that, we are looking good. Next, we can bring in the little logo that is in between each phrase to separate. To do that, we're going to go and grab logo mark from our components in the resources, and we're going to copy that and put it where it says to put it. Source components logo mark .tsx. Paste that in, save it, and then here, right after our div, because I don't want it inside the div, I'm going to say logo mark and import that from @/components. But now I need a fragment because we're returning two different elements and we can't do that in React. So I'm going to say fragment, and we're going to import that from React, and I'm going to wrap around the div and the logo mark like that. And we need to bring our key up to our fragment now. There we go. And we save that. Let's see how we're looking. We have a giant logo, not what we want. So let's go ahead and say class name. This is going to be size, put quotes, size equals -36. So it's going to be the width and the height. Nice little quick one. And we'll say flex shrink 0. We save that and we get a much better result. That's what we're looking for. Now I want to wrap around my map here with a div. I'm going to say .flex, .items, center, like that. And I'm going to bring it down to there. I'm going to add a couple more classes here. We'll say BG, gray, 200. PY is going to be 10. And white space is no wrap. That is to stop it from breaking onto new lines. So if we go back, we see that it is not breaking onto new lines. We have these long lines, even though, it's going outside of the viewport. So this is one instance of our phrases. We're going to need more. We're going to need to repeat ourselves a few times just because the user might be on a very wide screen and we wouldn't want it to kind of like obviously break or have a gap, but also we need at least one more copy in order to do the trick that we're about to do. So I wrote an article about this a while ago about how to do these kind of infinite elements. And this is a little demo I have where it looks like this is just, going on forever, but it's actually a trick. If you hover here, just show how all you need is 2 elements. And then right when it's about to be at 50% movement based on its own height, that's when you snap back to the beginning. So as soon as it gets to halfway up, then you just snap back and it gives you this seamless result. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be swapping back to start in a way that you won't even be able to tell. So right here above our flex item center, I'm going to leave a little comment that says content to duplicate. I recommend you do the same so that we know what to duplicate in a second. But now I'm going to wrap around that, all of that, and use the animation that we have in our CSS file. So I'm going to go ahead and say div, and then class name is going to be CLSX, parentheses. I need to import that. Here we go. And we're going to pass it a string first. We'll say marquee -track, and then animate marquee and flex. And I just put the marquee track to kind of give it a name so we can start to see it in our mind. Otherwise, it gets a little bit tricky. But this animate marquee, we'll look at that in our CSS in just a minute. And then what I also want to do is I want to handle the direction. So slice.primary.direction equals right. And we're going to say animation direction reverse so that it goes back the other way. So bring this div down. I'm going to wrap around the entire other div, save it just like that. And let's see what we have. Do we have any motion at all? We do not. Oh, yeah, we do. So we have a little bit of movement here. I'm going to bring it back down to a normal size. And let's look at our CSS in order to figure out why it's moving so slow compared to the other one, because it's using the same code. Well, like I said, we're translating by 50%, and it has 30 seconds to move by 50%. If I give you 30 seconds to move a foot, but if I give you 30 seconds to move a mile or a kilometer, you're going to be having to move really, really fast. So right now, we're not duplicating this content yet. So let's actually go ahead and do that. I'm just going to go ahead and grab our content to duplicate from this div to this div. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to delete my content to, actually, I'll leave the content to duplicate comment there. But just up above the return, I'm going to say const marquee content, like that, equals arrow function. And I don't want curly braces. I want parentheses because we just put an implicit return. And I'm just going to paste that in there. And now inside my content to duplicate, I'm going to put marquee content. And I'm going to duplicate that 3 more times. So we have 4 instances of marquee content. And now if I go look, we still get a disappointing slow crawl. Why? Well, I'm going to inspect this. And we can see that we have our marquee track here. Now look at the size. I can't point to it because it's going to disappear when I try to point. But it's 1905, so 1,905 on my screen. It's going to be different on yours most likely. But that is the width of the div that we are animating. So how do we get it to be longer than that? Because that is, 30 seconds to travel half of that isn't going to be that big of a deal. We need to make that a lot bigger. All we have to do is wrap this div in flex. So go ahead and bring that down and save that and come back and see the speed. Go ahead, inspect that. And now look at your marquee track, your animate marquee one. So now it's 25,379 for me. So big difference. That is now what we are looking for. So and the duplication will happen without you even being able to tell. It's going to be nice and seamless. We're going to put a couple more classes on that single flex that we just added. I'm going to say relative, item center. Oh, I'm shouting, hold on. Relative, items center, and white space, no wrap, just in case. And then just this one last time, we're going to wrap one more time. I know it's a lot, but that's a tricky marquee thing for you. So we're going to say dot relative, dot flex, and dot w full, and I'll open it there. I just like to get a few classes in before I open it up. Let's do some more styles. We'll say items center, overflow hidden. This is the key one. And then select none. We don't want the highlighting of text like that. And now that it's kicked in, I can't do it anymore. So perfect. And on this, we're also going to add a little bit of accessibility stuff. We'll say aria hyphen hidden equals true. We don't need to read these things out. I'm going to say role equals presentation. So right now, if we look at what's giving us this padding in here, let's take a gander and inspect, and we have padding Y10 on each of these items. And we also have a little bit, you see, it's tough for me to show you, but you see that there's actually a bit of blue gap in there, and I don't actually want that. I want it to be as snug to the letters as I can possibly get it. Previously, this was difficult to do, but recently we've had a new feature in CSS that allows us to do that. It's not out in like as a Tailwind class yet, but luckily Tailwind gives us these custom ways of typing in whatever we want. So on the font bold slanted div, we're going to add one at the end. It's completely custom, so it's going to be in square brackets the whole time. And we're going to say text box, text hyphen box, like that, colon, trim, hyphen both, and then underscore cap, underscore alphabetic, like that. And then if we save that, we should see it tighten up. So now if we inspect again, we'll see that, where's the right div? Yeah, see how it's snug right to those letters? If you ever need to do some like precision typography, now we have a fantastic tool. So use that. It is available, I think, in every browser, every modern browser, or at least the support is really high, just not in Firefox yet. So you'll just see a little bit more padding there, but we have good support otherwise. So now that it's done, here's the final version of the site where I have one going left right before the click playground. I have another one going right after that. And then after the color changer, I have another one going left. I'm using the same 3 phrases in each. I was thinking you could even do like joyful experience 3 times in one, and then have quality materials here, and then have precision crafting here, right? Like, so like it just says the same thing over and over again for each marquee. You can do it however you want, but that's how I set mine up. So you can go ahead into Prismic and create a marquee above and below a couple other slices. I will let you do that however you wish. While we're in Prismic though, let's go ahead and set up something that we kind of put off for a little bit. We have this live preview settings. If you hit the 3 dots up here, live preview settings, we can go ahead and just grab our localhost 3000. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to come back to Prismic and paste that in, and we should automatically get this /slice simulator at the end to text it on for you. If we hit save, we should see just in a second, we should get joyful experience, craft your click, things like that. This isn't going to work perfectly with everything. It actually works pretty well with the keyboard, but like any scroll trigger kind of stuff, it can get kind of weird. So if the hero is not working right, or it starts to do that, that's understandable, because that's just the way that heroes with scroll trigger and everything work, where like this is trying to emulate that, and it's just going to be a little bit wonky. So don't worry about it too much. But yeah, this helps you see your component in real time. Like I can go up to Vapor 75 features and just add some exclamation marks, and you see that it updates, because it's actually rendering out our components. So it's a great way for you to give your content team a live preview of how it's going to look. And as you swap out images, or as you do pretty much anything, it's going to change this component because it is all rendering live. This is not a screenshot of your stuff. Hit save, and I'm going to hit publish. And you just set up the live preview. So nicely done. All right, it's time to work on our very last slice. It's this purchase button slice. And the main thing here is just how fun it is to kind of go back and forth and go woo, woo. We also have that cool little light effect that goes over it. But yeah, it's just a nice little slice to get people to click. And then this part where we're setting up stripe, that is the other big part of this component. So we are going to be creating this new slice by going to Slice Machine, Page Types, and then we're going to click Add, and I'm going to click Start from Scratch, and I'm going to call this Purchase button. Hit Enter, and there we go. Purchase button, no screenshot available. There is now, because I'm adding it right here. There we go. Order yours now by Vapor 75. Let's go ahead and add our fields. We have first a text. We're going to add that eyebrow. So we're going to call it eyebrow. And that's just a little bit of text above the heading. Next is going to be a rich text for the heading. And we're going to unselect everything but H2. That's done. Next, we're going to do another text field. And that's for the button text. And last, we're going to have a rich text for the body. And I'm going to unselect all except for paragraph, bold, italic. And let's allow lists just in case they want to do that. But that's going to be this text down here. So once we have that, we can go ahead and review changes, push those changes, and I'm going to head into Prismic to add that at the very bottom, our new purchase button. And the eyebrow, I'm going to grab right from here, experience peak performance. It's not letting me. I was going to type it in. And I'll say for the heading is, get yours now, order yours now. And then by Vapor 75. And then the body, I'm going to copy that from right here. There we go. And that should copy well. Perfect. Save and publish. Now if we go back to our keyboard website and scroll to the bottom, I have my custom keycaps thing here. I'm going to reload twice. And then I have my marquee come in, and then I have my placeholder component for purchase button. Head to my code, and I'm going to close out of those and open up my purchase button. Let's do a few of the basics. Change section to bounded. There we go. And then we're going to gut the inside of it. So say hey in the inside just to keep it from closing up. And then we can go to our slices, our button, and grab our code snippets. Going to copy the eyebrow and come back here, and I'm just going to get rid of hey, not sure why I put that. But I'm going to paste my slice primary eyebrow inside of a p tag. Then I'm going to grab my heading, and I'll copy that, and I will paste that underneath. I'm going to get rid of the Prismic rich text and just put Prismic text. So I'm going to be using an H2 around that. We'll grab that in a second. Our button text, I'm going to copy that, and you know what? I'm going to create a button around it, but you never saw that coming. Button, and I'm going to put my button text inside of it. And then for the body, I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and I'm going to leave the Prismic rich text because that's exactly what we want to use for that one. So I'm going to import both of these from Prismic React, and then we can go ahead and save that. And let's see what we have over here. There we go. That's coming through well by Vapor75, and then we have our stuff there. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, well, I guess the next thing, because it's not first, but I'm going to bring in our FadeIn component from @/components FadeIn. Bring it all the way to the bottom, wrap around everything. I'm going to add a class to this, and it's going to be relative mx auto, max width 7xl, px4, and text center. And then we're also going to target children. There we go. And if we go back and see, there we go. We've got everything coming in all funky now. It's not exactly what we want, but we have the fade in kind of working, right? So let's go ahead and style our eyebrow. I'm going to have a class name on this, and we're going to say MB6, text XL, font medium, text gray 700, and MD and above, we're going to say text 2XL, just like that. Save that, see how that's looking. Did that save? Is that how that's supposed to look? We're finding out. There we go, that's better. All right, next we want to style around our Prismic text. So we're going to say h2.font bold slanted, and then wrap it around, and then add some more styles. We'll say MB8, scroll, PT6. Like I said, we're gonna see the payoff of that a little bit later. Text is gonna be 5XL, text gray 900, and uppercase. Medium and above, we're gonna go text 7XL. LG and above, we're gonna go text 8XL. And I've got a little typo there. There we go. And if we check the results there, not sure why my hot reloading isn't so hot right now, but that's looking better. Ah, I see why my thing is so narrow. I have max width 7. That should be 7XL. Very different value, where this is 1280 versus, what is it going to be, like 20, 28? Yeah, so very different value. 7XL, very important. So there we go. That's looking a lot better now. It is time to style the button. This is going to be a lot of classes, but let's get to it, and we're going to really make something fun. In here, we're going to use CLSX, and you'll see why. We have a bit of logic, but also a bit of organization. We're going to start with group and relative. Width is full. Overflow hidden. Rounded is full. Border is 8. Border gray 900. BG, now we're going to do a linear gradient. We're going to say BG linear to r/OKLCH, just like that. I'll explain this in a little bit. So we're going to go from sky 300 to sky 600. And so that's going to be both sides of the gradient. Make sure you have dashes between each of those like that. Let's just save there and see what we have so far, so that we're breaking this up a little bit, because we have a lot of styles for this one. Let's see. There we go. That is not right, because I have routed, R-O-U-N, rounded full. See how it catches the errors? It brought that right to the front. So rounded full. Let's see. I'm not sure why my hot reloading is so slow. I'm going to actually restart my dev server. All right, I won't claim that's looking good, but it's on its way, right? That's what we're expecting right now. So to sky 600. Let's keep it going. Say PX6, PY6, ease out. And then we have a couple focus things here. So say focus, colon, ring, and we're going to do dash square brackets, 24px, close square brackets, and then focus, colon, ring, sky, 500/50, focus, outline, none. And then we only want to do that scale effect if we are, if the user is fine with motion. So we're going to say motion safe, transition all, and motion safe, duration 300, MD border. We're going to say a custom value of 12px, like that. And just a couple more styles. Here we go. MD px20 and MD py16. Whew, there we go. So we have that. Let's save this and then see what we get. We are looking better. We're not there yet. We're not touching the text yet, but we see that we have the button aspect in effect, right? So we are getting there, and there's our focus. Nice, big, obvious focus. So there we go. Next, we're going to hit enter and start a new line with a new string. And I actually lied a second ago. We are still going to scale it up, but we're only going to transition it. We're only going to make it a transition if they're okay with motion. So we are going to say hover, scale 105. That should be fine. Hover, shadow 2XL, and hover, shadow, sky 500/40. Now I'm just putting these hover styles in their own string. We could have done that with focus as well. When you have a big thing like this, it's kind of nice to use CLSX just to break them out so you can kind of digest it all. So you can definitely do that with hover. I just kind of, or sorry, not hover, with focus with those, but I just decided to do it with hover. And then we also have this active string that I wanted to bring attention to. So active is going to be scale 95. So that's when it is getting ready for stripe, and then it scales down a little bit. And we're just going to say cursor pointer. And this one's going to make more sense in a little bit. So now we have a few little effects there. Looking good. All right, we got a couple more things to do here. We want to work on the shimmer, that little shing, the text, and then bring in this arrow, which swaps out when we click. So we've got a few things to do here. So let's go ahead and hit that shimmer first. We're going to say dot absolute, and then add more styles here. We're going to say inset 0, negative translate x full. Oh, now I got a little typo there. There we go. BG gradient. We're actually going to do linear to R from transparent via, that means it's going to be in the middle, white /40%. Sorry, just 40, but that's what it does. It brings it down to 40%. And then to transparent. So we're got just a little bit of a sheen in the middle. And then we're going to say ease out, group hover, translate, X full, motion safe. We're going to do transition, transform, and motion safe, duration 1000. Like that. I have a typo or two in here. Group hover. The rest looks good. All right. Let's see what we have. There we go. There's our little highlight shining across. Awesome. I'm just going to make one little change here where I'm going to make this just self-closing rather than having the div twice. All right. Next, we're going to do what I'm calling like the button content. So in here, we're going to say dot relative .z10.flex. Let's open up with that. And we'll put our button text inside it, but this is going to be a container. We still have some more styles to do, and it'll be our span to wrap that button text in. We're going to say, after flex, we're going to say items center, justify center, and gap 6, and MD and above, we're going to say gap is 8. Cool. And now, like I said, we want to span dot font black slanted. Let's open that up and put our button text in there. Let's just save that real quick and see how we're looking. There we go. We are seeing something happening. Our font is working. Let's keep going. Text for XL. That's going to be on the smallest screens. And we're going to say tracking wide. Text gray 900. Uppercase. Group hover is going to be negative. Translate Y1. Motion safe. We're going to say transition transform. And motion safe is duration 300. MD and above, we'll say text 7XL, and LG and above, we'll do text 9XL, like that. And there we go. We have our by Vapor 75 big, thick text. We are not getting any effect on that yet because we have not put it in, but it is looking better. And now just underneath that span, we want to put our little arrow like we have right there. See how that pops in? So let's put that in there. We're going to create a div with hidden because at small sizes, we're going to get rid of this arrow. And let's just open that up. And then inside here, let's put LU chevron right. So it should be LU chevron right, import from React icon /LU. And we're going to pass a class on this. And we're going to say H12. Actually, let's say size 12. And text gray 900. And then MD and above, we'll say size is 16. Like that. And make sure we close that. There we go. After hidden, let's put group hover is translate. X2 group hover is scale 125, motion safe, transition all, motion safe, duration 300, and MD block. So it will become visible on medium screens and above. Let's see how that looks. And that's what we're expecting. Very cool. Now down underneath our button, let's go ahead and wrap this Prismic rich text in a div. We're going to say .mt12. I'm going to open that up and pass a few more classes. Space Y3. So it's just going to create spacing between any items that Prismic rich text returns. And text base, text gray 600. And medium screens and above, we'll do text large, or LG. Save that. And here we go. That's looking a lot better. Okay, now I want to go through and handle the bit of state that happens right here. Not the next step just yet, but just the state that happens right here. Once we click, boom, what goes on there is what I want to work on right now. So at the very top of our purchase button component, we want to pull in a bit of state. So we'll say const square brackets is pressed, comma set is pressed equals use state and then false. It's going to be our initial value. And I'm going to import that from React. And now let's go ahead and add a click handler. That's mostly a placeholder for now, but it'll help us build this out. So we'll say const handle purchase click equals async. I had a feeling I spelled that wrong. And we're going to have an arrow function. We'll say set is pressed, and that will be true. And then we're gonna say to do add checkout logic later. So we're gonna do that in a little bit. And then inside here, we're gonna say await new promise. And this is just gonna be for, in the meantime, resolve. And we're going to say set timeout like that. And then we're going to call resolve and after 2 seconds. And then we can say set is pressed false like that. And if we head down to our button, we can use that function here. And we're going to say on click. We're going to handle purchase click. And then disabled, we're going to have if is pressed is true. And then inside our CLSX, we have a couple things here that we can use our is pressed logic on. So here for cursor pointer, we can say is pressed question mark, and then we can have a string and then a colon afterwards, and cursor pointer is the second, or I guess the third part of this ternary. And here we'll say scale 95, cursor not allowed, and opacity 80. So we're going to drop the opacity on this to fade it out a little bit. And then we can go down to our button text here, and instead of just having that button text sitting there all by itself, we can do this. We'll say is pressed, and we'll have parentheses here, and then colon, and then we're going to put our slice primary button text inside a second set of parentheses. It's going to be a little bit funky right now, but just trust me on it. So inside the is pressed, we're going to put a span. And inside that span, well, I need to complete it first. And inside here, we're going to have the LU loader. So import that from React icon /LU. And I'm going to close that. And then I'm also going to have the word loading, ... just like that. And so I won't style this out just yet. I just want to see that the logic is working. And we also want to get rid of our chevron, our little arrow, if is pressed is true. So we're only going to show this if is pressed is false. So we're going to have not is pressed and parentheses, and then we open that up and wrap that in it. So it'll only show if that's false. Now let's, we need this to be a client component. I always forget. Use client at the top, save that, and now React is happy again. There we go. So we have this. If we click, we have our loading, and after 2 seconds, it goes back. So we're seeing that our styles are getting there. They're ugly, but it's getting there, right? This is what we want. Let's go back to our span and LU loader. And I'm going to put a class on my span, and we're going to say flex items center gap 4 MD gap 6, like that. And then on the LU loader, we have a class as well. I'm going to say size is 12, animate spin. That is a built-in Tailwind thing. It's really handy. And we're going to say text gray 900. And on medium and above, we're going to say size is 16. Save that and come back. Let's see. Much cooler. That's looking great. I like it. So real quick, I promised that I would explain the OKLCH thing because we put that at the end of our linear gradient. And basically that is an interpolation modifier that allows you to choose the interpolation mode for your gradient. And they have a great example here where if you're going from this color to that color, you get very different results depending on which interpolation mode you choose. You can see the differences here. The longer and the increasing ones are very dramatically different, but just choosing OKLCH gave us a more vivid center than like this is a bit more gray, and the default one is not great either. I don't think they're showing that one unless it's that. But yeah, you can get a much nicer result sometimes if you add an interpolation modifier on there. So that's why we slapped that on. All right, now it's time to make our font width dynamic thanks to variable fonts. So let's do it. We're going to be using GSAP for this. So at the very top, I want to add GSAP and import that from GSAP dot plugin register plugin. There we go. And then use GSAP and import that from @GSAP React. Now to animate this button and text, we're going to be using some refs. So I'm going to put those at the top. I'm going to say const button ref equals use ref. And it's going to be an HTML button element, and default value is null, or the starting value, and I'm going to do the same for a text ref. Const text ref is going to be use ref, import that from React if you haven't already, an HTML span element, and the initial value will be null. So underneath our click handler, let's go ahead and use GSAP. Just like that, and pass it one of our favorite arrow functions. And as always, we want to first check and make sure that our refs exist. So if not button ref.current or not text ref.current, return. Good. So now we know we have those refs. And now we're going to create two functions, one handle mouse move and the other one handle mouse leave. So we'll say const handle mouse move equals event. I'm going to type that as a mouse event and make an arrow function there. And inside here, we need to check again to see if this button ref and text ref exist, because we're going to pass this as a callback in a little bit. So first I'm going to say const button rect for rectangle equals button ref dot current dot get bounding client rect, like that, and call that function. Next we'll say const mouse x, because we only need the x position. It's going to be equal to event dot client x minus button rect dot left. And then const button width equals button rect dot width. So now we want to map that mouse x position within the button, like from 0 to the button width, to our font variation. So I want to say const normalized x equals math.max, and then in here we're going to say 0, comma math.min parentheses, and we'll say 1, comma mouse x slash button width. That on a board, I don't know how that got in there. Let's try that again. Let's say 0, comma math min 1, comma mouse x divided by button width. And this might be confusing, but all this does is clamp the value between 0 and 1. Okay, now it gets a little confusing just because of the way that this font is set up. We're going to be tweaking the actual parameters of our variable font. But we're going to say const new WDTH, capital W there, because that is the 4-letter name of this axis on the font. So we're going to say that equals 120 minus normalized x times 70. So that's going to give us a value between 120 to 150. And here, I'm going to put a comment here, 120 equals thinner, 50 equals wider. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a little bit funky, because what comes next is the opposite. Const new WGHT weight equals 700 plus normalized x times 300. And that's going to give us a value between 700 and 1,000. So I'm going to do a similar thing with a comment. I'm going to say 700 equals lighter and 1,000 equals bolder. So just know that there's a difference here between width and weight. You can have something that's very wide but also very thin. The weight is how thick each line is, right? So those are two different things. And now within this callback, we're going to have GSAP smoothly update those CSS variables. So we're going to say GSAP.to, and we'll do text ref.current. And then we're going to pass our vars, and our vars are going to be a string with 2 dashes and then WDTH, because we're going to use CSS custom properties here. And we're going to update that with new WDTH. And the second one's going to be WGHT, and update that with new WGHT. And duration is going to be 0.3, and ease is going to be power 2.out. And that just gives it a little bit of a, a nice ease. It's always good to have an ease, not just do it immediately. We've seen that a couple times throughout this project. So just for right now, I'm going to go to right after our handle mouse move function. Go down here, and I'm going to say button ref dot current question mark dot add event listener, and then here I'm going to say mouse move and pass it the handle mouse move, and after that I'm going to use GSAP set to set some initial font variation values. So we'll say GSAP dot set text ref dot current comma, and then in here I'm going to copy these two values just because I don't want to type them. But instead of new width, we're just going to say 85, and instead of new weight, we're going to say 850. And so those are our starting values. And now we really want to clean this up. By this I mean our event listeners. So we're going to say return. I'm going to pass this an arrow function that'll get called when this unmounts from the DOM. We'll say if button ref.current, and I'm going to just copy this line, and I'm going to say remove event listener, mouse leave, and then handle. Sorry, remove event listener, mouse move, handle mouse move. So I can save all that. Let's see. Oh, I still need to do one more thing. Well, first I need to actually add that ref for the buttons. I'm going to say ref equals button ref, like that, and add the ref for the text. So on this span, I'm going to say ref equals text ref, like that. And also we need to add an inline style. So say style equals, and we're going to pass an object, and we're going to use those CSS custom properties that we set up above. I'm going to say dash dash WDTH, and we're going to set that to 85 just as a default. That's fine. And then dash dash WGHT, that's going to be 850. And it's going to yell at you and say, hey, that's not cool. Don't do that. And we're going to say, hey, it's okay, because this is all as React dot CSS properties, like that. So once you type it like that, then it's like, okay, we're good with this now. That's how you type it. Whoops, I am so sorry. I just realized I put this text ref and the style on the wrong span. I put it on the loading span on the inside, not on the span on the outside. So let's go ahead and move that up to the one with font black slanted on it. Go ahead and save that. And now if we go check, there we go. That is looking awesome. Now the only thing is if I leave on this side, it doesn't go back to the way it was, and it just stays that font. And I don't really want that. I like the way we have it at the end, where I leave and it kind of springs back. That just feels good to me. It feels like it normalizes it. I don't know. I like that. So we need another function. We need an on mouse leave. So let's go back up to our use GSAP. Here's our handle mouse move. Now let's do a const handle mouse leave equals arrow function. And then we need to check if no text ref dot current, and then we return. And inside here, we're going to just reset the default values when the mouse leaves. So we'll say gsap.to text ref dot current, and pass an object. I'm going to grab these values, the duration and the ease, and just going to do 85, and then 850, and the duration can be 0.5. Save that, reload, because use GSAP needs to be called again, and it didn't work. Let's see. Oh, because I didn't hook up an event listener. So we need to add an event listener and also remove that event listener when we're done. So I'm going to do this twice. So mouse move, we're going to do mouse leave, and then handle mouse leave. Oops, sorry, I just said leave instead of mouse leave. And then mouse leave. And then handle mouse leave. Save that. Now reload. And it gets thick and it bounces back. It gets thin and it bounces back. Also, if this isn't extreme enough for you, like if you want it to be even thinner or even thicker, you can tweak these values to make it, go higher, lower, whatever you want. So that is totally up to you. But I thought that just like this isn't very subtle, but it's also not overkill, I feel like. So that's why I chose those values. So what we need to do now is we need to actually create a custom type for products, because we're going to be having Prismic as our source of truth for each product. We're only going to have one product, but if we were to add multiple keyboards, we could have each one as a separate product that has price information and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to be creating a reusable custom type, and that is going to have a name of product, just like that. And we'll say create. And because it's reusable, we start with a UID, and our next field is going to be a text field. That's going to be the name. And then we're going to have a number field. Scroll down a little bit. This will be price. And I'm just going to hit done, but then come back in and edit it again so that the API ID doesn't change. I'm going to say price cents in parentheses for the label, just to help out our editors, because this is not going to be in dollars or anything. Just so like 1,000 cents here is going to be $10. So that's how that'll work. And we'll have an image, and this will just be called image. And then we can have a rich text for a description. And we're just going to have P, B, and I, like that. Then we can go ahead and review our changes and push this product up to Prismic. And then we can create a new page, and we have product here. And so for this UID, we're going to say Vapor 75. Make sure that's exact, because we'll be referencing that later. And then for the name, we'll say Vapor 75, just like that. Our price is going to be $99.99 for $99.99. Our image, you can select whichever one you want. I personally think that the best one for this is this one, because it kind of shows most of the keyboard. We don't need to worry about alternative text because we're sending just the image to Stripe. And then for the description, I'm going to just copy it from the final product, because it has this whole like big paragraph. So you can go ahead and do the same. I'm going to remove the bold, although it doesn't really matter because we're just going to send a string along. But yeah, grab that from there, and now we can hit save. And I'm going to just wipe out this because mine got changed to the big paragraph. Vapor 75, and I'm going to hit publish. And there we go. Now you can head to stripe.com, sign up for a free account, and they're going to ask you for your name. You just put your name in. They're going to ask you to name your project or whatever and put your URL. You can just skip for now. On all of these windows, really, you don't have to worry about choosing anything, because we're going to be using the API, not kind of going through their menu so much. Then from within the Stripe dashboard, I'm in the sandbox of this new business sandbox. Down here at the bottom left, I have developers, and I have API keys. And that'll open this page with API keys and my publishable key and my secret key. And I'm going to copy each of those. Just click on it to copy it. And back here in the root of my project, I'm going to hit new file, and I'm just going to type .env like that. And first I want to say next public Stripe publishable key equals, and then hit that. And then for the second one, my secret key, I'm going to just type Stripe secret key and paste that in. So the name's publishable key and secret key should give you a hint as to whether or not they should be available on the client. The publishable key can be available to the client. That's totally fine if people know about this key. That's why we put a next public in front of it, because if we ever want to use it on the client side, we can, but we don't put next public in front of the Stripe secret key because this we only want to ever be on the server side. In case you're not familiar, that is how you declare that a variable can be sent to the browser. So next protects it by default, but you can kind of opt into making it public with next public and then whatever you want to put there. Now we have a couple ways that we could go about working with products. We could either go to the product catalog and go ahead and add a product and walk through the name and the description, the image, the price, all this kind of stuff. Or there's a way that we're going to be following that we can dynamically create products and have Prismic as our source of truth for the product price, for the name, all that kind of stuff. So the product and the price will be kind of created on the fly using the data from Prismic. All right, let's look at how our Stripe checkout is going to function before we start coding anything more. So here is our Next.js app. Here's the external services that we'll be connecting with. And then here is the overall journey. So what's going to happen first? The user is going to click that button, and then we get a little bit of loading state. And while that loading state's there, we are going to call this checkout function that's going to be in a separate file. And that checkout is going to fetch our API route that is local within our project. And that API route is going to do a few things. First, it's going to call out to Prismic and ask for the product. And so we're fetching that product data from Prismic during that stage. It's going to come back. And then once we have that information, it's going to have the price and the image and the name and all that stuff. We're then going to reach out to the Stripe API and say, hey, Stripe, we have this product. We'd like you to make a page for it and give us a whole checkout experience based around this product. And so we create a Stripe session with that information. We create that on the fly, as I said. And so it's going to give us back a session URL and say, hey, forward your user to this URL. And so what we're going to do is we're going to redirect the user to that session, and they get their nice custom Stripe checkout. And that's where they can enter their payment information, and whether or not they succeed or cancel, they're going to get some kind of page after that. So that is our full flow, and we can now get into building this. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to, in our source folder, create a new file that's called checkout.ts. This is just going to be a quick little function. We're going to say export async function checkout. And then inside here, we're going to try and catch. So let's say try. And inside the try, we're going to say const res equals await fetch parentheses. And we're going to say /API /checkout /vapor 75. And then we're going to pass in an object that has method. And that's going to be a string that says post, like that. And we'll say const data equals await res.json. Call that as a function. And we'll say window.location.href equals data.url. And there we go. And then we'll say catch after our try. And here we're going to say console error. And we're just going to say purchase failed. And then we're going to output the error like that. And catch needs to be like this. Sorry about that. So now that looks good. Now let's go ahead and create this API checkout Vapor 75 route. So in the app directory and API, we already have a couple of routes. We have exit preview, we have preview, and we have revalidate. Where did these come from? These were created when we set up Slice Machine. This is part of the automatic Prismic setup that we get. We'll be using each of these towards the end when we deploy our website. Now we're going to create our own. We're going to right click on API, choose new folder. We're going to say checkout to match that. And then inside there, we are not going to create a Vapor75 folder. We're going to create a UID in square brackets folder that will catch whatever we pass there. And it's just going to be Vapor75 for this project because we have just that one thing. But we're setting this up to be a bit more dynamic so that if you do have multiple products, we can fetch those from Prismic as needed. And then inside that folder, we're going to create a new file, be called route. Oh, one sec. Route.ts. And there we go. So we're about to use Stripe in this route. And luckily, Stripe provides us with a great SDK that we're going to install first. So we'll say npm I Stripe, just like that. There we go. Then in our code, we're going to start off by saying const Stripe equals new capital S Stripe, and we're going to import that from Stripe, just like that. Then in parentheses, we're going to say process.env.stripe secret key, like that. And then at the end, we're going to put an exclamation mark, and that's just going to silence TypeScript because he's sitting here saying, hey, this is probably null. You can't use this, right? Or sorry, it's probably undefined. I don't know, but we're just going to tell it, hey, no, it's good. Just trust me. That's basically what that exclamation mark says. And after that, we're going to pass an object, and this object is going to have API version. And then we're going to pass a string that says 2025-07-30.bazel. That is the current API version that we're working with for Stripe. Then we're going to create our functions. We're going to say export async function, and then all caps post, like that. And inside here, we're going to get a couple of things. First, we'll get a request. I'm going to actually open this up. So request, and we're going to type that as a next request and import that from next/server, like that. I'm going to say comma and new line. We're going to break off params from this second argument, and we're going to type that as params. That's going to be a promise, and typing that promise, or for what this promise resolves as an object with UID string. So basically, this is us getting Vapor75 when we go to this route, right? That's the way in which we are getting whatever string this is here. We're breaking off the params from UID, which we've defined by naming the folder that. Great. Now, after the parenthesis, we're going to create use the curly braces, and we'll say try. And just so I don't forget, I'll put catch at the end with error. Not that TypeScript will allow me to forget, but just put that there for now, so we don't have the red squigglies this entire time that we're typing. Okay, so we're going to say const UID equals await.params. Sorry, not dot params, await params, like that. Cool. Give it a little space. So we have our UID now, and if we don't have our UID, if no UID, then return next response. Import that from next server. There we go. And we'll say .json, parentheses, and we're going to pass it two objects. First object is going to say error, and we're going to say missing product UID. And the second object is going to have a status of 400, just a number, like that. Now we can say, because we know we have our UID, we can call for this product. So we're going to say const Prismic client equals create client. And we're going to import that not from Prismic.io/client, but from @Prismic.io. All right, very important detail there, because that's already going to have our repository name and everything inside of it. So make sure you're getting it from our local file, which is right here at prismic.io.ts. So once we create our client by calling that as a function, we'll say const product equals await Prismic client get by UID, and we're going to give it the type of product, and we're going to give it the UID, just like that. And so now we have our product. Now let's pull off the data that we need to create our Stripe page. So we'll say const name equals product.data.name. And then we'll say const price equals product.data.price. We'll say const image equals product.data.image .URL, and const description equals as text. Import that from Prismic IO/client. We're going to turn this into a string. So we'll say product.data.description, like that. Now we're going to use that data to create a checkout session. So let's go ahead and say const session params, like that. And we are first going to type session params as a capital S stripe.checkout.session create params. So that's what we are building here, and that should help us with the typing a little bit. So inside this object, we are going to have line items. See how it helps us with line items or locale? So we're going line items, and this is just basically all of the items that we are buying, right? So basically, what's in the shopping cart? And we're going to pass that an object. This is the one item that we are buying. And here we have price data. And we are going to give a couple things inside this price data object. And first we'll say currency is going to be USD for United States dollars. Product data is going to be another object. So there's a lot of nesting here, but stay with me. We're going to have the name, and we can just put name because it's the same as name. All right, so we're going to put name. We're going to come back to the type error that we're getting there. Don't worry about it. And now what we want to do is we want to add the description and the images, or the image, but if you see what they're expecting is images. But we want to do it in a way that in case we haven't added an image or haven't added a description, because those could be optional, right? Name isn't optional, and price certainly shouldn't be optional for creating a product. So we should fail if we don't have a name or a price. But if we don't have a description, we should let it go, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say ... parentheses. So we're going to spread what we put in here. So I don't know why it tries to autocomplete with next request there. Anyway, description, ? So we're checking to see if description is truthy. And if so, then we want to spread description inside an object like that. Otherwise, we're going to just pass an empty object, and then that will spread and we'll give it back nothing, right? So no loss there. We're going to do the same thing with images. So I'll say ... parentheses. Nope, stop doing that. It keeps doing that. Parentheses image, ? And then in an object here, we'll say images. And we're going to return an array of image, or that contains image. Otherwise, we're just going to spread that empty object again. Now we see we're getting yelled at about this name because it's saying, hey, this could be null. And we're going to say, nope, trust us, it's not. So we're going to say as string and as number. There we go. Now remember, this is just for TypeScript. So if there's no string or no number, it's still going to fail at runtime. And that's fine because, like I said, we want to make sure that name and price would be required. But I don't need to handle, if there's no name within my code here. So now after product data, I'm going to say unit amount, like that. And I'm just going to say price. There we go. And outside of my price data object, I'm going to have quantity. And if you're not seeing it come up, you're probably in the wrong nested object. I know this gets a little bit hairy in here, but the typing here should help you out. So quantity is just going to be 1. And then outside of the array, we're going to have mode. And that is going to be payment. See how it's a payment setup subscription. So if we wanted to charge them $20 a month or whatever, we would choose this one, but it's just a one-time payment. So we're going to choose payment. And just two more things. We're going to have a success URL. And that is going to be, we're going to do backwards ticks because we're going to do a little bit of trickery here where we are going to say request.headers.get parentheses and pass a string of origin. And that is going to get us the domain that we are requesting from so that we can then chain on top of that /success, which is the page we're going to create, !session_ID equals, and then we want to use curly braces here because Stripe will fill this in for us, and it will say checkout, all caps, _session_ID, like that. And then last, we'll say cancel URL. And I didn't go ahead and create a cancel page. You can if you want. You can based on the success page that we have. But we're just going to go ahead and say that we're going to send them back to the root. So I'm going to copy this part, get origin, and then just send them back to /. So now we have these session params, but we're not doing anything with them yet. We haven't sent them to Stripe. We've just created them locally. So now we need to say const session equals await lowercase Stripe, because that is our the Stripe client that we created up at the top at the beginning. Stripe.checkout.sessions.create, and then session params in there. So that creates our specific session with our Stripe secret key and our specific product that we just passed all the details about. And then once we get that session, once this has resolved, we can go ahead and say return next response.json, and then inside here we want to pass an object with URL and then session.url. So we can pull URL off of this session object that we get back, and that is what gives us this long session URL, right? It's very specific to our product, to our whole setup. And once we get that from Stripe and then we send that back in our response checkout, if you see, we then get the data back from this fetch, and then we change the window location to data.url, and that is exactly what we passed back. So that's how that works. The route then sends a response to checkout, and checkout forwards us to that location. We're not done with route yet, though. I just wanted to show you how that works. So inside of our catch, we want to say console.error, and then in here we'll say Stripe session creation error, and we'll pass the error like that, and we can return next response.json and pass it two objects like we did before. We'll say error, and we'll say failed to create Stripe session. And then the second object, we can say status 500 and save that. All right, so now to wire up our actual button, we go back to where we have this await new promise resolve set timeout whole thing. That can go, and we can say await checkout, and we can import that from @/checkout and call that function, and that should be it. That's all we really need here. I'll remove the to do, and we can save that. And now the last thing we really need here is to create our success page. So I'm going to close everything down. I'm going to go source, app, and then inside app, we're going to create a new folder called success. And then I'm going to create a file inside that success folder called page.tsx. And now we're going to go to our course resources and grab the source app success page.tsx code. And this is the entirety of that success page. As you can see, it's a pretty long page, and 90% of it is simply Tailwind classes and stuff. And I really didn't want to spend another half an hour in this course having you just write Tailwind classes, because I don't think that you'll be learning much there, where the real learning insights, like I want to make sure that every minute you're in this course, you are learning something new. And to kind of just spend time going through this, I didn't think was a good use of our time. And I'm just going to go through the stuff that we actually do need. So we didn't pull in logo yet. Let's go ahead and do that. It's right here. Put it at source components logo. And we have components, new file, capital L logo.tsx. And I'll paste that in. That is just the Nimbus logo. And that should go away in just a second. There we go. And yeah, if we see here, we see that we do the same thing. We have const stripe equals new stripe, and we pass the stripe secret key. And that blue is just teaching me about it. It's like Mark has learned. There's no problem there. And then we can actually see how we're getting the data on this page. So we are getting this session ID from the search params. And if there's nothing there for the session ID, then we send this little error page. It just something went wrong, no ID found. But if there is an ID, then we continue on. Then we try to go and get the order details from Stripe. So we now have this session ID. So we go back to Stripe and say, hey, with this session ID, what's the email? What's the amount? Like, what's the info that we can then show to the user? We have the session ID, customer email, amount, right? We can show this information to kind of confirm with the user that, hey, we indeed did get your order. So like I'm saying, this is the only new part that like you might not know already. The rest is really just writing React, using React icons and Tailwind and stuff like that. So that is it for this success page. I'm just gonna go ahead and save that. And now I think we have everything we need to make a successful purchase. I just reloaded the page just in case. Go ahead and click on this. It says loading. And we get forwarded. There's our image. There is our price. There's our name. And there's our description. It says new business sandbox. That's perfect. I didn't bother naming it. And then for your email, for your payment method, all this stuff, you can put in whatever. So I'm just going to put, let's go steve@example.net. And then for the card, here's what you want to do. You want to put in 42 over and over and over again. So 4242. 4242, 4242, 4242, just like that. And then any month and year in the future, so you can go 9/30, right? And then any three numbers work. And then you can put any name here, so Steve example. And I'm keeping him in the United States. I'm going to put a zip of just 5 random numbers. And then I'm going to uncheck save my information for faster checkout, so I don't have to put it in a phone number. And then I will click pay. And then it's going to pretend to process it. And then it says, yep, that worked, because 424242 is the way that Stripe just allows you to test. And here's that page that we didn't really write, but it works well enough for what we need. And so we see we have the email, the product, the amount, and it is confirmed. There's the order ID. And now if we go to Stripe and look at our transactions, we see that we have Steve at example.net just created a successful payment that worked perfectly. It went through, we got the right amount. We can click into it and we can see a little bit more information. He bought the Vapor 75, good choice, right? So that's it. That's all we need to do. And then to make this into a real checkout, first off, you'd have to have a keyboard company. But second, you go switch to live account, and then you'd also have to put in some like banking details and stuff like that. But for now, for our use case, this is a fully functioning Stripe checkout. So this rocks. All right, folks, we are so close to being done. The only things we need left here are the loading screen. We need the nav bar up here, as well as this bit. And we need the footer. And so those aren't going to take as long as you think, just because we aren't really here to learn how to make a nav bar or a footer. But the loader we're about to bring in as just SVG, and then we're going to animate it with GSAP. So go ahead and come here to our components and files, We're going to open up loader and copy this into source components loader. Let's do that right now. Components, and then we'll say loader.tsx, paste this in, and we're going to see that it's just a bunch of SVG. It's actually a div wrapping around two SVGs. One of the SVGs is the logo word for the name Nimbus, and the other SVG is the loading, like the keycaps, right? So now the spot that we really need the loader is for our hero, I'd say. We don't have to put it in our hero component. We could put it in our layout or somewhere like that. But I'm going to go ahead and put it in our hero. I'm going to put it right next to our canvas. Where's our canvas? There we go. We have our canvas, our scene, and then canvas. What we're going to do is we're inside of canvas, we're going to wrap this in suspense like that. We're going to import that from React, and we're going to say fallback is null. We don't need a fallback here, but we're going to wrap our scene in that. And then what we're going to do outside of canvas is use our loader wrapper. Now for this site, the spot that I think it makes the most sense to have our loader is in our hero component. We're always going to have that hero, and it is going to be one of the heavier elements. So if that loads in, we can kind of safely assume that everything else is loading in. Plus it's the thing that we're going to see first, and so on. So I'm going to open up the index in our hero folder and go ahead to our canvas element here, and we're going to put our loader right outside it. So say loader, and we're going to import that from @components loader, just like that. I'm not sure what we should see right now. Yeah, we don't really see anything. There we go. We just have this loading, and then the word Nimbus is in white, so it's probably like right there somewhere. So here we go. We see our SVG just tacked on at the end there. That's fine because we're actually going to add some classes on our loader div. This topmost div, go ahead and say class name, and we're going to have blue gradient BG. We used this before for the hero. We'll say fixed, inset 0. Z, we're going to put a custom value of 100, just going to max it out. We'll say flex, H full, W full, flex col, items center, and justify center. And last gap 6. So we're going to go ahead and save that. And we'll come back and we'll see that it's actually getting overwritten or whatever by things with absolute positioning or a relative positioning around it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and move this loader just outside of the hero scene div. And that should take care of that. So now nothing's going to load over top of it. It just had some parent stacking issues there. So now that it is visible, we can work on it. So go back into loader, and at the very top, I'm going to remember this time, let's say use client. Look at me. About the end of the tutorial, and we're doing it for the first time. So I'm going to go ahead and say GSAP.register. Oh, I forgot to import GSAP. First time for everything, right? .register plugin, and here we're going to say use GSAP and import that from @GSAP React. Then what I want to do, I want to create a ref. I'm just going to call this container ref. So I want to scope it to this element specifically so that we don't leak out with our animations or anything. And here I'm going to define that ref. I'm going to say const container ref equals use ref. And then we're going to type that as an HTML div element. And the initial value will be null. And now in the SVG, each of these keys is already labeled with a class Keycap, like that. So there's 7 of these, and they're all in order, LOADING. And so I did that on purpose, right? I planned that so that I can then easily animate these. So this is gonna be a quick one. We're gonna say use GSAP and pass this an arrow function. Inside the arrow function, we'll say const TL equals GSAP.timeline. And then in here, we are going to have a repeat of -1 and a repeat delay of 1 second. After that, we're going to say tl.to, and we are going to target.keycap. Remember, that's going to give us an array of all keycaps. And then for each one, we're going to say y is 15%. That way it's not moving down by pixels, but it'll move to scale essentially, right? That's why I'm using percentages here, because on mobile, it's going to look similar to how it will on desktop. Duration is going to be 0.05, a real quick downstroke. Ease is going to be power to out. And our stagger, making it go one at a time, is going to be 0.2. And then I'm going to chain on top of that. I'm going to say 2. And we're going to target the same keycap class. And then in our vars object, we're going to do the same things. I'm going to copy and paste this. Y is going to be 0. It's going to return it right to home. Our duration is going to be a little bit longer. It's going to be 0.25. And my ease, I decided to do a little bounce here. So like, kind of pretending like it has a little springy return. So bounce.out like that. And then here's the key part. Well, let's go ahead and save this, see how this looks. We can go ahead and see it goes down and then it comes back up. They all go down, they all come back up. Not what we want, right? What we want to do is use the position parameter here and start this second animation at 0.2 seconds. So as soon as the first one is done, then we want to return it up by kicking this second animation off. So with that, if we reload the page, there we go. We have it going down one at a time, returns with a little springiness. You can remove that if you want, up to you, but there is our loader animation. And the last thing I want to do here, just at the end of our use GSAP after my arrow function, I'm going to pass it an object with scope, and we're going to pass it the container ref, just in case there is a keycap class, which, definitely possible on a keyboard website. I don't want to animate those. I just want to animate everything within this container ref right here. So now it's a very safe animation, even though I'm using classes. So now that it's animating and it's looking good, how do we make it work as a loader, right? Like, how do we create that logic? That is our current task. So what we do is we actually want to go into our hero, and then up at the top, right after our register plugin, we can go ahead and say function loader wrapper. And here we'll say const, and we're going to destructure active off of use progress, which we're going to import from React 3 dry. And here we're going to return active question mark. So if it is active, if we are still loading, in other words, we're going to return loader. And otherwise, null. We just won't return anything, and so then this scene will show. So we're going to replace our current loader with loader wrapper. And then, try a little bit better. There we go. If we save that, then we will have it only when we're loading, and there we go. Scene has loaded in. Now we don't need our loader anymore. It's that easy thanks to dry. We didn't have to write any of the logic for that. It's all baked into use progress, which takes care of it for us. Now let's go ahead and pull in our nav bar. This is a component that is complex and a bit outside the scope of this course, as really I wanted to focus on 3D with Three.js and React 3 Fiber, GSAP animations, and Stripe. So we're going to bring this and the footer in to finish off our site. Now the only thing we need to install is a little library called Radix UI, but what we're doing is we're just pulling in the dialog component. So go ahead and type npm I, and we're going to say @radix, RADIX -UI /react -dialog, just like that. We'll add that, and then what we can do is we can grab from our resources, our components, grab the nav bar, copy that, and we're going to put it in source components navbar.tsx. Right in here, navbar.tsx. Going to paste this in, and we can look at it. you see that there is a lot of different pieces of the dialog component from Radix UI that we're using here. But overall, this is just what it seems like. It is the nav bar. There's not a whole lot to it outside of this, right? But I do want to show that we have a link to hashtag features, hashtag switch playground, keycap changer, and buy button. So I kept mentioning the padding for the scroll padding top, right? We're saying it's going to make sense later. This is where it's going to make sense. So first we're going to pull this nav bar into our layout. Then we are going to add those IDs to different switches so that they can be linked to. So if we head to our layout, we have our HTML, our body, our children. What we want to do is inside of our body, we want to do a couple things. First, we want to create a main element and wrap children around that. You always should have a main element, but above our main element, we're going to have our nav bar and import that from @/components navbar, and that is self-handling. I mean, yeah, self-closing is what I'm trying to say. Now we can go ahead and save that. And let's check out our page. This is my local page. Loading, cool. Now we have our menu, just like that. We have our buy button. That works great. All right. Out of the box is already working. We have our loading, cool. So we want to make it so that this links to the switch playground. So let's check it out in the code. We have our nav bar, and we have, well, first let's do features. So this should link to the Bento box. So I'm going to open Bento, the index there, and we're going to add it to our H2. So I'm going to say ID equals features, like that. And let's just keep going, and then at the end we can see that they're all going to work. Next we'll do the switch playground and find our H2. Where is it? Here we go. So we'll say ID equals, I think it's just switch playground. Let me see. Switch playground, there we go, cool. Save that, and I think that, yes, scroll padding top 6 has it on the H2 for this reason. Keycap changer, let's copy that, and that is, I think, color changer is what that's actually called. Let's find our H2. There it is. I'm going to go add an ID to it. ID equals keycap changer, just like that. Closing that, and last but not least, buy button. We call that purchase button. And where's our H2 here? Here we go. Say ID equals buy button. Save that, and now we should be able to go to keycaps. There we go. Didn't work great. Let's reload the page. Right. So we don't want to actually put it on the H2 here, because what just happened will happen. So let's go back to color changer. There we go. And take the ID off of the H2 and put it on the topmost section. That's a much better result. It's going to look a lot better when we so go purchase. There we go. That looks great. We go to switch playground. That looks great. And we go to keycaps. Perfect. And features. Boom. So that works really well now that we have all of our IDs set up. This next one is really fast. We're just going to create that simple footer. I'd be wasting your time if I walked you through how to make this footer. So go ahead into components, and we'll say footer.tsx, paste that in, and then in our layout, I'm going to close a bunch of stuff. In our layout, we have footer, importing from @components footer. And if we save, we can check out our site, go to the bottom. There we go. We have our logo, 2025 Nimbus keyboards, some links, That's pretty simple footer. After everything else we didn't really need to go ham on the footer. So now the site is set. We are done creating all the slices, all the components, all of it. Only thing we need to add to our layout here, it's missing something, and that is the ability to have previews in Prismic. So if we go to our resources, we go to our documentation, close that, documentation, Prismic docs, and we look over here and see preview draft content. It's different from live previews in the page builder because that's what we set up already. So we can see the live previews inside the page builder. But preview draft content is a great feature for allowing content writers to actually see a full page with how it's going to look all together. And so what we need to do is right here in our layout, we need to pull in Prismic preview and the repository name from at Prismic.io. So that's what we're going to do in our code. Right after, let's see, the body, we're going to say Prismic preview. We're going to import that from at Prismic.io. Where is it? At Prismic.io/next. All right. And then in here, we say repository name, and that's going to come from at /Prismic.io. So it's that easy to set up. This takes care of all of it for you. So your imports should look like this from Prismic Next and then from at /Prismic.io. If we look back at the rest of the instructions, these are already taken care of for us. So we're already calling enable auto previews in our Prismic.io.ts file. And I already showed you that we have an API preview endpoint that was automatically created for us. So here's preview, here's that route, and that's exactly what we're looking at. So all of that was done for us. We don't need to handle that, that extra boilerplate stuff. It's all set for us. We also have an exit preview route. So the site is done. We are about to push our stuff to GitHub and deploy it to Vercel. But I want to tweak one thing that's kind of been driving me a little bit crazy here. And you might have noticed it too. When we reload the page or when we load in the page, that loader flickers a bit. See how it flickers on and off? That is, we got to have a really good first impression, and that is not going to be it. So I came up with a way to make that not flicker and have a nice fade in effect instead. Let's fix that up. So in our hero, we go to our loader wrapper, and this is a very simple implementation. We're going to make it a little bit more complex to create this effect. So I'm going to get rid of the return active line. We're keeping the const active equals use progress. We're still going to be using that, but we're also going to add some state here. We'll say const is loading, comma, set is loading equals use state. Import that from React and default value of true. And we're going to also use effect here, and we're going to call that and pass that an arrow function. And inside here, we'll say if active, then set is loading to be true. And else, we're going to use a little set timeout here. So say const timer equals set timeout. And we're going to pass an arrow function in here for set is loading to be false. And the time that we'll put after a comma is going to be actually let's do 100 milliseconds. I found that worked pretty well. And then we'll say return. We'll pass this a function, an arrow function that just clears our timeout if this gets cleaned up. And then at the end here, we want to just check if active changes. So that is what was happening. Is that active, that is kind of flickering between true and false a few times. I think what's happening is it's loading the keyboard in, and then it's saying, hey, I'm not active anymore. But then it finds the switch model, and it goes, oh, I got to load this. And then it sets active to true again. And then it finishes loading the switch model, and then it says, I'm not active anymore. And then it finds the keycap, and it goes, okay, I got to, right? Like it keeps finding new tasks. And so we just need to give it a little bit of time, the 100 milliseconds, to realize that it has more tasks, and then it'll truly be done and our loader will work as intended. So say return, and in here we're going to return a div, and inside here we're going to have a loader, and this div is going to say class name equals, and we're going to use curly braces there, and we'll pull in CLSX, and we'll say motion safe, transition, opacity, motion safe, duration, 700, and then we will say is loading, question mark, opacity is going to be 100. Otherwise, opacity will be 0, and we're also going to do pointer events none. And if we save that and head back to our scene, let's see what we get. Much better. No flicker and a nice little fade out. Let's do that one more time. Nice. That is such a better result. So a little bit of extra code goes a long way there. This is such a better first impression of our website. I'm thrilled. Now it is time for us to push our code to GitHub. And to do that, we need to first commit it to our Git repository, which we have locally. When we started our project, when we initialized our Next.js app, we created a Git repo, and it's been tracking every change that we've made since then. So we have, looks like 100 files that have been tracked in some way, just saying like, hey, these have changed. So we could have gone through and tracked it every step of the way. For me, with doing tutorials, I just kind of do it at the very end, and I just bundle it up, and I like using this GUI. If you want to use the terminal, that's totally fine too. You would just say git add and then just a period, and that would add everything to this commit. I'm going to go ahead and type in a message here. I'm going to say initial commit, and we're going to click commit. And now we can publish the branch, but we don't have anything to publish to. But that is where GitHub comes into play. So if you already have an account, go ahead and click sign in. If you don't, go ahead and click sign up and go through the whole process. Everything we're doing is going to be free, so don't worry about that. Just sign up and let's get into it. So now that I am in, I'm going to go ahead and click new for new repository. And it shows owner a Trost repository name. I'm going to call this Nimbus keyboards, like that. And it's available. I'm going to skip the description. I'm going to keep this public. I'm not starting with a template. I don't need to add a README or a git ignore or a license. I'm going to create that repository. And there we go. So we have an existing repository that we can push from the command line. So we're going to grab this, and in my terminal, I'm going to paste that code and hit enter. And just like that, we have, I'm going to hit reload here. We have pushed our content up, and we are looking good. This is just the default Next.js README. Don't worry about that. Yeah, here it is. Now, the only file that you might miss is the .env. We did not push that, and that is very intentional. That's automatically in our git ignore, but the .env file has secrets, and we don't want to publicly put out those secrets. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to add them to our Vercel setup as environment variables. So now that our code is all backed up and secure and all that good stuff, we are going to either sign up for a Vercel account or log in. Once again, we're using only free tier things, so don't worry about any kind of pricing or whatever. I'm going to log in. And once I'm inside, I'm going to click add new project. And it has Nimbus keyboards from 2 minutes ago because I already connected my GitHub to it. So go ahead and click that if you have it, but otherwise it'll ask you to say, hey, use some other Git repository. So choose GitHub if it's available here, and connect your GitHub to your Vercel account. That shouldn't be too tricky. And then once you do, go ahead and add Nimbus keyboards. I'm going to import that. And right here we have environment variables. So open that, and we have, it says paste a .env above to populate the form. So I'm going to go into our .env. I'm going to select all and copy, and then come back to the Vercel page and just paste it in here. And you see that it did exactly what it said. I'm going to remove the one that we're not using, and I have my secret, I have my public, and that's looking good. The rest is okay. We don't need to change any of those things. So go ahead and hit deploy, and this will take about a minute, maybe a couple, but I'm not going to have the video going that whole time. So I will unpause the video once my build is done. Either it's actually probably going to fail because we did not check any of it to see if it was going to succeed. So there's a very good chance that we have a failed build, and that's okay because I'm going to show you how to debug failed builds. It's going to be a big part of building websites. Is just, oh, why did the build fail? Got it. And usually it's just a TypeScript thing, and that's totally fine, but we will learn how to do that if it comes up. And in fact, we don't need to even wait for Vercel to tell us whether or not it passed. We can locally build in the same way. So we can go npm, I stopped my dev server, npm run build. And this is really helpful so that you don't have to wait and see what's failing on Vercel, because that'll take longer. You'll be able to see it locally and not waste build minutes, all that kind of stuff. Let's see, we have a little bit of a warning, but look, I think we're good. We're in the clear. We did it. So just so you know, it'll pop up and tell you exactly what the issues are. This was just a warning that didn't error out. So we could add that to that hook, but the rest of it was all good. And so now we have our new project. And so we can continue to dashboard. And I have Nimbus keyboards.vercel.app. You might have something different. I'm not sure what you might have for your domain, but I'm going to go ahead and open that up. And that is looking fantastic. That worked so well. The loader, the fade in, all of that stuff was so good. Let's see how the scroll works. It works perfect. There it is. This is our live website. And it is going great. Do our clicks work? They do. And we've got our color changer working great. And our big button. Let's see if it takes us to Stripe the right way. It does. It is all wired up and working perfectly. First try. Well done on this. This is looking so freaking cool. I hope you're excited to show this off to people, because this was a lot. This is a big project, and it is now live. We have a couple more things to do just to make the Prismic experience as good as it can be. First, we're going to fix up those live previews by grabbing our new domain, nimbuskeyboards.vercel.app. For me, yours is going to be different, and going back to Prismic, and you can go into any of your files. I'm going to go to the home page and going to hit live preview settings again, but instead of localhost, because that's only going to run for you, and that's only if you have your dev server running. Notice I don't have my dev server running, so none of these are working. See, they all error out. We're going to paste in that URL, and it's going to add Slice Simulator to the end again, and we're going to hit save. And now those should load in and look great. So that is already fixed up. We can now go and set up the next couple things, which are live previews and revalidating our content. So we want to go to our settings, and we have a couple things to work on in here. We have our previews right here. Let's do that first because it is above the webhooks. And what we're going to say is we're going to say production for the site name. It's our production build. And our domain is going to be what we paste in there. And then our preview route, remove that slash. And our preview route is going to be /API/preview, like that. And that is because, remember, we have our API preview route. Remember I said that that was something from the Prismic directions that we would have to do if we didn't automatically have it. But it says Slice Machine Init generates this endpoint during project setup, and Slice Machine Init generates this endpoint during project setup. So we're already set for previews. We just need to tell Prismic where to go, and it's basically that URL right there. So create my preview, and there we go. We'll check that out in just a second. The next thing I want to do is webhooks, and if we click into that, I'm going to show you the directions just so that you know where to go for the next Prismic site that you build. Right here it says deploy, and then it says handle content changes. So we want to create a webhook, and the name can be something like display published content. The URL is going to be your app's deployed URL, which is Nimbus keyboards.vercel.app or whatever. And then we will have API/revalidate on the end there. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So name, I'm going to say to display published content. And then the URL is going to be Nimbus keyboards.vercel.app /API/revalidate. And then we don't need a secret. And triggers, we're only going to keep the document published and document unpublished. The other ones I'm going to get rid of. And I'm going to say add this webhook. And so now whenever we publish or unpublish a document, this will get fired off. And it will hit, where is it? Right here. And it's a really simple little thing that just says, hey, anything that you've fetched that has the tag of Prismic, revalidate that. In other words, it's not valid anymore, so fetch it again. And in case we missed it, everything we fetch from Prismic, we give the tag of Prismic so that Next.js knows to come here and fetch our content again, and then check to see what's changed and push any changes that they need to. So that is how the revalidate route works. We barely have to do anything there, and we're going to get these like instantaneous updates. So let me go to the home page. I'm going to say built for the boldest, and I'm going to save, and I'm going to publish. I'm going to do this in real time. I'm not doing any editing trickery, but I'm going to go here. I'm going to reload the page. This is the live page, and it's going to take a second to animate in, but there we go. I didn't have to wait at all, really. The longest thing was our animations. That's what took the most time. This is a really, really great way to edit content, to update content. You barely need to use the preview feature, but it is still there if you need it. And let's check that out right now. So if we head to our homepage, we have built for the boldest. I want to see how it looks in a preview, how built for the coolest actually looks. And I'll hit save, but not publish. I don't want to put it out to the world. I want to see how it looks first. I'm going to click preview the page down here at the bottom left, and I'm going to click production. And it's going to open it up. I get this little thing down here at the bottom that says, hey, this is a preview. We're previewing the homepage. And there we go, built for the coolest. Only I am able to see this. If I open this up in an incognito window, we will still see built for the boldest. It takes a second, but see, that is the content that the world's seeing. But right now I'm previewing this. And if I exit out of this preview, it reverts back. So that is how previews work. They are really, really handy as well. And I'm going to change this back to built for the bold. And I'm going to save, and I'm going to publish, and that will update pretty much immediately. So you now have a finished 3D animated full-blown website with Stripe, GSAP, Three.js, all that stuff. Prismic, Next.js, Tailwind. You went through so much. Really pat yourself on the back here. This is a huge accomplishment building this site with me.